Wake up, Los Angeles. Tyler Glasnow makes his return last night against the Braves and looks rather solid, but the Dodgers dropped the opener in Atlanta. We will detail what happened between the Dodgers and the Braves in just a little bit. Plus, we'll bring you updates from around NFL training camp as we go closer and closer to the start of an NFL season. It is D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports, bright and early on this Wednesday morning. He is Cody Decker. I am Ben Stevens. Cody, as we get ready for football, here in the final week of August, we've got college football on the horizon in Los Angeles this Saturday as USC opens its season. We are 15 days away from the Rams season opener in Australia, and some big football news here at The Fan. The fantasy football draft at the new 97.1 The Fan is currently underway. Big deck energy. Your team, what pick do you have?
I have pick number 7, my guy.
And how do you feel about it?
Awful.
I
don't like the 7th spot because it's too dead smack dab in the middle of the draft. And we'll get into it later on in the show, of course. But I will say that 7th spot, even though Raj was sitting around saying, I want to be 7 or later, I want to be 9 or later. I didn't want to be 7. 7's too dead central, and now I'm seeing all of the picks that I wanted out the gate already gone by the time they get to me, and now I'm getting to my second pick, and all my picks that I wanted for my second pick are already gone by the time they got to me.
Are we calling it breaking news because officially the fan draft has begun? We are already past round number 1.
Truth has been told by you, my friend.
So let's break some news. Who did Big Deck Energy take with pick number 7?
Well, I went very smartly, and I can't stress this enough.
Please.
Very smartly with Mr. James Cook.
James Cook of the Buffalo
Bills. I love that pick. I like that.
I do too, especially the fact that he was available at the time. And we will go into details later on in this first hour about why I picked him, considering what was available to me at the time. Because some of you might say, hey, crazy, insane. What were you thinking, Mr. Decker, with that man available? And I got my reasons, people.
And we will detail some injury news around the NFL, including one Ashton Genty and what his prognosis looks like in Las Vegas. I ask you one final question about the Fan Fantasy Football Draft before we keep it rolling here. Has anybody selected a Los Angeles Ram yet?
Yes. Puka Nacua went fast.
Who got him?
Ooh, that's a good question. Who did get Puka Nacua?
I'm trying to be an advisor.
One moment, I'm efforting, and here you go. Puka Nacua went to Doug McKay.
Oh, D-Mac.
Fourth overall pick.
Fourth overall Puka Nacua.
Yeah, Jahmyr Gibbs was the first pick overall.
Made by producer Peyton.
Bijan Robinson, number 2. Jonathan Taylor, number 3.
Gotcha.
Puka Nacua, Jackson and Smith and Jigba, and Jamar Chase, and then, of course, me with James Cook.
And this is playing out in real time, so we will bring you updates throughout our 4 hours up until 10 a.m. here in Los Angeles. We want to hear from you. It's 855-975-2326. You can listen live on the Odyssey app.
And fun fact, I believe the clock just started again. I believe it's Lindsay right now, who is currently on the clock.
Lindsay on the clock. Commissioner Raj, have you appreciated everything that has happened so far in your fantasy football league? Is everything above board so far in drafting protocol?
Yes, I am, and the board voted not to have you in the league, so that went well.
No, I got it. Thank you. No, it's really nice. I appreciate the group camaraderie to not be involved in this.
We had a max of 3 for each show, so obviously me and Fisher joined and has made a first-round pick. He went with the Christian McCaffrey that he remember we did a final out, and he was upset that Christian McCaffrey wasn't in the odds-on favorite to be in the top 10 of rushing yards.
He was,
so he took him. So so everything's going fine.
And this is PPR, half-point PPR? Half-point PPR. So Christian McCaffrey, 413 touches last year, obviously involved in the receiving game for the San Francisco 49ers. Cody Decker, yesterday on the show, as we set the stage for the opener in Atlanta between the Dodgers and the Braves, a critical series between two teams that could potentially see each other come October. You said that last night, regardless of a win or a loss, would be a success if Tyler Glasnow looks solid.
Yes.
5 innings of work out of Glasnow, 3 earned, but all in a 35-pitch first inning. He responds in the second, retiring the side via the strikeout. What did you make of Tyler Glasnow's return, his first start in nearly 4 months?
Phenomenal job. 5 complete innings, only 6 hits, 3 runs, 3 of them earned, as you mentioned, in the first inning. What my biggest concern was, where was he going to be in the strike zone? And he was in the strike zone. 0 base on balls, 7 strikeouts. And by the way, I want to point out in that first inning, that was a very interesting first inning. It was actually, if I'm Tyler Glasnow, a very frustrating frustrating first inning because there was not a lot of there was only really one hard contact in that first inning, and that was that ball hit about, as you said before we even started, about 95 miles per hour off the bat of Matt Olson that got by Freddie Freeman. But the leadoff single, kind of a seeing eye single through the hole. Then you had that hit by Mauricio Dubon, which, by the way, I played with Mauricio Dubon in the Red Sox organization. Phenomenal hitter. Very, very difficult to strike out. If you take a look at that swing, I mean, it was in the dirt. He had 1 foot off the ground when he made contact off the end of the bat. Those were the type of hits that Tyler Glasnow gave up yesterday. In fact, those were the type of hits basically the team gave up the entire game. So I was very, very encouraged, especially because he was able to get through 5 strong innings, and he left with a no-decision situation. It was exactly what I wanted to see out of Tyler Glasnow. Now, do I want to see the 3 runs in the first?
Right.
No. But the way that he came out, the way that he bounced back immediately, phenomenal job by Tyler Glasnow. Good job by the Dodgers on that front. Outside of that, other issues with the Dodgers.
Other issues, especially in the top of the offensive lineup for Doc and company, that we will break down. But, Cody, I think as we highlight Tyler Glasnow, his first start since May 6th, only went an inning against the Astros before the back started to spasm, and, of course, he misses nearly 3.5 months. I think you have to be pleased if you are a Dodger fan. In the component of how this week has laid out, starting with the weekend, what we expect in Atlanta and, of course, into Detroit, to see this all-world starting staff that has been assembled as the Dodgers chase a 3rd straight World Series finally be fully healthy at the same time, especially if Shohei Ohtani makes his return to the bump as we might expect on Sunday afternoon in Detroit. For Tyler Glasnow to bounce back the way he did, 35 pitches in the first. Nothing was hard hit. It wasn't like he was getting tossed around the yard by any means, but still allows 3 earned and has to exert himself in his first start since the beginning of May for 35 pitches. Strikes out the side in the second. Retires 14 of the last 16 batters for the Braves that he faced. He allowed 6 hits the entirety of his 5 frames, Cody, 4 of them in that first inning. I thought the resilience from Glasnow that he put on display, especially in those final 4 frames that he threw last night in Atlanta, is a really solid silver lining for the Dodgers despite a loss last night in the ATL.
Listen, I mentioned yesterday I was expecting a loss. I legitimately was. I was actually expecting this start for Glasnow to go a lot worse than it did. I thought he looked very sharp. The Ks that he was getting at a very good rate, and again, 0 base on balls. That right there alone was huge, and especially after throwing over 30 pitches in the first inning. Normally you get that in the first inning. You're not coming back out for a second inning. Good on Doc to get him out there, make sure he was right, and he did a phenomenal job. Now, the bullpen also did a good job making sure that there are multiple players left on base throughout the game. It was a very quiet offensive game for both teams. So, listen, this is going to be a hell of a series. The Dodgers do have a slight problem when it comes to the Braves, considering the fact the Braves have their number this year, as do a few other teams throughout Major League Baseball that are on the road right now for October.
Atlanta has taken 3 of 4 so far in this season series against the Dodgers. Let's hear from the man himself, Tyler Glasnow, on how he looked at his first start in nearly 4 months.
I'm sure you can kind of look at this outing and want to take away that first inning, considering how well you bounced back. What just for you was the biggest difference, getting out of that first and getting back on track to close out the rest of your 5 innings of work?
I think just switching up a little bit. I think it was pretty fastball heavy the first inning, a little bit predictable. Not like a ton of hard hit balls, but it's just how it goes sometimes. But I think coming out in the second, I just felt more in rhythm, and slider was working a lot better and just felt a lot better.
We're down for about 3.5 months. Do you look at that first inning as a little bit of kind of just rust and getting back to it, or?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I felt okay. I just think, maybe just a little tense. But it picked back up in the second, and then I finished the game pretty strong. So.
Finished the game strong indeed, retiring 14 of those final 16 that he saw against the Braves. 7 strikeouts, 89 pitches for Glasnow in his return in 5 innings, 55 of those in the strike zone. But Cody, as you alluded to, Bullpen came in to that game. Shout out Spectrum Sportsnet LA for the interview there with Tyler Glasnow following his first start in nearly 3.5 months. Alex Vesia, Jack Dreyer in the 7th records the first 2 outs. Evan Phillips comes in to get the last out in that 7th inning. And then, slightly oddly enough, Tanner Scott comes in to pitch the 8th inning against the Braves. Of course, Tanner Scott is the closer for the Dodgers with Edwin Diaz on the IL. And right here, right now, even when Diaz returns from that right neck stiff and soreness, it is going to be Tanner Scott closing out games for LA. Why do you think Dave Roberts inserted Scott there in the 8th inning in a non-save opportunity?
I got to say, it is questionable. I'm not entirely sure. But if I were to guess, I think they wanted to kind of stifle out the last scary part of the lineup for that 8th inning, considering the fact that Matt Olson was coming up to the plate, currently co-leader in home runs in Major League Baseball. If you take a look at the history between Matt Olson and Tanner Scott, he has a career 0 for 8 against Tanner Scott. So I think that was the idea that he was going for, and either they were going to just go with Tanner Scott for the 8th inning, or they were going to ride him for a 2-inning save, which is very much something Tanner Scott is capable of doing. However, Matt Olson gets his first hit in his career against Tanner Scott, doubled to left center field, and that proved to be the difference because Ozzie Albies, a little base hit, and it was not a hard hit once again. In fact, the only hard hits that really took place yesterday that I can think of off the top of my head is 2 hard hits by Matt Olson, the single by Freddie Freeman in the first, and of course the double in that situation, and then in the 9th inning with Shohei Ohtani hitting a triple that unfortunately left him on third base with nobody out.
Runner in scoring position off the jump in the 8th against Tanner Scott. Ozzie Albies steps up and in and delivers the game winner in Atlanta. Here's how it sounded last night between the Braves and the Dodgers.
This is going to drop. Ozzie brings in an Olsen. In an oh-so-good moment for Atlanta. The Bravos back on top here in the 8th.
Courtesy of Braves Vision. And Cody, oftentimes when we play a highlight and you can hear the sound and the pop of the bat, it sounds a lot larger and louder than that one did right there. And you heard the Braves play-by-play announcer, Brandon Godden, say, that's going to drop. That was the story last night for the Dodger pitching staff, allowing 4 runs. But to your point, outside of Matt Olson, nothing was hit all that hard last night in Truist Park.
Absolutely. And that includes the Dodgers themselves. And it goes right in there with this whole situation. The Dodgers starting lineup right now has not been swinging the bat great. I've been talking about that for weeks and weeks and weeks, and especially those first 6 hitters. And I got to say, the bottom of the lineup has really been doing a lot of heavy lifting for weeks after weeks after weeks. I mean, Hunter Fiducia with a couple of very big hits. Alex Call with a couple of big hits. We saw even Kyle Tucker get in the hit game at one point. There were bright spots, but not bright enough. At the end of the day, this team went 3 for 12 with runners in scoring position. They left 11 on base. That cannot happen. I don't know what else to say other than October rolls around and Shohei Ohtani gets himself a leadoff triple in the 9th inning. You expect one of your 2 Hall of Famers back behind him to get something done. Unfortunately, Mookie Betts doesn't get it done and Freddie Freeman doesn't get it done. But also, and I do see it's in the chat, and I do want to highlight this because it is a fair point. What the hell was Freddie and Mookie doing in the 9th inning? They were not professional at bats, absolutely clueless baseball, and that was from Greg69. And listen, I hear what you're saying, but that was Raisel Iglesias on the mound. He is a pitcher who has, in only his, 49 innings, 52 strikeouts. He's got 28 saves. He's one of the best closers in baseball for a reason. So as much as I want to say not professional at bats, dude, hitting is hard. I don't know what else to tell you. This is a 9-inning ball game where there were like 3 hard contacts. Pitching has never been better. And those of you that think hitting's been worse, it hasn't been. Hitting's actually never been better. The pitching has just gone. In the history of baseball, it's almost like, you know how you see those 2 line charts where one is going up and the other staying kind of the same? That is what baseball has been with pitching and hitting. Metrics and pitching have gone through the roof, which is why we see arms break down at an exponential rate these days. Because velocity is king, spin rate is king, and everybody has to have both.
Raisel Iglesias has been one of the best closers in the National League all year and really the last 2 years. He was an all-star this year in the National League. That was his 28th save last night, escaping a jam created by Shohei Ohtani's leadoff triple in the top of the 9th in 31 tries. To get hits off Iglesias, to get an opportunity to have your tying run 90 feet away and to not take advantage of that opportunity stings, but to even be in that opportunity against Raisel Iglesias is a really big thing. But that was a story last night, Cody. Top of the lineup, Shohei Ohtani, Freddie Freeman, Mookie Betts, a combined 2 for 15 at the dish with 2 strikeouts. Shohei Ohtani in what was a big second inning for the Dodgers when they played 2, courtesy of your guy, Alec Thomas, who has 3 games in a Dodger uniform.
Phenomenal pickup.
3 RBIs, an RBI in all. Hunter Fredusha coming up as well. Alex Call had a ribby last night in that spot. We'll talk about 7, 8, 9. Shohei Ohtani really had a chance to kind of blow things open in the top of the second, get the Dodgers right back on track. They had already played it 2. There were runners on first and second. Shohei Ohtani goes down looking with a strikeout that was overturned on an ABS challenge by Atlanta to end the inning. Top of the lineup, not so good last night. Bottom of the lineup, 7, 8, 9. Call, Thomas, Fedusha, 5 of 9, 3 RBIs. Every guy had a ribby. They also earned 2 walks. The bottom 3 hitters for Dave Roberts last night, reaching base safely 7 times in Atlanta.
It's funny. I want to highlight Alec Thomas again because, like, this guy, I knew when they signed him he was going to make an impact. I didn't know how it was going to be or when it was going to be, but I just knew that was the type of name that I'm like, ooh, that's a Tommy Edman. That is exactly the type of guy that you will inject into this lineup at some point. He will do something phenomenal. There are a couple of like ball players that are like this, and they can only go to a couple of teams where they're like, oh, that's going to really turn them into something. Kike Hernandez, another perfect example. Kike goes to Boston. Kike disappears. He's not the same guy. You bring him back to L.A., and the guy's a full-on goddamn hero. Like, it's just there's certain people in certain places. Andrew Vaughn over there in Milwaukee, kind of cast off by the Southside Chicago White Sox. I knew for a fact when the Brewers picked him up, I'm like, oh, that's a Pat Murphy guy.
Yeah.
Pat Murphy is going to get a lot out of him. Same thing I thought about Alex Thomas. The moment I heard him going to the Dodgers, I'm like, ooh, that's a Dave Roberts guy. Dave Roberts is going to get a lot out of him.
And Dave Roberts has already. The Dodgers have already. They kept him in Glendale, Arizona, to work on his swing. They sent him to the Maven Baseball Lab in Atlanta to figure out what was it working with his offensive approach. That's the Dodger development, and it has paid off for Thomas in a tough spot, now filling in for Andy Pages, and probably will do so for at least an additional month. Cody, when you look at this offensive lineup for the Dodgers last night, again, 2 for 15 at the top for Shohei Ohtani, there has been a storyline following LA this year. The curse of the 2-hole. Mookie Betts started out in that spot to start the lineup this season. Then Andy Pages, after a sensational first 2 months of the Major League Baseball season, firmly in that 2 spot. The RBIs and the offensive production started to dwindle ever so slightly. Freddie Freeman has hit second since the start of the series against the Pittsburgh Pirates. So now 4 games, he is 3 for 17 following a goose egg last night, 0 for 5 against the Braves. For the first time since July 28th, Frederick's batting average has dipped below 300. The curse of the 2-hole for the Dodgers seems to be rearing its ugly head again.
It was asked me yesterday in the chat during the show, Cody, what is going on with the 2-hole of the Dodgers? And I do not have an answer.
I don't think there's a justifiable or rational answer.
There just is no answer. My only answer I can give you is baseball's weird, man. That is it. Baseball's weird. Baseball is hard. And for some reason, batting behind Shohei Ohtani in between whichever Hall of Famer you're placing in the 3-hole is just an insurmountable, terrible hill to climb.
Wouldn't you think, though, batting behind Ohtani, the greatest baseball player we all have ever witnessed, would allow you opportunity because that pitcher is so focused on the leadoff guy being Shohei Ohtani each and every time?
Well, it's interesting. Like, history would say maybe somewhat the opposite because they're trying to go after that guy so much. So I'll give you an example. In 1961, Roger Maris, he hit 61 home runs that season, setting an American League record and a Major League record that lasted nearly 40 years. Do you know how many intentional walks that man had that year?
He hit 61 home runs in 61, intentional walks in the lead. Was he the lead? No, he wasn't the leadoff guy, was he?
He was not the leadoff guy.
This wasn't current baseball.
No.
I'm going to guess 40 intentional walks.
0 intentional walks.
Interesting.
0. Do you know why that is? Because the man hitting behind him was Mickey Mantle. The problem is you put Shohei Ohtani in the leadoff spot, you can't intentionally walk him. But you also, no matter which Hall of Famer you got behind him, Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman, none of them are Mickey Mantle. Mickey Mantle was always in scoring position by himself in that batter's box with nobody on base. You can't really say that about today's Freddie Freeman and Mookie Betts. In fact, you really never could say that specifically about Freddie Freeman.
Yeah.
Freddie Freeman is a hit maestro.
Yeah.
He's never been a full-on power guy. Now, he has power and has hit for power and has had humongous, massive home runs throughout his entire career. Maybe the biggest Dodger home run possibly hit since Kirk Gibson in that 2024 World Series Game 1, which I still can't believe I watched in real time.
Completely agree. That's worthy of a rewatch, by the way.
That would be worthy of a rewatch.
Yes.
But I'm just saying, like, it's an interesting spot where you guys put these guys in the lineup. Yeah. There is a reason where people are put where they are. Right now, for the Dodgers, the 2 spot is a borderline no man's land because they already got past leadoff Shohei Ohtani. And now it's almost like you're trying to reset up your power guys going forward. So really what you're looking for possibly, and this might be something Dave Roberts considers, he might need just a secondary leadoff man as opposed to the 9 spot, maybe moving Tommy Edman to the 2nd spot.
That's a very good suggestion, and I think a very sound idea because something is not working with the top of the lineup, especially in that 2-hole. And we have seen it now for the Dodgers really in this second half. The Dodgers against teams above 500, which of course the Atlanta Braves, the divisional leader in the National League East, are 6-14 in those 20 games against teams with a winning record currently. The Dodgers 6-14 against those teams above 500. Against teams below 500, including the Rockies and the Royals and the Pirates, of which the Dodgers have completed 3 consecutive sweeps, 13-2 post All-Star break. So 6-14 against teams with a winning record, 13-2 against teams that are below 500.
Listen, I am not Dave Roberts. I firmly believe Dave Roberts is the best manager in Major League Baseball. I've said this for years and years and years and years. I love Dave Roberts. I love how he handles a team. I love how he handles a lineup. But I have noticed they have not really gone that speed route for number 2. It's always kind of been by committee of Pages, who's got power, Mookie Betts, who is Mookie Betts, and Freddie Freeman. For the most part, that is kind of what it has been throughout the entire season. You could take a stab at Alek Thomas and play with him in that 2 spot. However, that might be a little too left-handed heavy. Right. The reason why I like that Tommy Edman spot in 2, switch hitter. Got a lot of opportunities there.
The Dodgers have not scored more than 4 runs against those teams with a winning record in their last 8 games, including last night in Atlanta, of course, only able to muster up 3. We will continue to break down Tyler Glasnow's return, his first start in more than 3.5 months, and how he looked tremendous in those final 4 innings of his day. And we will also continue to discuss the Dodgers' troubles at the top of the lineup, especially against those teams that are above 500. It's D. Fish and Decker on this Wednesday on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. On the other side of the break, as we get things rolling, LeBron James, when he leaves an NBA organization, what happens to that team the next year? It's not good. The Lakers trying to buck that trend in 2026-27. We'll detail why next.
Said he hated Shohei Ohtani. Trade him. Thank you. It's time to tell the truth. This man loved Shohei Ohtani more than Juliet loved Romeo. I once, for real, saw Doug McCain burst into tears when Ohtani gave up a single walk. When most people can't sleep, they count sheep. My co-host counts Ohtani home runs. Dolly Parton passed away today. Rest in peace. Really? One of the great American treasures. Islands in the Stream is my favorite Dolly Parton song. And that was before I heard Doug's version of it. And I'm going to do the best I can to recreate. This is what Doug sings in the breaks. Doug and Ohtani on the same team. This is what we are. No more in between. How can Doug and Ohtani be wrong? Sail away with me to another Shohei award. That's what Doug sings.
Goodness.
In the breaks. Most people, when they're sad or something's going wrong, therapist, right? Doug watches old clips of Shohei Ohtani being the greatest player of all time. This man loves Shohei more than Jack loved Rose, more than Antony loved Cleopatra, more than Mr. Darcy secretly adored Elizabeth. And the fact that I got in the way of that is a swear word tragedy. Doug would cross an ocean, walk across fire, fight a cyclops, endure working with me, allow 1,000 of his phones to be stolen and smuggled to Morocco. Anything, everything.
Cheap shot.
For Shohei Ohtani.
Wow! Give it up. Round of applause.
And it's why the love he felt led him. With great nuance, I did not deliver to want Ohtani to be in a situation of health that allowed him to hit, but perhaps pitch less. Did he call it an injury? Yes. Did I properly describe the love this man feels? Most people celebrate Valentine's Day. Doug doesn't. He celebrates Shohei Ohtani's birthday.
Wow.
Yeah.
Give it up. Give it up. I approve of that
Emotional.
message. I accept your apology.
Thank you.
But your probation starts now. Only thing I love more than Shohei Ohtani is probably the great Bill Ryder right here.
I got emotional.
And
I have a little tear in my left eye. Trying to get out of it. Trying to make a run for it.
This surgery might have saved Blake Snell's career. You have to understand, when you talk about losing feeling in your fingers, that is a bigger problem than you actually think. Remember the manufactured controversy of the sticky stuff that we were dealing with? That was a very manufactured thing. Now, were players using spider tack and things like that? Yes. Have they always used spider tack and things like that? Yes. Why do they use that? Because it limits the amount of pressure you need to put on the baseball, which actually helps your health. Tommy John surgeries are not because you're throwing your elbow out. Tommy John surgeries is because there's a connective chain from your UCL directly to your fingertips. And there is a direct correlation on the pressure you put on the baseball down into your elbow, which is completely unprotected the way you throw a baseball. So you take away the sticky stuff, you have to add more pressure on the baseball to get the same amount of movement. There you go. Tommy John surgeries spike up. Now, put yourself in a position that you're a professional major league pitcher and you can't even feel your fingertips.
We welcome you back to this Wednesday live right here on D-Fish and Decker. He is Cody Decker. I am Ben Stevens. And we are excited to have you here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. We teased it right before the break, Cody. But of course, LeBron James is no longer a Los Angeles Laker. LeBron James is about to play for his fourth NBA franchise, but has left a team now for the fourth time as well. In his two previous stints in Cleveland, the year after LeBron leaves the land, the Cavs, not so good. Even after he led the Miami Heat to 4 consecutive NBA Finals appearances, the following year in South Beach, not so good. In fact, here are the numbers. After his first 7 years in Cleveland, in 2010-11, when the Cavaliers no longer had LeBron after the first decision, they went 19-63. 4 years in Miami, in 2014-15, the year following LeBron's departure back to the land, the Heat, 8 games sub-500, 37-45. Then, in the last stop in Cleveland, 4 years, 4 NBA Finals appearances, finally bringing a championship to his home in Northeast Ohio. The following season in 18-19, his first in the purple and gold, the Cavaliers went 19-63. Are the Lakers in danger of being sub-500 with a monumental drop-off because LeBron James no longer plays in the City of Angels?
Are they in danger of it? I'm going to say they're not in danger of that. However, based on the sample size that we do currently have of the LeBron James teams that he does leave, it is a staggering 100%. And you can't say it's just a one-time thing or a two-time thing. 3 times is a very significant trend. However, in this particular situation, that is a Luka Doncic that he's leaving behind.
Correct.
That is an Austin Reeves that he's leaving behind.
Yes.
With an added Walker Kessler, with an added Quentin Grimes. I don't know, man. I think that this team is set up for success. I really do. I think this is going to be a very fun time. That being said, all of the noise around the Lakers, there's a part of me that's really excited and happy that these guys are over there having a fun time in Slovenia because they get to avoid all of the bleep show that's happening right now in Succession Season 5.
Yeah, that is a nice thing for them. The Slovenian summer. D-Fish even alluded to the idea that when you have that outside noise and you can kind of focus on your soul nucleus of coming together with all of that, you almost kind of create that boogeyman on the outside and you bond even quicker for a group that is all new and with also, each other. Yeah.
Let's be real clear. Let's talk about Luka. Dude's got divorce body.
He's looking good.
Dude looks sexy. Dude wants to just I'd watch out for Luka this season. He's seemingly got a lot to prove, and it's for a lot of different reasons.
For sure.
Let's go through the beer being pulled out of his face a couple of years ago in the
Finley, how dare you?
Unbelievable, how dare you? The fat Luka comment, so he gets in shape immediately, and now he's in the very best shape he's probably ever been in his entire career. Now you add the unfortunate personal stuff that's coming out into the public, which I never like seeing for anybody, whether they're an athlete, whether they're an actor, whether they're anything. That's not our business, but unfortunately, it's a TMZ world, and we're going to see it put in front of us. This dude also is going to be labored with this narrative, well, no LeBron James anymore, so what is it going to be? It's Luka's team. Luka knows how to run a team. Luka has gotten to an NBA Finals before with a worse team that is currently on the paper right now as the Los Angeles Lakers are.
It's a really good point, Cody Decker, because this team was not just, oh man, LeBron James left. What are we going to do? Maybe we can find something here. This team was crafted this summer with Luka Doncic as the focus, with this Luka being the cornerstone of the Los Angeles Lakers for now and hopefully for the foreseeable future. 2 years, 3 years under contract as the extension kicks in, entering 26-27. But of course, the player option entering 2028-29. So the Lakers have that sense of urgency to deliver results for Luka Doncic to keep him here. It's why some of the instability around the ownership drama is its own thing for Luka Doncic. But when you look at those teams that LeBron left, after his first 7 years with the Cleveland Cavaliers,
19 wins, tough.
He basically brought that Cleveland team on his back. Yes, we love Zydrunas Ilgauskas and Anderson Varejao, but also leaving in 2010-11 was Mike Brown, who was his coach as LeBron led the Cavs to the NBA Finals back in 06-07. In Miami, the year after LeBron leaves, they still have Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh.
They do.
But finish 8 games sub 500 at 37 and 45. And when he leaves Cleveland to head to Los Angeles, also departing with him was Kyrie Irving. So it was a depleted Cavaliers roster following the departure of LeBron. To your point, Cody Decker, this Lakers team was crafted around Luka Doncic, basically in anticipation that there was a very likely chance LeBron James would not remain in LA. Luka was their focus. Build a team, build an organization, build a franchise around their star in Luka. And that's exactly what the front office did this summer, which is why I am optimistic that post-LeBron, the Lakers are not going to suffer a disappointing season, sub 500, or even fall short of what their expectation is.
Listen, and what is their real expectation? Anywhere between, 5 and 3, maybe? Maybe it's more...
You're saying seeds in the Western Conference?
Conference, possibly lower to 6. Because let's be real clear here. As much as we want to sit around talking about, oh boy, the Lakers are amazing, they are a good team on paper. We don't know yet entirely until we see it. We know what we have in Austin Reeves. We obviously know what we have in Luka Doncic.
For sure.
I think we know what we have in Walker Kessler. That's more provided by health than anything else. A healthy Walker Kessler out there is going to be nasty, but an unhealthy one is useless, and that's what he's been for the last couple of years.
Walker Kessler only playing, I believe, in 4 games last year for the Utah Jazz, but when you look at what Walker Kessler has, 5 games a season ago, Walker Kessler over the span of the last 3 years, there are 3 guys in the NBA that have averaged at least 10 points, 10 boards, and multiple blocks per game. Victor Wembanyama, Anthony Davis, Walker Kessler. You are hoping for that healthy version. But again, the story this summer around Luka Doncic was build a team in his mold, build a team in his archetype, because Luka is that guy on the ball that you build around. He facilitates, he shoots a ton, he needs that volume. You have Austin Reeves to be the Robin to his Batman, but also be Batman when Luka Doncic is either not playing, off the floor, or having an off night. Check. Austin Reeves is back, 4 years, $180 million. A guy like Walker Kessler, Cody Decker, is that guy that runs the rim both ways. He can be that lob threat. He can be your interior presence, providing some scoring in the post offensively, and most notably, because Doncic and Reeves are not exactly the most stellar defenders, you need to kind of filter things defensively to him near the rim. He is that fearsome rim defender. Okay, so you've got those big 3. You have the big contracts. Check, check, check from Rob Pelinka and the front office. Now, how do you fill out the rest of the starting 5? You need a point of defense perimeter player on the wing who has a little bit of offensive spark, as he has shown in building up his game the last few years. Quentin Grimes. Check for me.
Yes.
And then at the 4 spot, we'll figure out, we talked about it with D-Fish yesterday, is it Jake LaRavia? Is it Jared Vanderbilt because there's a little bit more defense? Or is it Sandro Mamukelashvili who provides the shooting from the outside, better than 39% from three last year in that stretch four identity? In terms of construction, you have to see it work. But in terms of roster construction, surrounding Luka Doncic, I am very happy with how the Lakers trend into 2026-27.
Very much so. And that big over there in Walker Kessler is going to be enormous. But the other thing that I just love is that the fact is this team is set up to play defense. And that is something I feel like we haven't seen in quite a while. Quite frankly, since AD got the Defensive Player of the Year that year where he stayed completely healthy. I'm excited to watch this team. I don't know what else to say. The problem is the insurmountable hill that is the Western Conference, man. Because we know who the top two teams are there. So let's just go ahead and throw them out. But we also got the Rockets coming back healthy, and they're going to be nasty. We got the new-look Timberwolves. They're going to be nasty. Golden State might be old, but you know they still got that George Foreman puncher's chance at all times. Oh, and by the way, did anyone forget that the Joker is still in Denver?
Yeah.
Because he's the best living basketball player.
Denver has had a very interesting offseason with the trade of Peyton Watson. You know that we have already started the campaign for Jokic. Maybe, just maybe, if things get crazy at altitude to come to Los Angeles.
It would be a dream, but I don't see a universe.
I don't think it's a realistic possibility, but you know I like to start some things.
I would kill for it.
And throw those seeds out there just in case the harvest comes.
I would give up just about anything to get my hands on Jokic.
What would you give up?
Name it.
Tangible object. Would you give up your Cadillac?
No. No, you don't go after my
Guess you don't want it that bad.
Stop it. There are some things you don't touch. Daddy's Cadillac is on the list.
You have a huge shoe closet.
Okay, I'm listening.
Would you be willing to depart with your fourth favorite shoe?
Oh, fourth?
Fourth. I'm talking a top 5 shoe.
Okay, that is going to be one of my particular Air Force
Can you see
Ones.
it in your mind? Okay,
I
there's an
do.
Air Force One.
I have this really incredible brown-white Air Force One. It's a high top. It's my only high top.
But think about Nikola Jokic in a Laker jersey.
But that jump shot's pretty sweet. So I'll take Joker over those Air Force Ones.
Wow. Okay.
In fact, I'll go a step further. I am a shoe guy, as you all know. Here. I'm rocking today these really phenomenal Nikes right now. These are actually.
I like the shoelaces.
These old things. Yeah, a little bit of
it's a
teal
nice
action.
little colorway. It almost looked like a Kobe at first when you were taking it off.
Yeah.
That might be more.
This is called the Nike Problem Solver 9. It is a shoe. It is one of their wonderful one. I love this shoe. I spent 2 years trying to get this shoe. Joker, it could be yours. You want to come? You want to come to the Lakers?
Nikola?
It's all yours, buddy.
Nikola?
I will give you my entire shoe collection. That's how much I would give anything to get Joker over here.
Listen, Hollywood Park's still up and running. Nikola Jokic could
build you chariots.
For sure. I will personally build a chariot to Nikola Jokic's identity if he wants that to be a part of horse racing.
Are you a hell of a builder? Are you good at carpentry?
But I can learn.
He's a big man.
You're good at building.
I can build.
I hire
builders. Good is like is really relative. I have built like a massive home studio, but I will tell you, it could possibly fall to pieces at any given moment.
I hope it doesn't. But again, Nikola Jokic is the future. Maybe we are focusing on the present of 26 and 27. And I think to your point, the Western Conference is absolutely stacked. In the clear distinction the Lakers needed to go after this summer, that every team in the West has to have that decision, is are we closer to climbing the mountaintop to get to the San Antonio Spurs and the Oklahoma City Thunder? Do you think this version of the Lakers, as compared to last year's roster that was a top 4 seed in the Western Conference, do you think Luka and the Lakers in 26-27 are closer to the Thunder and Spurs than last year's team?
I would say yes. The reason why I'm going to say yes is not necessarily because I think that it's just an amazing team. It's because they just have more options, and that defensive option alone is huge, especially going up against OKC. Yeah, we saw the Lakers just get exposed against Oklahoma City. And here's the thing, we knew they were going to get exposed.
Yeah.
We knew they would get exposed if they were entirely healthy, let alone going in there, limping in with only LeBron James, basically. And, of course, Austin Reeves did come back, but too little too late.
Right.
Without Luka, there was just absolutely no chance this was going to happen. That being said, I think there are... I'll just go off what D-Fish said, because I will always defer to what D-Fish says when it comes to the construction of basketball teams. This team gives them so many options to play. They can go night by night with a different type of lineup, and it would be just as effective as the team before. I'm really excited to see what this team could look like in the hands of Luka and this supporting cast.
And let's not mince words, right? When LeBron James leaves a place based on his very illustrious track record, that place gets worse. We have seen that happen throughout his career. He led the Heat to 4 straight finals appearances. He led the Cavs quickly to 4 straight finals appearances, 8 straight for LeBron. He brought the Lakers back to the playoffs finally in the COVID year in the bubble and won them an NBA championship as well. They have been to the playoffs 4 consecutive years entering 2025 or entering 2026-27, and we know the dark days before LeBron showed up in 18-19. But things are different when Luka Doncic remains on the roster and you built around Luka Doncic. We give you the updates of the 97-1 The Fan Fantasy Draft and what Cody Decker might be thinking with his upcoming pick and a man that wears silver and black in Ashton Genty. We'll do that on the other side here on this Wednesday morning on D-Fish and Decker.
Said he hated Shohei Ohtani. I betrayed him.
Big time.
Thank you. It's time to tell the truth. This man loved Shohei Ohtani more than Juliet loved Romeo. I once, this is real, saw Doug McCain burst into tears when Ohtani gave up a single walk. When most people can't sleep, they count sheep. My co-host counts Ohtani home runs. Dolly Parton passed away today. Rest in peace.
Really? One
of the great American treasures. Islands in the Stream is my favorite Dolly Parton song. And that was before I heard Doug's version of it. And I'm going to do the best I can to recreate. This is what Doug sings in the breaks. Doug and Ohtani on the same team. This is what we are. No more in between. How can Doug and Ohtani be wrong? Sail away with me to another Shohei award. That's what Doug sings.
Goodness.
In the breaks. Most people, when they're sad or something's going wrong, therapist, right? Doug watches old clips of Shohei Ohtani being the greatest player of all time. This man loves Shohei more than Jack loved Rose, more than Antony loved Cleopatra, more than Mr. Darcy secretly adored Elizabeth. And the fact that I got in the way of that is a swear word tragedy. Doug would cross an ocean, walk across fire, fight a cyclops, endure working with me, allow 1,000 of his phones to be stolen and smuggled to Morocco. Anything, everything.
Cheap shot.
For Shohei Ohtani.
Wow. Give it up. Round of applause.
And it's why the love he felt led him. With great nuance, I did not deliver to want Ohtani to be in a situation of health that allowed him to hit, but perhaps pitch less. Did he call it an injury? Yes. Did I properly describe the love this man feels? Most people celebrate Valentine's Day. Doug doesn't. He celebrates Shohei Ohtani's birthday.
Wow.
Yeah.
Give it up. Give it up. I approve of that
Emotional.
message. I accept your apology.
Thank you.
But your probation starts now. Only thing I love more than Shohei Ohtani is probably the great Bill Ryder right here.
I got emotional.
And
I have a little tear in my left eye. Trying to get out of it. Trying to make a run for it.
This surgery might have saved Blake Snell's career. You have to understand, when you talk about losing feeling in your fingers, that is a bigger problem than you actually think. Remember the manufactured controversy of the sticky stuff that we were dealing with? That was a very manufactured thing. Now, were players using spider tack and things like that? Yes. Have they always used spider tack and things like that? Yes. Why do they use that? Because it limits the amount of pressure you need to put on the baseball, which actually helps your health. Tommy John surgeries are not because you're throwing your elbow out. Tommy John surgeries is because there's a connective chain from your UCL directly to your fingertips, and there is a direct correlation on the pressure you put on the baseball down into your elbow, which is completely unprotected the way you throw a baseball. So you take away the sticky stuff, you have to add more pressure on the baseball to get the same amount of movement. There you go. Tommy John surgeries spike up. Now, put yourself in a position that you're a professional major league pitcher and you can't even feel your fingertips on the baseball.
Crazy.
You don't actually know the pressure that you're putting on the ball completely. That's going to lead to a devastating elbow injury that could easily derail the career of Blake Snell. Luckily, he's got paid all this money, but I can't stress this enough. Blake Snell wants to be on the mound. So this surgery cured like 9 ailments all in one. The finger situation, and it cured a shoulder situation. By the way, when you hear shoulder with a pitcher, that usually means their career is over. I can't wait to see what he can do coming back. I'm expecting a good outing. Blake Snell's expecting to dominate, and that's why I love Blake Snell. Did Nick Van Exel ever have an issue with you coming in? It's like, oh, this guy's coming for my gig. Because at the end of the day, when you draft a guy, kind of coming for your gig a little bit, at least a little bit.
No, for sure. I'm sure he felt that way. The best story I have, which still pisses me off to this day, is the summer before we started training camp, UCLA men's gym over on the UCLA campus is like, that was the hub and still is in a lot of ways for summer basketball.
Oh, yeah. Great spot over there,
pick-up games, 5-on-5s, all the best guys in the league end up there at some point throughout the summer. And on this day, I go over there to play and compete. And Nick Van Exel's on one team, I'm on another team. But Magic Johnson is there on the sideline, just kind of there. I think he was on one of the teams. I think his team lost, which was almost impossible because Magic was always going to, if the game was tied 6-6 and we're going to 7, Magic was going to make sure his team got to 7. So I won't say more. But so Nick Van Exel and I are matched up against each other, and he was cooking. But Magic is literally on the sideline enjoying the fact.
That's me imitating the NFL draft decision clock, as is Team Big Deck Energy on the clock in the 97-1 The Fan Fantasy Football Draft.
I am not on the clock yet, but yes, we do have a new poll, and I do want to get into that. But real quick, I just want to do a quick little shout-out to Lindsay. Lindsay, you're not only holding up the draft, I'd actually make the statement, you're holding up the network and this show and my life right now.
I did get an update from Lindsay.
She's awake?
She is awake.
Yep.
But she is driving to the station, and she did not make her pick when she woke up.
Okay, pull over is fine. But I agree, do not do distracted driving. So shout out to Lindsay.
Make your damn pick before you get in the car.
This is L.A. Okay. There's going to be a lot of red lights and traffic.
That's true.
Just stop and make a pick.
Every morning on my way here down Washington.
And she's coming up to 405, so she might be stopped anyway.
Oh, completely. She might as well be parked.
Listen, I think that Lindsay is making the right decisions right now. I agree with Raj, though. Commissioner Raj, the master of everything, that this pick should have been made.
Don't give Raj that much power.
The master.
That is such an embarrassing thing.
This is the fourth fantasy football league that he is the commissioner of.
Do never refer to Raj as the master.
Hype man Raj.
I'm okay with that.
The coordinator of it all.
Crooked-ass Raj is the answer.
Whoa!
All applied. That was the name given to me in the chat.
That's fair. By the way, is video producer Crash, is Mitch a part of this fantasy football league? Or did he just make the designs for the pieces of paper that you all pulled out of the hat yesterday?
I just taught Mitch who 2 out of the 3 names that were on Cody's wish list were.
Jesus. By the way, just for the record, that would have meant Mitch would have won this league. You know that, right? That's how this always works. It's always the person has no goddamn idea what they're doing that always wins these things.
All right, so at the Fan LA on YouTube, get involved in the chat. You can help Big Deck Energy, Cody Decker, with the 7th pick, but now on the flip in the 2nd round, make his 2nd round selection. We asked you, who should Cody take with his 2nd pick in the Fan?
And I am between these 3 players.
And we are between these 3 players. George Pickens, wide receiver, Dallas Cowboys. Rashee Rice, wide receiver, Jail, and the Kansas City Chiefs. Brock Bowers, tight end of the Las Vegas Raiders. Right now, Brock Bowers in the lead. Would you give Bowers the slight edge in how you are looking at this determination?
Obviously, it all depends on what Lindsay decides to pick, so I don't want to give away too much.
I hope she's not listening, actually.
No, she probably is. And Lindsay, maybe 1 or 2 of these is a fake. Maybe I'm trying to throw you off. Maybe I don't even want any of these 3, and I'm trying to get you to make a foolish pick. Ha, ha, ha. You don't know what's happening right now, because I don't know what's happening right now. So you got no way to prepare for me. That being said, it's hard to take a tight end in the second round. It's hard to take a tight end in the second round.
Yes.
Will you let the 97.1 The Fan family, that of course joins us on YouTube, and you can as well in the chat, make the selection for you? What if the vote is on one side? Whoever wins the vote, we'll give it 45 minutes or so, maybe even an hour.
Are you okay with doing that with a second round
selection? You say you're a man of the
selection?
people. Are you really a man of the people?
Wow.
Bro, 1, I've never said I'm a man of the people. And 2, I'm not. But, all right. Here's the deal. Brock Bowers is leading. And Brock Bowers would not be a bad pick. He's going to get a lot of points in this league.
He is. Half-point PPR.
But, man, a second-round tight end is just real hard for me to swallow.
I'm not going to tell you who I voted for just yet, but we had a conversation in the commercial break that I think Brock Bowers' positional value might be a little bit higher than both Pickens and Rice.
And here's the thing. I firmly believe Kirk Cousins is going to be named the starter.
Correct.
You're telling me Kirk Cousins isn't going to Brock Bowers a lot?
But here's the thing, too. We talked about, and you teased it, we talk about another name that may fall to you in the third round that's on the same damn team.
So that was the next question, Raj, because wearing silver and black as a young star for that offense and in this league is Brock Bowers. But I think that if he was fully healthy and it didn't seem as though his right leg needed to be amputated on Sunday afternoon, that Ashton Genty might not be available even in the second round, but yet he is still there. In his Tuesday press conference, head coach Clint Kubiak in Vegas was asked about Ashton Genty and an updated injury timeline, and all he had to say was, quote, on the mend. A follow-up about his timeline, and could he miss the start of the season? Quote, on the mend. Would Cody Decker consider taking Ashton Genty in round number 2?
Well, it's going to depend if he's in round number 2.
Yeah, right here.
No. And it's not because I don't love Ashton Genty. I do love Ashton Genty. My issue is very, very, very simple.
Okay.
Dude, I just, I don't know when we're getting him back. And the way they reacted of him basically having his leg torn off the other day with a prayer circle and finding out it's only a sprained ankle. Granted, we don't know the severity of the sprain. It could be a very sprained ankle. But the fact that I don't have a clue on how many games this guy might miss, it could be 1 week. It could be 6 weeks. I can't waste my second-round pick on that much of an unknown. It makes sense why people passed on Matthew Stafford last year. He was a complete unknown going into last season in the fantasy world.
Yeah.
Me? I like having something that's a little more known. And it's even here in the thing. Kirk Cousins had Pitts, and they sucked. That is a fair response to the Brock Bowers pick. Dang it!
That is a fair response. I think Brock Bowers is a little bit better than Kyle Pitts. There is always the optimism around Pitts coming off a career year. I think Brock Bowers in a Clint Kubiak system would be a lot better than anything Kirk Cousins and Kyle Pitts were able to put forth for the Atlanta Falcons. It should be noted that if Ashton Genty, despite this not being significant as in season ending or missing a good majority of it, is placed on the PUP list, the physically unable to perform list, at any time before we get to the Raiders season opener in 2.5 weeks, that would mean he misses a minimum of at least 4 games. And of course, in fantasy football, when your teams only play 17 games, you're talking about a third of your regular season. So I understand the hesitation there for Ashton Genty.
Can't do it.
But if it is just an ankle sprain and maybe he misses a week or 2 of the regular season,
then you can convince me in a slightly lower round. I mean, maybe if the third or fourth round comes around and somehow he's still available, we can have that conversation. But Daddy does need to get himself a wide receiver and a quarterback at some point.
I think you wait on QB.
How long these days?
I think till the 4th, 5th, or maybe even 6th round.
Dude, 6th round?
6th round.
I'm with you on the 4th or 5th.
This is probably Monday's show for what it's worth.
This is a slow-ass draft.
Listen,
man.
I am not involved in the draft. I have reached out to a few producers on this network that I would consider friends to maybe be a draft advisor, including one that will draft with the final pick of the second round in our man producer Peyton. So we shall see if I advise him that Ashton Genty is worth the risk. By the way, the injury report to Ashton Genty and what his season looks like in 2026 brought to you by Ozeron Law, the injured worker hotline. If Clint Kubiak tells the media, and it very clearly was a planned 3-word phrase, on the mend twice, and doesn't go into further detail, is that Clint Kubiak, first-time head coach, kind of finding his footing with injury timelines and timetables, or do you think that is cause for concern about Ashton Genty's status moving forward?
I do not think it's cause for concern of Ashton Genty's status. I think what Clint Kubiak has been doing so far, I think it's just very on brand on how he's been actually handling the media. He has been very, very direct, very on point, and he has not been playing any games. Like the juxtaposition of probably the 2 teams we talk the most about on this network right now, between the Rams and probably the Raiders, the juxtaposition between Sean McVay and Clint Kubiak is very palpable. One is borderline a fun-loving guy who will give you a quote no matter what. Clint Kubiak is just answers so directly and robotically right now. It's no nonsense over there with the Raiders. It's a very interesting Raiders team. Like the Raiders are not, in their history, a buttoned up suit-going type of group. This is a team that has more penalties than like any other team Ever. That's what the Raiders do. The autumn wind is a pirate that will come and drag you around, back and down, over and over again, laughing as he does it.
Is that the actual words? Are those the actual words?
Pretty damn close.
That's again, it's fantastic how you do that.
Oh, that whole thing.
If the Sable family ever bring back NFL films, Cody Decker needs to be auditioning for that role for the voiceover man.
Audition. Daddy doesn't audition.
Okay, Daddy doesn't audition. Cody Decker gets the role. Sable family, if you ever bring back NFL films and need the autumn wind, is a Raider. So Ashton Genty, you're not going to go with your second round pick, whenever Lindsay makes her decision. But again, you can vote who Cody Decker should take second over with his second pick in the 97-1 The Fan Fantasy Football Draft. And did we get a clear determination on whoever wins this vote if you will follow suit and make that pick?
Here's the problem, though.
Okay.
There might be some saboteurs in here. Lindsay might be voting right now.
No, she's driving.
She's driving.
Not in the
I don't
chat.
believe you people. I understand that she's driving, but I have a feeling that, no. Everyone texts and drives. I don't support it. None of us should do it.
Right.
Everyone shouldn't do it.
Right.
Everyone should be safe out there.
Good.
But you're sitting there in your hearts of hearts. You have all done it.
Only at a red light.
But you've done it.
Or if you drive a car that texts for you and I don't even have to touch anything.
That's nice,
Right.
too. I can do that.
Anti-robot, though.
I'm
Raj.
just saying, we've all at least done it or dabbled in it. I know for a fact Lindsay is in this chat right now, just
mind
hitting,
games.
smashing the button on the player she wants me to take.
Now, can we ask Raj who Crash did not know of the three options listed? George
Yeah.
Pickens,
Seriously,
Rasheed
so-
Rice, and Brock Bowers? This is the second round, by the way. We're not like round 12 drafting a rookie.
As we know, Crash, our video producer, he kindly puts up the poll. I'll suggest something, and I say, hey, my man, let's put up a poll here. Who should Cody take with the second round pick? And I said, first being Pickens. I said, do you know who that is? My man said George. I was surprised. I was surprised.
Pickens is the one that he
And then I
knows.
said, okay, then second Rice. He said, Jerry?
Okay. That would be a
said
great
no.
second round pick in his prime.
It really would be a great pick. I'd consider taking him
At
now.
least he didn't say Ray. That's
Then
good.
I told him Rashid. He commenced to spell it in another language or something. So I had him look it up. And then I said Bowers. Surely you know Bowers. And he just
I'll tell you this. If there's one thing I just took away from that, sounds like I should be taking George Pickens, because at least he knows who it is.
Or because video producer Crash knows about it, maybe you want to avoid it.
Oh,
because
maybe.
his football knowledge does not
I see
sound
what
all
you're
that
saying.
robust.
See, I can go anywhere. I can do anything, baby.
Mind games, Lindsay,
Maybe
for
I
you
don't
listening.
even want these three. Maybe I'm going completely rogue and grabbing Lamar Jackson way too early.
But it does sound as though you will not firmly commit to the idea that whoever wins this poll in the next hour or so at the Fan LA on YouTube, that will be your pick.
I am not, as of now, committing to it, but I just might in the next hour.
There's no money at stake, but there's a championship belt in the 97
Apparently,
Fan
Oh,
Fantasy
nice one's
Football.
coming our way. Ricky Darling got something together for us in promotions. I picked it out yesterday. It's going to be nice.
Wow. Nice. Commissioner Raj showing the power and leading the show as he does. Hour number 2, we continue our reactions to Tyler Glasnow's return last night in Atlanta, despite the Dodgers dropping the game to the Braves. That's next.
Rams are playing the Chargers on Thursday, that final preseason game at SoFi. Now, we had heard from Harbaugh that the starters are going to play 2 series. Now, the Chargers starters played 1 series in preseason game 2. So the fact that he just, they're bumping it up to 1 more, because when we watched it, we're like, that kind of feels like a tease. We needed to see more in a new Mike McDaniel offense. Justin Herbert, we got nothing. Okay, we got nothing, and we need to see a little more if I'm going to believe in what this new system is come week 1. So we know the Rams aren't going to have any of their starters out there. That's not what they do. But as you mentioned, it's going to be great for the battles of those final roster spots for the Rams to say, oh, look look what I did against a starting roster.
Yeah, imagine if you're Cam Lampkin or Alex Cook or a bevy of other names who are fighting for those final 4 to 5 spots on the Rams roster. You get an opportunity to go out there against starters, whereas typically the final preseason game, you're competing against other backups. And if you go out there and ball, you really have to elevate your game and play the game of your life to really show, okay, you were against third string, but you played so well that your spot is solidified. How rare of an opportunity it is to go out there in the third preseason game fighting for a final spot against the starting caliber NFL offense. And the Chargers are expected to have one of the top ones, because if you can go out there as a linebacker and handle that Chargers offensive line and Omari Hampton, if you can go out there as a DB and handle Ladd McConkey as a DB and make a play against a Justin Herbert pass, that goes a long way, because again, for this final preseason game, you're not just auditioning for the Rams, you're auditioning for the entire NFL. You go out there and ball, Jim Harbaugh may say, hey, that guy that the Rams released tore us up the other day. Bring him over. Anyone who is making decisions between the final preseason game and Sunday when you got to cut down rosters will be looking at this tape, and it is a tremendous opportunity for those guys.
There's a new home for LA sports. The new 97.1 The Fan.
Oh, my goodness!
Live, local,
We back, baby.
and in your feed.
Yeah.
Bring your opinions.
Shohei Ohtani!
Bring your love for the game. Join 5-time Lakers champion Derek Fisher and the voices connecting LA sports fans every day. The new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports.
Have you ever had a head coach or manager just tear you a new ass? Because I have definitely had that done to me a couple times.
I was like so terrified of having that happen.
Really? Oh, yeah.
That
I was very lucky it was behind closed doors, but boy, oh boy, Bud Black tore me to shreds once.
Yeah, I mean, like my high school coach stopped the drill one time. Jerry Sloan, when I was with the Jazz, I was whispering on the side. He was talking about something on the other side of the floor, and I guess he could maybe hear me a little bit, and he just turned and was like, do you want to include everybody else in the conversation?
He went like school teacher.
Yeah, you want to share with the class?
Yes.
You passing notes?
Yeah. And man, my high school coach, like he blew a whistle, and like we were doing like a 3-on-2 fast break drill, and I threw a behind the back pass. It was successful pass, but he blew the whistle like, don't you ever even think twice about doing that.
Did you ever do it in the league, though?
In the league, yeah.
Yes,
sure.
I'll take that, college coach.
Sure.
And then do you get on the kids now for behind the back passes or a little showboating?
I do, but what I try to help them understand is there's a time and place for everything. Behind the back passes when it's a tie game in the first quarter is not the time to try something.
So when is it?
If we're up by a big score and the game is pretty.
Rise and shine, Los Angeles. It's a Wednesday morning on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. He is former Major League Baseball player Cody Decker. I am Ben Stevens. It is D. Fish and Decker. Last night in Atlanta, the Dodgers dropped the opener to the Braves 4-3. We'll react to Tyler Glasnow and his return for the first time on the bump in a Dodger uniform in more than 3.5 months in just a matter of moments. But let's update everybody that has been listening in the opening hour. We are into round number 2 of the 97.1 The Fan Fantasy Football Draft. Has Lindsay made her decision?
No, she
Lindsay
is not.
Polaris, come on.
Lindsay, either drive faster.
Yeah, drive faster.
Or pull over.
There's no traffic on the 405 at 6:40.
How are you not here yet?
When do you think the pick will be made? We're giving the poll some time. Are we going to do it to start the 8 a.m. hour? We have a guest.
I think so. I think it'll be this hour. I
This
think we'll
hour.
get a chance in this hour
Yeah.
to do this. And you know what? I haven't fully decided whether or not I'm going to let the group decide, but I did just run some more numbers.
Uh-oh.
And I will say, on that list, I'm not going to tell you who it is, Lindsay, but on that list, someone is standing out a little bit for me right now.
Big Deck Energy going for the win this year. What number is the Fantasy Football League in terms of all the leagues that you are a part of?
Oh, what do you mean? What we define that?
Is this your second league?
It
Your
is my
third
second league.
Second league.
Second
Okay.
league.
All right. Fair enough.
I actually.
So there
gone the
will be
last
a
2
lot of
years.
focus to
There
the
will
office
be.
league.
No,
Okay.
it's going to be my most important league.
Yeah,
it's just
for
my
sure.
second
Bragging
one that
rights.
I'm doing at the moment, and I have to say, This is my first foray back into fantasy. I've taken the last 2 years off.
Okay.
And I'm very excited to get back into it. So I am very appreciative of Raj of putting this league together.
It is a big, big thing around the office to maybe have that championship belt. You have video producer Crash on your side. He has let it be known in the chat. It is Team Big Deck Energy this year. Raj has his own team, as does D-Fish. I will advise some, but of course root on the show of D-Fish and Decker, because if the championship belt could be there from 6 to 10 a.m., every single morning
with my name just right across it,
that'd be a good sign.
And I'm talking, I hope it looks specifically like the big gold belt from the old WCW days,
Yeah.
you know, the one that has
Huge.
the placard in there. I want it to say Ric Flair in that spot. I want my name smack dab in the middle of that plate.
Now, let me ask you one final question before we get to Tyler Glasnow and his return last night in Atlanta. For the betterment of the show, will you also be cheering on Raj and D-Fish if Team Big Deck Energy does not win?
It depends. It depends. You know, it depends. And this is a very, very serious reason.
For
and
sure.
it on the surface, yes, of course, I want to support my friends. I want to support my team. I want to support my show. But Raj talks a lot. Raj talks a lot of crap. A lot of it.
Yeah.
And I have a feeling that if we go head-to-head in a matchup, and he happens to get more points that week, I'm not going to hear the end of it of Raj. And if that happens throughout this year, they're good. There might be a chance of, you know what, I like that team that Brock Bowers put together, that Brock Vereen put together.
I think that Raj is going to be the league's biggest smack talker, by far.
I think he's going to be the number one villain.
Yeah.
Raj, how did you not name your team Crooked Ass something?
Well, there's still time for a name change, we will revisit.
Are you the worst trash talker in these leagues?
No doubt.
I don't think so. Not in a bravado way. Maybe in a condescending way. You know what I mean? But not in a beat my chest type of thing.
No, I could see myself making a pick that a little too early is like, oh.
What if it's like
Seattle
sneaky,
defense there? Huh?
Like
I encourage those things actually.
D-Mac. Maybe it could be D-Mac. Who knows? We'll see who talks the most smack in the Fantasy Football League. And by the way, I feel like this guy probably talks some smack throughout his time. Dane Cook performing at Yamava Theater on Friday, September 11th. And if you are caller number...
let's go with...
You were pick 7. Should we go 7?
Because I want to hear Lindsay's voice very, very badly on top of her making her pick, let's go with pick number 3.
Pick numero 3. One winner per day gets a pair of tickets to the show at Yamava Theater, and you can bring a guest if you are caller number 3, 855-975-2326. It is Dane Cook at the Yamava Theater on Friday, September 11th, and you get a $50 slot play voucher. FYI, of course, winner and guest must be at least 21 years old. Again, that is 855-975-2326. Be caller number 3 here to D-Fish and Decker. Dodgers opener last night on the road in Atlanta. Does not go the way for L.A. They fall 4-3 following an Ozzie Albies RBI single in the bottom of the 8th that was the game winner for Atlanta. But, of course, the big story entering Tuesday in the ATL was Tyler Glasnow making his return. His first start since May 6th. He goes 5 strong, and after allowing 3 earned, Cody, in the bottom of the first, he retires 14 of the final 16 batters that he faces. He strikes out the side in the second, and he looked pretty stout. Although the Dodgers lost, would you consider last night in Atlanta, because of how Tyler Glasnow looked on the mound, a success for Los Angeles?
Yes, I would. But I want to really put a caveat to that. I know you guys are all hearing me saying that a loss shouldn't be a success. I hear you. But I'm looking big picture here, man. One game lost on August 25th in a very important series, yes, no doubt, but we got 2 more games left in the series. The Dodgers got their arms back on the mound, and quite frankly, getting Tyler Glasnow out there, looking the way that he looked, is exactly what I wanted. Now, was it a little shaky out the gate? Yes, but it wasn't shaky out the gate for the things I was worried about. I was worried if he was not in the strike zone, which his rehab starts had already proven that he was in the strike zone. 20 Ks in, 13 innings that he was in? Phenomenal job there. He comes out here. I wanted to see 80-plus pitches. I wanted to see him get past the 5th or 6th inning. I wanted to see him strike guys out. 7 strikeouts, 0 base on balls, and the hits that he gave up in the first, for the majority and most part, bloop singles.
Yep.
Not a lot of hard contact. In fact, really only one hard contact off of him, which was a single that just got by Freddie Freeman, which often doesn't happen.
Yeah.
On a normal day, Freddie Freeman makes that play. I thought this was an incredibly productive day for the Dodgers, considering the fact that what they needed to see was Tyler Glasnow back. Because again, Dave Roberts on this show, I will say it till I'm blue in the face. He said it here. He said it before. This team is built for October. You get him ready for October, we're gold. You get the staff healthy for October, we're gold. The Dodgers have barely been healthy pitching staff-wise in the last couple of Octobers. 2 World Series.
This pitching staff, assembled by Andrew Friedman in the offseason and over the years to be the best that he had seen in more than a decade of running the Dodgers front office. They have not been fully healthy altogether. Tyler Glasnow is back, and that was before the blockbuster acquisition of Tarek Skubal. Tyler Glasnow did not pitch in the 2024 postseason, of which the Dodgers won their first of 2 consecutive World Series. He only made 3 starts last year as he was still trying to work his way back from injury, but did pitch in very monumental spots, including earning the save in Game 6 of the 2025 World Series. You mentioned Doc and what he looks at as this roster is trending toward the end of August with October on the horizon. Here's what Dave Roberts had to say last night in Atlanta following the return of Tyler Glasnow to the mound for the Dodgers.
I did. I thought he was fantastic. That first inning, obviously, it went long. But I thought all night long he threw the ball fantastic. And the stuff, the strikeouts, swing and miss, how we navigated that first inning to, not let it spiral, reset. And, he did everything he could to prevent runs tonight.
How this game?
Sportsnet LA there with the courtesy as well. Speaking of Dave Roberts, following the 4-3 loss for the Dodgers. And Cody, I think it's very easy to box score watch. We do not do that here on the new 97.1 The Fan. But if you look at Tyler Glasnow making his first outing since the beginning of May, and you see, man, the guy gave up 3 earned in his first inning in 3.5 months. Disaster. It's not necessarily the story. 35 pitches, had to exert himself. But as you alluded to, I believe the highest exit velocity off the bat of any of the 4 base knocks that Glasnow allowed in the opening frame was 95 miles per hour. That is not a very hard-hit baseball in Atlanta. The Braves, to their credit, got runners on, ducks on the pond, and they took advantage 4-3 earned. But what really stands out to me is Glasnow in that first start in 3.5 months, the resolve. He strikes out the side in the second.
Yes.
And again, he retires 14 of his final 16 batters that he saw last night against the Braves. Yes, the Dodgers lost. We'll talk about why that's important, especially against teams they are trending towards seeing in October. But if you want to be at your best for October, Tyler Glasnow should be involved for Los Angeles, and last night was a big step to that intended outcome.
Yes, it was. And here's the thing, like the aspects of Tyler Glasnow's game, absolutely huge. And I got to give Dave Roberts credit for one thing. It's kind of a standard thing. There's a couple of things that have been made standard to Major League Baseball over these last, I'd say, decade and a half. One, the 100 pitch limit. That is, just so you all know, that's not a thing. It's not a real thing. There's no quantifiable data that actually says 100 pitches should be anyone's limit. It's simply a made-up number. Now, what can be made more apparent as far as the number does, because the 100 does kind of coincide usually with getting to the 3rd time around a lineup. Often, you don't want to see your starting pitcher face a lineup 3 times unless they're absolutely dominant. So often, that kind of coincides around 90 to 105 pitches, so guys come out around that thing. And yes, there is fatigue after 100 pitches, but it's not necessarily because it's 100 pitches. The other thing is about 30 pitches for 1 inning. Normally, if you see a pitcher out there throwing 30 pitches in an inning, you're not going to see them out there for the next inning, period. And some teams have a hard line on that. Good on Dave Roberts and the Dodgers to recognize the situation in the first inning, because this was his first outing out there. We would be having a disaster episode right now if Tyler Glasnow was pulled after the first inning and we didn't see him the rest of that game. The panic would be palpable. We'd be having whole conversations about how Tyler Glasnow can't play in this team during October, yada, 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 yada. get him out there, strikes out the side, gets through 5 innings, leaves with a no-decision situation.
Yeah.
I can't stress enough, that was actually more encouraging than him going out there throwing 6 innings of no-hit baseball.
Final stat line for Tyler Glasnow last night. 5 innings, 3 earned, 6 hits, 4 of those 6 base knocks in that first inning, and 7 strikeouts. Not a single walk registered by Tyler Glasnow last night. 89 pitches in total, 55 within the zone. And we do have a winner in the Dane Cook giveaway at Yamava Theater on September 11th. Joe from Los Angeles. Lucky caller number 3.
Nice.
You don't think by chance that's Joe Cirallo, right?
Oh, it has to be Joe Cirallo.
I feel like
Joe, are you wearing a shirt? Joe Cirallo?
Joe, was a thirst trap posted recently by Joe from L.A. and going to see Dane Cook?
It's only 8 o'clock.
All right. So it probably is not Joe Cirallo, but we do love Joe Cirallo.
Yes,
and congratulations to Joe from Los Angeles for you and a guest going to Dane Cook at Yamava Theater on Friday, September 11th. And a $50 slot voucher as well.
Oh, baby!
Big money.
Hit them slots.
Sevens. Triple sevens.
You don't leave the table when you're on a heater. Just
Never.
ask Ketel Marte.
Never. And Ketel Marte still has not left that table, although he is expected to return at some point this week for the Arizona
Unless
Diamondbacks.
he's on a heater.
We'll see.
We'll see.
The D-backs are hoping he gets on a heater at the top of that lineup, which is something the Dodgers did not do last night. 2 of 15 in their first 3 batters. Shohei Ohtani leading off, Freddie Freeman in the 2 spot, Mookie Betts batting 3rd. 2 for 15, 2 strikeouts. Shohei Ohtani had a monumental chance, Cody, in the top of the second after the first 2 runs were plated by the Dodgers. Alec Thomas, 3rd straight game in a Dodger uniform.
Phenomenal.
3rd straight game with an RBI. Hunter Ferdusha bats him in with a ribby as well. Runners on first and second for Ohtani. He leaves him out there, struck out looking on an ABS challenge that was overturned in favor of Atlanta. You mentioned the numbers for the Dodgers with runners in scoring position last night against the Braves. And if you are trying to beat a very good Atlanta team, it needs to be better than 3 for 12.
Completely. Listen, the offense have been very, very obviously causing problems lately. It's even in the chat right now because I do agree with you guys in the chat. It makes no difference. The rotation won't matter if the offense is not there. And mentioning Mookie's post-game interview, I actually did not hear Mookie's post-game interview, but I will tell you, Mookie Betts' offense has been a little frustrating this year. I know that. Everybody knows that. Kyle Tucker as well. You mentioned already, Freddie Freeman just dropped under 300 for the first time in roughly 2 months because of that terrible 2-hole curse that the Dodgers currently have. But the Dodgers offense, yes, it has been a bit frustrating as of late, especially when they're going against teams that are above 500 or specifically going into this upcoming playoff. We saw that they were very anemic against Chicago. They didn't do much against Milwaukee. As of right now, the Atlanta Braves flat out have the Dodgers number.
Yeah.
I firmly believe this. I firmly believe whoever wins the National League is winning the World Series. Now, that doesn't mean an American League team doesn't have a puncher's chance. You could definitely see Tampa Bay doing something. Who knows? Maybe the White Sox just completely go off in October. Maybe the Yankees get actually healthy for the first time this year in time for October. But I truly believe the best teams in baseball, in fact, I'd say the top 4 best teams, if not top 5 best teams, are all in the National League. So it's going to be one hell of an October on the National League side.
Everything needs to be firing. You need to be at your best in every single aspect, of course, if you are chasing history, and that is a 3rd straight World Series for Los Angeles. When you look at the top of the lineup, 2 for 15 last night. We have talked about the curse of the 2-hole. Freddie Freeman 0 for a goose egg in his return to Atlanta. He was 0 for 5. Freddie in the 2 spot since the start of the series against the Pittsburgh Pirates. Now 3 for his last 17, and he has dropped below 300 for the first time in a while in terms of his batting average. One of the stories of this series, after sweeps of back-to-back against the Rockies and the Pirates, was going to be, could the Dodgers beat teams that they are going to see come the postseason? It has been a calling card here in the second half for Dodger fans all around Los Angeles. Beat up on the bad team, sure, but stack some wins against the best of the best. The Dodgers in the second half against teams that are above 500, now 6-14. They have not scored more than 4 runs against a team with a winning record in their last 8 tries. This was Mookie Betts last night, following the opener in Atlanta on the struggles offensively for the top of that Dodger offensive lineup.
Listen, the top of that lineup struggles are kind of wild to me. You and I have already discussed in the first hour, and we'll discuss it again right now. That 2 spot. What are we going to do with that 2 spot? And there are options. And clearly, Dave Roberts has tried to play every possible options. You talked about Andy Pajes being in that spot. Freddie Freeman in that. I actually really appreciate him going with Freddie Freeman in that spot because fine, no one's getting hits in the 2 spot. Get my one guy that's hitting 300.
I don't care if it's an extra base hit. Just get on base,
Just
Freddie.
do something from there. And turns out even Freddie Freeman can't make that 2 spot a viable spot. So it kind of comes to the question, what are you going to do with that 2 spot? Because you have a leadoff man in Shohei Ohtani, who is not a typical leadoff man, mainly because of the lack of stolen bases that he's been doing this year. That is not normally his gig. He normally steals 30, 40, 50 bags a year, but due to the knee inflammation, he's been stealing less bags. He's still stuck around 9? This is the only 50-50 player in the history of Major League Baseball, and he is still stuck over there at 9 stolen bases. Now, what are you going to do with the 2 spot? I firmly believe get a speedy guy in there. And the Dodgers have had one massive problem this year offensively. It's been double plays. They get into a lot of double plays.
The most in Major League Baseball.
One guy that doesn't hit into a lot of double plays, despite being a guy that puts the ball in play, is Tommy Edman. Tommy Edman is a very good guy that you can put in that 2 spot for multiple reasons. 1, he's speedy. 2, he's a switch hitter, so you kind of can get rid of the left-on-left back-to-back situation, and it kind of frees you up with that 3rd spot. Kind of can use whatever you want. You can use Freddie Freeman. You can use Mookie Betts. You could use Andy Pajes. You use Max Muncy. Literally, I think that would be the best most. I think it's great having Tommy Edman at the bottom of the lineup. Absolutely. He's phenomenal because he gets to work as kind of another leadoff man. And we've seen how well he's...
Whoa!
Tommy Edman should hit second. Now let's talk to what we really need to talk about.
I think that's a great suggestion for Dave Roberts in switching things up. That can only mean that Team Big Deck Energy is on the clock in the 97-1 The Fan Fantasy Football Draft. But I do not believe the decision can be made yet, as we still see we need some more feedback from the poll.
Oh, we do.
Who did Lindsay take, by the way?
Lindsay took from the Cincinnati Bengals running back Chase Brown.
I don't mind that play.
I almost took him with my pick.
I think that's a very good pick, which leaves me completely open for my 3 options.
So all 3 options. Lindsay was listening to the show. If all 3 options are still available, and again, at the Fan LA on YouTube, who should Cody take with his 2nd pick in the Fan Fantasy Football Draft? George Pickens, Rashee Rice, Brock Bowers. 44% of the vote early in the initial return is in favor of Brock Bowers. Cody has not given his word, but I do think that if the poll goes a certain way, then Cody will take who the poll suggests.
If it does go a certain way, I absolutely will. But how about this? I'll just stop beating around the bush. It's between 2 players. It is between 2 players. Rashee Rice is not on this list.
I would agree with that.
I have no interest in taking Rashee Rice.
Is that a smoke screen?
It was a smoke screen, but I should have used a better one. I just didn't have that many good ones available to me at that point.
What if you put Chase Brown in? Do you think that would have thrown Lindsay off her game?
It might have, but I didn't think she would be going for Chase Brown. I actually kind of thought Chase Brown was already gone.
Lindsay Polaris. I think that's a really good draft selection for a Bengals offense that I expect to be very potent.
By the way, her first pick was Amon-Ra St. Brown. Her second pick is Chase Brown.
I think we have early betting favorite. A lot of Browns for Lindsay Polaris.
She's going to pick somebody from the Cleveland Browns in her 3rd pick.
You hope not, because
yeah.
that would be a bad decision.
What a
and I think her
horrible
drafting decision has been really sound so far.
Well, I will tell you, I am between these 2 picks, and specifically these 2 picks. I am between Brock Bowers of the Las Vegas Raiders and George Pickens of the Dallas Cowboys. Both of these guys are projected to do a lot of good things, and I do have a new reason for why I'm leaning towards one of them. I do not want to reveal that reason just yet. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a tease.
That is a tease. It will happen later in this 2nd hour on a Wednesday morning of D. Fish and Decker. Who Cody Decker is going to select with his 2nd round pick.
By the way, not to just go ahead and bring us back to the Dodgers and what we were talking about, the lineup construction. The other reason why I think Tommy Edman would be great to be moving down up to the 2nd spot in the lineup, at least for a time being to try it out, is because Alex Thomas. Alec Thomas has shown already in his 3 games, getting on base, getting those runs in. He's showing that he can really spearhead the bottom head of that lineup right now. I really think that opens it up. And if I had my choice between the two of moving Alec to the 2 spot or Edman, that switch hitting aspect after Shohei Ohtani leading into the power spot really does intrigue me. So I honestly think Alec Thomas is bringing a lot to the table right now for this team.
And that will be a decision that Dave Roberts has to make. I think one of the disappointing facets of last night was in the top of the 9th against Raisel Iglesias for Atlanta, who's been one of the best closers in the National League this year. Shohei Ohtani had a leadoff triple. The tying run was 90 feet away. Freddie Freeman strikes out looking after 6 pitches, and Mookie Betts grounds out to short. Here was Betts on the struggles of the top of the offensive lineup last night in Atlanta.
Oh, I mean, it's tough, but, I mean, you know, it is what it is. It's tough on everybody. Just trying to get a ball in the air and score him. It doesn't really matter what it looks like. He just needs to touch the plate, and I didn't do my job.
Mookie grounding out to short. The ball was not in the air.
It was not. You know what his goal is in that entire situation. He got on top of the ball, small chopper. Mauricio Dubon makes his play. It was unfortunate to see. You get a leadoff triple in the 9th inning. You are expected to score that 10 out of 10 times.
No doubt about it. The Dodgers did not. They fall by a run. They drop the opener in Atlanta. Aaron Donald is still not a Los Angeles Ram. Have we found out the real reason why? We will tell you next here on this Wednesday on D. Fish and Decker.
I said he hated Shohei Ohtani. I betrayed him.
Big time.
Thank you. It's time to tell the truth. This man loved Shohei Ohtani more than Juliet loved Romeo. I once, this is real, saw Doug McCain burst into tears when Ohtani gave up a single walk. When most people can't sleep, they count sheep. My co-host counts Ohtani home runs. Dolly Parton passed away today. Rest in peace.
Really?
One of the great American treasures. Islands in the Stream is my favorite Dolly Parton song. And that was before I heard Doug's version of it. And I'm going to do the best I can to recreate. This is what Doug sings in the breaks. Doug and Ohtani on the same team. This is what we are. No more in between. How can Doug and Ohtani be wrong? Sail away with me to another Shohei award. That's what Doug sings.
Goodness.
In the breaks. Most people, when they're sad or something's going wrong, therapist, right? Doug watches old clips of Shohei Ohtani being the greatest player of all time. This man loves Shohei more than Jack loved Rose, more than Antony loved Cleopatra, more than Mr. Darcy secretly adored Elizabeth. And the fact that I got in the way of that is a swear word tragedy. Doug would cross an ocean, walk across fire, fight a cyclops, endure working with me, allow 1,000 of his phones to be stolen and smuggled to Morocco. Anything, everything.
Cheap shot.
For Shohei Ohtani.
Wow. Give it up. Round of applause.
And it's why the love he felt led him, with great nuance I did not deliver, to want Ohtani to be in a situation of health that allowed him to hit, but perhaps pitch less. Did he call it an injury? Yes. Did I properly describe the love this man feels? Most people celebrate Valentine's Day. Doug doesn't. He celebrates Shohei Ohtani's birthday.
Wow.
Yeah.
Give it up. Give it up. I approve of that message. I accept your apology.
Thank you.
But your probation starts now. Only thing I love more than Shohei Ohtani is probably the great Bill Ryder right here.
I got emotional.
And
I have a little tear in my left eye. I'm trying to get out of it. I'm trying to make a run for it.
This surgery might have saved Blake Snell's career. You have to understand, when you talk about losing feeling in your fingers, that is a bigger problem than you actually think. Remember the manufactured controversy of the sticky stuff that we were dealing with? That was a very manufactured thing. Now, were players using spider tack and things like that? Yes. Have they always used spider tack and things like that? Yes. Why do they use that? Because it limits the amount of pressure you need to put on the baseball, which actually helps your health. Tommy John surgeries are not because you're throwing your elbow out. Tommy John surgeries is because there's a connective chain from your UCL directly to your fingertips. And there is a direct correlation on the pressure you put on the baseball down into your elbow, which is completely unprotected the way you throw a baseball. So you take away the sticky stuff, you have to add more pressure on the baseball to get the same amount of movement. There you go. Tommy John surgeries spike up. Now, put yourself in a position that you're a professional major major league pitcher and you can't even feel your fingertips on the baseball. Crazy. You don't actually know the pressure that you're putting on the ball completely. That's going to lead to a devastating elbow injury that could easily derail the career of Blake Snell. Luckily, he's got paid all his money, but I can't stress this enough. Blake Snell wants to be on the mound. So this surgery cured like 9 ailments all in one. The finger situation, and it cured a shoulder situation. By the way, when you hear shoulder with a pitcher, that
Right back here on a Wednesday morning on D. Fish and Decker. Of course, we are just 15 days away from the start of the 2026 campaign for the Los Angeles Rams. About 14 days from now, 2 weeks away, they will fly to Melbourne, Australia, to take on the San Francisco 49ers. The NFL season in 2026 starts on a Wednesday this year. Exactly 2 weeks from now, a Super Bowl rematch in Seattle between the Seahawks and the Patriots. So these are officially the final few days of training camp. Preseason week number 2 begins tomorrow night. It will be the finale for both of the teams in LA, the Chargers and the Rams, squaring off for the first battle of Los Angeles inside SoFi tomorrow night. We'll talk about the preseason depth chart and the quarterback battle for the backup spot under Sean McVay between Stetson, Bennett, and Ty Simpson in just a matter of moments. But Cody Decker, of course, we are still all waiting on Aaron Donald. Not only was there a fantasy football draft, there was a calendar printed out where everybody went around and made their selection for when they believed AD would make his announcement that he was coming back to Los Angeles. I believe your window passed, like over a week ago?
Oh, over a week ago. I picked Friday a week and a half ago, and it did not come to fruition. The reason I picked Friday was we were told it was going to be a decision made that week, and I thought they would just wait till the very longest possible time. And then, of course, I picked during our show, because usually during our show, this is kind of the time where a lot of breaking news does take place throughout the country.
Yep, no doubt. And this upcoming Sunday, for what it's worth, is officially the end of training camp before game week preparation begins. It's cut down day around the National Football League. You have to get down to your 53-man roster. Will Aaron Donald be on the initial 53-man roster? Do the Rams have contingency plans? We shall discuss. Here's longtime NFL reporter Albert Breer on the Rich Eisen show on what he thinks the holdup is between Aaron Donald and making his return to the Los Angeles Rams.
So I think the best way to put this is that he's seeking clarity on it, and they're going to give him as much time as he needs to find it.
Is that money? Is that money? Is that what you're?
Money could be. I mean,
money?
Look,
what clarity does he need?
That's one thing that's come up too. Honestly, that is one thing that has come up that I like. And this isn't from Rams people or from Donald's people, but. I mean, one thing that has kind of continually come up when I've talked to other people in the league about it is how do you work out the money part of it? And how much are you paying him, and how does that fit into their budget, both cash and cap, So, yeah, I mean, there's that piece of it too. I don't think he's going to want to come out there and play for free.
So that's an interesting component, and it's almost as though Albert Breer wasn't going to mention that, and of course, courtesy of the Rich Eisen show, and then Rich Eisen was kind of pressing him on that idea. Could money and whatever that contract looks like be the final holdup?
No. Come on. What are we talking about here? This man has made so much money. And by the way, this year, I firmly believe this. I've said this on the air before. I believe I talked to you about it. I firmly believe that this year is for a much bigger purpose than just coming back to the Rams and winning the Super Bowl here in Los Angeles alongside Myles Garrett. I think this year is a true investment into something much bigger for this man going forward. He just hired a new agency, specifically a talent agency, to set up all of his future aspects. I think this guy's going to walk into the Rams if he plays this year and walk out of it with a $300 million. I'm talking Tom Brady type of money, type of media deal. And it wouldn't shock me if he went ahead and won this, that Sean McVay would just join him in this venture. And they'll have themselves a wonderful two-man little Manning cast situation or whatever it's going to be.
I'm not so sure it is money either. And I agree with what the media prospectus is going to be for Aaron Donald. That was featured, by the way, in the Super Bowl 60 pregame show on NBC. And if they get to that pinnacle, of which Aaron Donald, at least on paper, despite being 35 years old, certainly still helps them of hoisting a Lombardi trophy inside their own home stadium in SoFi, you wonder what is beyond. It does not seem as though this is a multiple-year contract for Aaron Donald. No. This is 2026 and only 2026.
One and done.
And so it should be said, Cody, that the Rams still have $16.7 million worth of cap space that they are still under. They are not over the cap. They don't need to do anything to manufacture or maneuver salaries around. They can still pay Aaron Donald a pretty handsome fee for 1 year. Is it $8 million? Is it $12 million? Would that really be the difference in terms of Aaron Donald's return? I'm not so sure. To me, that doesn't seem like what this conversation has been with Aaron Donald in making his return to the Rams. And Erica Donald, his lovely wife, did take to social media with a comment of a couple of emojis, kind of like the sad face side eye emoji of like, you guys are being stupid.
That's stupid. And I'm glad it came directly from his wife, because his wife has been phenomenal throughout the entire process, both in his retirement, when the first speculation about him coming out of retirement, which was a year and a half ago, and she's like, yeah, that ain't happening. And she was remarkably quiet when this new one came out. She was like, oh, this is absolutely happening. And now, of course, the side eye emoji, which will tell you everything you need to know. Listen, yes, this man made a lot of money while he was doing the job that he was doing. Yes, he was making, $40 million a year practically at the time. It was an astronomical number. Could he command such a number now? Absolutely. I don't think this is what that's about, even a little. I think this is going to lead to so much more, and I think Aaron Donald is more than smart enough to know what he's doing.
To me, it's still a timeline thing. I believe it was Erica Donald, not long after Les Snead appeared on this very show, the Rams GM, on D. Fish and Decker, in which she was like, listen, I don't have any information on a potential Aaron Donald return, but told you guys put that narrative out there. Spread the word. Let's start to have a little bit of smoke behind this fire that Erica Donald commented on Twitter, y'all tripping.
Ooh.
But
this is a very good, funny comment here by Styrofoam Helmet Guy. If Aaron Donald was going to be in the booth, he'd be there already. I don't think he's going to be in the booth. I think this is going to be a much bigger media deal outside, more on the peripheral. I'm talking like a podcast setup, with a television setup, with like an altcast setup. I see this being a much bigger thing. He didn't hire that talent agency 2 weeks ago for nothing. This is a much wider, bigger game plan as far as I'm concerned.
And I still think Aaron Donald was at least training in a way that would allow him to play football again if the situation was right. And to pair up with Myles Garrett, to have two guys that have won 5 Defensive Player of the Year awards in the last 9 years in the National Football League would be absolutely bonkers. Here's what Sean McVay had to say yesterday to Benjamin Royer of the OC Register when asked about the timeline around Aaron Donald, especially with cut day coming up on Sunday afternoon. Quote, if he decides he wants to be able to do it, then the next conversations are, what is your ramp up? What does it look like to approach whenever that would be the first time that we think we make the most sense for him to impact and make a positive change with us. We've had to have a lot of fluidity and flexibility, and that's what I've had to learn over 10 years. But I think what's good is the thing that has served us well, and it's really the truth. It's just let's stay one day at a time. That quote to me, Cody, is a little bit different than what Sean McVay has really shared throughout this process. He has always kind of given you the wink, wink, Aaron Donald's coming back, arrow trending upward. Oh, we'll see if this guy can get through his tryout to be back a part of the Rams when he has worked out now multiple times at the facility. There seemed to be so much smoke early in camp for the Rams. It was only a matter of time. It was not a matter of if, but rather when. And I was 100% confident that Aaron Donald would play for the Los Angeles Rams in 2026. I would say my confidence has dropped by 1 percentage point to 99%.
Oh.
To 99%.
Why?
I think this is a little bit of an interesting timeline because I would have expected more positivity this week. I would have expected sort of more positive reports this week, specifically because of cut down day and the 53-man roster needing to be trimmed on Sunday. Because I think, this is just my projection, if Aaron Donald is going to make his return, we get a Friday news dump sometime in the morning hours of D. Fish and Decker.
I hear what you're saying, and that is a very fair thing. And I'm glad that you mentioned that, but I'm also glad that it's only dropped you down 1%.
I am still very confident.
So am I. I think we are going to hear the news, but now I'm firmly in belief that we're going to hear the news the latest possible time. I think it's happening. I think they know it's happening, but I don't think they're going to announce it until officially Aaron Donald makes that decision and announcement. But based on the fact that he's already worn pads multiple times and they had to put in the report multiple times, guys, this is happening. He's practiced more than Myles Garrett has. Can we all just
good point.
Just to put it in perspective?
Yeah.
He's practiced 2 times more than Myles Garrett.
And I think the conversations around Aaron Donald have largely been, when exactly is that return date, and what does Aaron Donald still have in the tank? I still believe that Aaron Donald, just being there on the defensive line, especially when paired with Myles Garrett, so you cannot pay him all the attention and double teams that he saw throughout the decade of his historic NFL and Hall of Fame-worthy career, is still going to make a positive and immediate impact for the Los Angeles Rams. Can I ask you now, with an updated timeline, do you think Aaron Donald makes his decision before cut down day on Sunday, or do you think it happens in basically the week and a half before the Rams get ready to go to Australia?
At this point now, I think it's going to happen within the week and a half before they go to Australia, because Sean McVay already said they kind of have 2 contingencies. They're going to have kind of a roster set with him and one set without him, just in case. And because of that, I don't see any reason for them to be in a rush. They're clearly not in a rush or in a hurry. They seem more than confident, as they should be, because the odds say so, even without Aaron Donald, that this is the best team in the NFL. So they're confident one way or the other. This is like found money for them if he decides to join them.
For sure.
That's just like, how ridiculous that you just get to go into a season. Oh, and also here's Aaron Donald.
Yeah, it's an embarrassment of riches here in Los Angeles. They know that for that Rams defense, and Chris Shula, the defensive coordinator, entering his 3rd year, is just dreaming of all the creative possibilities he could have with his defensive front. This is the new home for Rams fans, and Rams coverage on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. Sean McVay also continuing that conversation with Benjamin Royer of the OC Register yesterday about Myles Garrett. The goal, quote, Sean McVay said, "What can we do to be able to get him ready to roll for Australia?" As Garrett missed practice again yesterday, the 12th practice he has missed now throughout training camp. I don't love it, if we're just being honest.
I get it, but again, I don't have any problem with the superstar pretty much sitting out the majority of camp. I just don't.
Yeah, and even like when I say I don't get it, it's not like, oh, does he understand Chris Shula's new scheme? Is he out there with his new teammates? Are they gelling and all that stuff on the practice field? It's still Myles Garrett.
Yeah, I had a GM one time tell me something that I definitely understood. It makes sense. He's like, when I was talking about team chemistry and talking about all that, he just looked at me, he's like, yeah, but remember, Cody, sometimes talent wins out. Myles Garrett is that talent that wins out.
And no doubt about it. He is the most talented defensive player in the National Football League. Everybody can get it when Sir Charles Barkley is handing out disses. He rips both the NBA and the WNBA. We'll tell you where on the other side of the break.
I said he hated Shohei Ohtani. I betrayed him.
Big time.
Thank you. It's time to tell the truth. This man loved Shohei Ohtani more than Juliet loved Romeo. I once, this is real, saw Doug McCain burst into tears when Ohtani gave up a single walk. When most people can't sleep, they count sheep. My co-host counts Ohtani home runs. Dolly Parton passed away today. Rest in peace.
Really?
One of the great American treasures. Islands in the Stream is my favorite Dolly Parton song. And that was before I heard Doug's version of it. And I'm going to do the best I can to recreate. This is what Doug sings in the breaks. Doug and Ohtani on the same team. This is what we are. No more in between. How can Doug and Ohtani be wrong? Sail away with me to another Shohei award. That's what Doug sings.
Goodness.
In the breaks. Most people, when they're sad or something's going wrong, therapist, right? Doug watches old clips of Shohei Ohtani being the greatest player of all time. This man loves Shohei more than Jack loved Rose, more than Antony loved Cleopatra, more than Mr. Darcy secretly adored Elizabeth. And the fact that I got in the way of that is a swear word tragedy. Doug would cross an ocean, walk across fire, fight a cyclops, endure working with me, allow 1,000 of his phones to be stolen and smuggled to Morocco. Anything, everything.
Cheap shot.
For Shohei Ohtani.
Wow. Give it up. Round of applause.
And it's why the love he felt led him. With great nuance, I did not deliver to want Ohtani to be in a situation of health that allowed him to hit, but perhaps pitch less. Did he call it an injury? Yes. Did I properly describe the love this man feels? Most people celebrate Valentine's Day. Doug doesn't. He celebrates Shohei Ohtani's birthday.
Wow.
Yeah.
Give it up. Give it up. I approve of that
Emotional.
message. I accept your apology.
Thank you.
But your probation starts now. Only thing I love more than Shohei Ohtani is probably the great Bill Ryder right here.
I got emotional.
And
I have a little tear in my left eye. Trying to get out of it. Trying to make a run for it.
wow.
I'm here with cornerback Jalen Watson of the Los Angeles Rams. Jalen, you are a newcomer to LA, but certainly not to the league. Two-time Super Bowl winner, spent 4 seasons with the Chiefs. How do you approach entering a new locker room and a revamped DB room?
Every year is just different. Starting over from the building blocks, starting to build ground up, brick by brick. Chop wood, carry water, practice hard, compete hard. Everything is going to fall in place. Take care of itself.
There was a certain play from Monday's practice that inspired you to put out a tweet basically saying nobody can place the ball like Matt Stafford. Can you talk us through that play?
I thought from what I've seen and what I was feeling, I had pretty good coverage on Devontae. I turn my head and Devontae doesn't even stick his hands out. The ball just falls in his belly. And I was like, he's special. But it's not only that play, it's just constantly he's just making throws that put people in awe. It's not a slight to all my Chiefs fans. I love Patrick. He's the GOAT. So don't take it too personally.
You got to face a two-time MVP in Patrick Mahomes in practice for 4 seasons. Saw a lot of elite talent, quarterback talent in the AFC. What is it about Matt Stafford that makes him so special?
His knowledge for the game. I think he always knows where to go with the ball, and just his arm strength and ball placement. Just separate him a little bit and make him one of the top quarterbacks in the league.
You're a Georgia native, but you do have some SoCal ties. Played JUCO at Ventura College. What's your best memory from your time there?
Actually, my first college game, I had 3 interceptions and 2 pick sixes. So
yeah, that's pretty memorable.
Yeah.
Have you ever had a head coach or manager just tear you a new ass? Because I have definitely had that done to me a couple times.
I was like so terrified of having that happen.
Really? Oh, yeah.
That
I was very lucky. It was behind closed doors, but boy, oh boy, Bud Black tore me to shreds once.
Yeah, I mean, like my high school coach stopped the drill one time. Jerry Sloan, when I was with the Jazz, I was whispering on the side. He was talking about something on the other side of the floor, and I guess he could maybe hear me a little bit, and he just turned and was like, do you want to include everybody else in the conversation?
Oh, he went like school teacher.
Yeah, you want to share with the class?
Yes.
You passing notes?
Yeah. And man, my high school coach, like he blew a whistle, and like we were.
A Wednesday morning on D Fish and Decker. You in or out, Raj? What do you have for us? Your mic is on. I just turned it on.
Thank you, Ben.
It's
Thank
on.
you. Appreciate it.
Double duty here.
You teased it. So many buttons to hit over. You have no idea. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
TransBarkley rips the NBA and WNBA commissioners for not putting an end to the Enes Kanter transgender debate. Cody, are you in or out on Sir Charles going in on the commissioners?
I'm in because the commissioner is Adam Silver. And yes, I'm in on him going in on the commissioner of both of these leagues, no matter how much they have the title for Kathy Engelbert on the WNBA side. This whole thing has been a clown show. This should never have been allowed at any given moment. The fact that he even came to the stadium and they allowed that to happen. By the way, the Chicago Sky have officially banned him for life from that stadium.
For life?
Because they described him as she's proven to be a potential danger. We knew that before he got there. The guy tried to go onto the court, and I really, really wish Natasha Josh at Cloud, punched him in the face. It would have been hilarious.
They have really allowed the players, both of these leagues, mainly the WNBA, to be the people that have to take on these narratives when there has been very little leadership at the top. So, yes, I am in on Charles Barkley ripping both Adam Silver and Kathy Engelberg because leadership has been lacking, which has allowed the story being away from the basketball floor to continue winning the day in the W.
All right, gentlemen. Hey, let's jump. You guys like food, right?
Big time.
Yes.
All right. Well, this is the type of food you may have seen at one of those fairs and things.
Yeah.
But KFC, that's right, Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Yeah.
They're introducing an Oreo fried chicken sandwich. Now, it features an Oreo-inspired chocolate buns, and then it also offers features of mashed potatoes that are mixed with cookie crumbs. Cody, are you in or out on the KFC Oreo fried chicken sandwich?
I want to take you guys back to a year 2019. That was the biggest thing in the world. It was the chicken wars, if you guys remember.
I remember, yeah.
And Popeyes seemingly absolutely demolished everybody. They were like, oh, no, we'll teach you guys something about chicken sandwiches. And then KFC kind of came limping in, but roughly a year and a half later. It was like, no, but we can make a chicken sandwich too.
Yeah. We got one with good credit.
Boy, oh boy, I am so out on this.
Really?
I appreciate KFC, but too much. You're doing too much, man. You guys just make chicken. Just make chicken, and I'll eat the chicken.
Yeah.
Can I? So the overall sandwich is not fried, right? It's not like the
The
sandwich.
chicken is fried, but the buns are
chocolate inspired or Oreo inspired chocolate bun.
And it has cookie crumbs mixed into mashed potatoes.
It's a lot.
I'm in.
Oh, why?
I'm not sure I'm going to finish a sandwich.
You see how
I
long
would
you
like to
take
try
during the
it.
bathroom breaks already, Ben? You
Order him tomorrow. Let's have it on the show.
First off, the bathroom breaks during the show. Quick. Pre-game, we got to get ready for the show. I will never apologize once the coffee kicks in. Would that help? No doubt about it. But I would be interested on trying this chicken sandwich.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, there you
Well,
go.
that's a choice.
Yep,
Well, you have to go to China because it's debuting in China.
Oh, well, thank God. Can we gold belly that?
We make a group show. Yeah, group trip. Hey, Tom Brady. That's Cody's favorite plastic surgeon patient. He's getting mocked now for becoming a leather pants guy at the age of 49. Are you in on being a leather pants guy at the age of 49?
Bro, follow-up question. Is he going to be a member of KISS?
I don't know.
Then no. There is no excuse to wearing leather pants at any age, let alone 40. Dude, have you been seeing these modeling shots he's been taking? Dude, I have been concerned. I am so far past concerned. I think Tom Brady's gone. I don't think we're ever getting Tom Brady back.
I just don't get it. I am so out on any man wearing leather pants. Frankly, any person wearing leather pants. It's a weird look in my determination.
What about leather chaps?
We don't.
So I think certain people can wear. I think Lenny Kravitz looks fine.
That's
in leather
Lenny
pants.
Kravitz.
Prince looks fine.
But Lenny Kravitz wearing anything.
Yeah,
Raj,
Lenny
yeah.
Kravitz and Prince is just they're in their own category.
Okay.
So I'm out on that, especially above the age of 30. Certainly above the age of 40 or 45. It kind of sounds like Raj wears leather pants.
I have no doubt that Raj owns a pair or two of leather pants.
As long as the temperature is under 72 degrees, I think some leather pants are appropriate. Okay?
No,
it's fine.
You live in California.
You won't see them. You won't see them this summer, but look out in the fall.
Oh
Look out in
no,
the fall.
Raj! By the way,
right.
Joanna in Arizona with a great comment. Brady is so creepy.
He doesn't. What I don't understand on Tom Brady, like, don't do it. Like, you're making so much money to call football games. Just like do that.
Yeah. Hey, check it out, guys. You know, Are You In, Are You Out? Brought to you by our good friends at Yamava Resort, Resort and Casino. And you know what the season is, Ben? It is draft season.
Yes,
so what can you do there?
You can host your fantasy football draft like never before at the ultimate Yamava draft party on Saturday, August 29th. That's this Saturday, or the following day, Sunday, August 30th. 3-hour premium draft table, delicious food, swag for your whole league, plus your own championship belt. The 97-1 The Fan Fantasy League will have that. Autographed football and a $100 Fanatics gift card. Sponsor limited. Book your league's fantasy draft now at Yamava.com. But it's interesting. 97-1 The Fan did not have their draft party at the Yamava Ultimate Draft Party, but a member of this very show. Team Big Deck Energy is on the clock. Are we making the official second-round pick for Cody Decker as we speak.
Yes, we are. And it's right now in the chat. The poll is up, and at 50%, people think I should be taking George Pickens.
Wow.
Which, I got to say, that is flipped in the last 10, 15
That's a big comeback.
That's a huge flip.
What
Brock
a comeback.
Bowers out the gates was at 50%.
Here's the issue.
And you, for what it's worth, you did not give your firm and sworn word that you would do whatever the chat decided.
I did not.
For a moment, it seemed as though they would be in lockstep, though. Chat and Cody Decker.
But here's the problem.
Yeah.
I have done a little bit more research, and I'm really going through the numbers and really trying to determine which I should get. It's between George Pickens and Brock Bowers. I'm going with Brock Bowers. And I will tell you, that is a switch of a move, because this morning I firmly believed I was going to pick George Pickens, but I'm going to pick Brock Bowers because, one, Kirk Cousins is one of the most tight end friendly quarterbacks in the league. What he did with Jordan Reed, what he did with Hawkinson, and of course what we've already talked about with Kyle Pitts. Kyle Pitts had one of his best fantasy years of his career last year. So I gotta say, I'm going with an early tight end, and honestly, you're not going to do much better than Brock Bowers.
I have received the card. The pick is in.
All right.
Cody Decker has selected Brock Bowers.
It is official. First tight end off the board.
Okay,
That's
Ryan Birch, of course.
That's the highest I've ever drafted a tight end.
Yeah, that's pretty damn high.
That is
but
high.
he is the best, him and McBride, of course, with Arizona. So that means D-Mac and Ryder's producer he's in the Philippines right now, but I have been in contact with him. That's right. It's 15 hours ahead, and he's going to make his pick before 11 p.m. So
15 hours ahead. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's late.
So it's almost 11 out there.
All right. Well, he's
up.
probably out and about enjoying his vacation right
I
now.
would be.
Yeah.
Heck yeah. That's how I go down.
All right.
Hey,
Hirsch.
Arizona Diamondbacks pitcher Merrill Kelly, he accuses Chicago Cubs coach of relaying signs, and he calls it Bush League. Now, Cody Decker, of course, you are the station expert at the baseballs. Is relaying signs Bush League? And explain to people what relaying signs if they don't know what that is.
So those if a pitcher is tipping his pitches, it could be a glove placement, it could be something, these movement, anything. Players will be watching and players will try to relay the pitches over to the player at the plate. This is a common practice. Now, those you were saying the Astros, completely different conversation. What the Astros did was very, very illegal, and I'll be happy to get into why in comparison to this. This right now is simply a pitcher giving away his pitches, a third base coach catching it, and relaying the signs over to the hitter. Is it Bush League? No. Is it wrong? No. Is it against the rules? No. Stop tipping your goddamn pitches and they won't steal the pitches. So much so that Torey Lovullo, the manager of the Diamondbacks, had to issue an apology over to the third base coach because even the league had to step in and tell Torey, this isn't illegal, knock it off.
Yeah.
It's your fault, Merrill.
Did you just start baseball? I hate when baseball guys get mad at stuff that they do themselves. But what say you, Ben?
Let's take a note from tonight's starting pitcher for the Los Angeles Dodgers in big glove Roki Sasaki. If you're tipping your pitches, just get a bigger glove. Solves the issue. Roki's been great since the All-Star break at 1.80 ERA.
I have no sympathy for any pitcher that gets his ass lit up and just wants to complain about it. I'm sorry, I got nothing for you on that.
Okay.
That's soft.
Hey, guys, switching to college football, Paul Feinbaum, he forecasts the end of quote-unquote bully Bill Belichick. He says he's about to go down in flames. Are you in or out on dancing on Bill Belichick's grave, so to speak?
I'm in.
Oh, baby, I'm in. Hold on. That's breaking news, folks.
Yeah?
That's back-to-back days that Cody Decker has agreed with two of his least favorite people in media.
It's a tough world.
We have the clip from yesterday. Dan Orlovsky is right, and now he is about to usher up a statement that Paul Feinbaum is right as well.
I absolutely despise this. I never in any universe would like to agree with Paul Feinbaum, but in this one particular spot, he's right. Yeah, we're going to be dancing all over this grave. We're going to be making so many Jordan jokes. It's going to be great.
Jordan. Listen, that's the start of the college football season. 9 a.m. here in Los Angeles. The Dublin debut, North Carolina, TCU. The Horned Frogs more than a touchdown favorite now. A lot of people believe that Bill Belichick is going down in flames. I agree. It's been a disaster.
Horrible.
Over under, how long does he last there? Does he make it throughout the season?
He makes it through this season. But I do think, Raj, if it's bad, given what happened with his GM, Michael Lombardi already, like there's going to be some changes this upcoming offseason.
All right.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, the last one, friend of the show, and I think we'll have him on maybe next week before the season starts, but friend of the show, Herm Edwards. He rips NFL players that avoid playing in preseason games. You know Herm is old school. He says, last time I checked, you know what football players do? They play football. Cody, are you in or out on Herm ripping players for not playing preseason games?
First things first, I just want to say, after you're done playing that recording of Herm Edwards that you just played, I would love to hear your impression, because that was phenomenal. And two, I'm often in with her. I'm out on it. Just on. Come on, it's preseason football.
Yeah. I think he said that on our show, too.
He did. I get it.
He did?
I get it. I get it.
I like it.
But come on, it's preseason football. No, I'm out.
I'm out on football players needing to play in the preseason. I am in on Herm Edwards holding firm to his beliefs. Again,
I agree with that.
The man that infamously gave us one of the great quotes in football history. Hello, you play to win the game. And if Herm Edwards is going to say that football players need to play to win games, then I am still with Team Herm in that.
Yeah.
Listen, you got to stick to your guns at times. You got to believe what you believe. It is tough to teach an old dog new tricks, and he thinks football players need to play in the preseason. Later in the show, we'll talk about the backup quarterback battle for the Rams and who will play in the preseason finale in Los Angeles tomorrow. Next, we talk football in L.A. USC's season debut with Ryan Abraham on the other side of the break on D. Fish and Decker.
Doing like a 3-on-2 fast break drill, and I threw a behind the back pass. It was a successful pass, but he blew the whistle like, don't you ever even think twice about doing that.
Did you ever do it in the league, though?
In the league, yeah.
Yes, I'll take that, college coach.
Sure. And then do you get on the kids now for behind the back passes or a little showboating?
I do, but what I try to help them understand is there's a time and place for everything. Behind the back passes when it's a tie game in the first quarter is not the time to try something.
So when is it?
If we're up by a big score and the game is pretty much decided, you got a little bit more leeway. But even then,
how do you do it without showing up those guys?
Yeah,
now?
So that's the difference, though. Like, I'm not going to embarrass you in the game, but they just know based on my body language and how I move on the sideline whether I approve or not. So they know, like, as soon as they do it and they look at the bench, and it's not a big demonstrative movement. It's just
just something small.
Something small.
Subtle,
and
so they
like,
know.
Coach is not feeling that at all. We'll talk about this in a minute.
We will.
We got to get to some real superstars.
Yes, we do. And when a superstar does call into a show, you answer the superstar as quickly as humanly possible. Ladies and gentlemen, he's a music legend and icon, and quite frankly, I couldn't be more excited to introduce you to the one and only Chuck D. Welcome to Derek and Decker, sir.
Hey, what's up, Derek and Cody, man? I'm not I'm not what you call a superstar. I'm just like a person who's a service person. I help service my industry, and long time being envious of how sports runs its things, dealing back in entertainment and music, which is a lot of times bananas. So I'd be trying to do my best to like organize it to the point that people say, "Hey, man, we could keep going back for years," but. Well, anyway, hey, what's up, guys?
Chilling, man. Dude, congratulations
to you. You guys know the deal. You guys know what you're looking at and listening to. Once upon a time, we had people like Don Cornelius and Soul Train, and then radio stations played the music, and now sports is taking over everywhere. I mean, you had music stations back in the day that did their job so well, but then that fell off, and then, people are engaged in sports because sports is truth to a certain extent. It's organized. You can't come from nowhere and all of a sudden be something. So those are things I always work on, especially my genre, hip-hop and rap now. We don't want people to leave after they turn 25.
Man, those are great points. Chuck D, Derek Fisher here, man.
Hey, Danielle, could you turn that light on to living room one is, just in case? I think there's one more. There we go. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, that's better. Hello?
For Bob Chesney's home debut at the Rose Bowl on Saturday, September 12th, as a season ticket holder.
Yes, I will. I have season tickets to the Rose Bowl. I haven't been to a Rose Bowl football game practically since I went to UCLA. That should just tell you how excited I am for the UCLA Bruins this year, and it should be very palpable on the USC side, because listen, as much as I am not a USC guy, I'm a UCLA guy through and through, USC is primed for one hell of a season.
And this could be a big season for the Trojans, entering year 5 under Lincoln Riley, and a man that knows this team better than most, the owner and publisher of USCFootball.com, Ryan Abraham, joining us here on this Wednesday on D. Fish and Decker. Ryan, we appreciate the time. Let's dive right in. Of course, people here around Los Angeles are hoping that USC can finally get to the college football playoff. What is the expectation for Riley and his Trojans as they enter 2026?
Yeah, it's his 5th year at the helm, getting paid, $11 million a year, whatever, pretty good gig. Yeah, it's time for USC to get into the college football playoff. It's a blue blood program. You've seen so many other schools across the country, random schools making the playoffs. It's time for USC. I know the schedule's tough, but I think with everything that this program and the administration has done in the offseason to really try to set Lincoln Riley up for success, it's now or never. And I don't think Lincoln Riley is being shy about it too. He's been very adamant that, hey, this is our championship window is open now. It's time to get in there. But you're right. The expectations are as high as I've seen it for USC. They want to make the college football playoff in 2026.
Ryan, you just mentioned the phrase blue blood, and I completely agree with you. USC, absolute blue blood. In fact, I would make the argument that they were the one professional football team we had here for roughly 20 years. But as you've seen, the for the last maybe 10 years, the blue blood nature has kind of dissipated. How much has that actually weighed on the fan base over there at USC?
Yeah, I think the fans, they still remember everything. I mean, we have a lot of fans on our message boards that, still talk about student body left and stuff, so they don't forget. They don't forget the high points. And they want, when USC hired Lincoln Riley, it was something that we haven't seen USC do in like 100 years. Like when they hired Howard Jones, he won a national championship at Yale. Over the next, century, they hadn't gone out and hired somebody with a resume that Lincoln Riley had, where he's already made college football playoffs, won Heisman's. He was a proven college head coach, and they want to see, the results he had at Oklahoma replicated at USC. So I don't think the expectations for the fans drop. You can have bad decades, and USC fans are still thinking, okay, this team is, on the poised to make a run at the national championship again. And with the roster they have, the staff they've been able to hire, the opening of the Bloom Center, this football-only facility that's spectacular. They're ready. They are ready to be relevant in college football again and obviously get into the college football playoff.
Ryan Abraham, owner and publisher of USCFootball.com, joining us here on D. Fish and Decker on this Wednesday morning on the new 97.1 The Fan. Ryan, you are also a Heisman voter, and of course it is often correlated. Team success has individual success, that if USC is a 10-win team and contending for the college football playoff, quarterback Jaden Maiava is going to be in that Heisman Trophy conversation the entirety of this year. Do you think there is a realistic chance that Maiava earns your vote at the end of this season if USC can reach those very lofty aspirations?
Yeah, I think it's realistic. If you're Lincoln Riley's your coach, and you're at USC, that's a good mix. I mean, USC, if they're
I believe
will be in the mix for the Heisman Trophy, and I think for Jaden Maiava, he's as far as the Big Ten returning quarterbacks, he's the leading passing yardage guy. So I think in a situation like that, he was ahead of Dante Moore, ahead of Julian Sand. If USC can go out, and I don't think they can lose to Oregon and Indiana and Ohio State and have him still be in the mix, but if they beat one or two of those teams and his numbers are similar, a little better than last year, there's no reason why he wouldn't be in the mix. But it's really, to me, it's more about the team success. I don't think he's going to go out and have like a crazy, put up a massive number that it doesn't really matter as much what the team does, like Jaden Daniels a couple of years ago for LSU. I think USC has to be really good, and his numbers are good. And then, if that's the case, then he's going to be in the mix.
Ryan, staying on Maiava, he's already shown to be a prolific passer, but the decision-making a couple of times, especially against, disciplined secondaries, a couple of bit costly turnovers. Do you think that's going to be the biggest area of improvement this year for Maiava?
It was from 2024 when he took over for Miller Moss. There was a high ceiling and a lower floor. I think he raised the floor significantly last year, and I think you have to take one more step. 10 interceptions last year, but he was much more efficient, and he seemed much more like a quarterback that you could trust. And I think that what I'm looking forward to the most, just seeing how he does progress, because it's rare to have returning quarterbacks in college football right now. And if you got a quarterback whisperer like Lincoln Riley, and you get the same guy with him for 3 years, I think the expectations go even higher. But yeah, I think raising that floor a little bit more, but I think he's got the ability to have even more explosive plays and maybe use his legs a little bit more than we've seen before. But yeah, I think the steps he takes from last year where he was really, really good to this year, if he can make improvements on that, I think it's going to bode really well for this USC team this year.
15 returning starters for SC, the most nationally among FBS programs, 9 on the offensive side, including Jaden Maiava at the quarterback spot. Ryan, the most notable move of this offseason for the Trojans was the change at the defensive coordinator spot. Danton Lynn leaves after 2 years here with USC, goes back to his alma mater at Penn State. Lincoln Riley tabs the veteran in Gary Patterson, who is the all-time winningest head coach at TCU ever, to be his new defensive coordinator for 2026. What is this defense going to look like under Patterson's guidance?
Yeah, that's where everyone's going to be watching to see. And we weren't sure when Patterson was hired, I don't know. It's like a coin flip. Is this going to work? Is it not? And then you see him out there, and yeah, he's in his mid-60s, but he looks like he has as much energy as anybody, and he's bopping around he's not just kind of overseeing everything. He gets with a defensive lineman and is telling individual guys about what their footwork should be, or he's going to the DBs and tell them how they need to turn their hips. He's involved, and he tells you, hey, I show up, it's dark, I leave, it's dark. His wife thinks that, she's the mistress and football is his first love. He is into this. For a guy that's mid-60s, this is what he wants. So I feel a lot more confident that he's going to be someone that can deliver this defense. And Denton Lynn made it better, but I think they need to take one more step forward, especially with the teams on their schedule, with some really prolific offenses, to be a really good defense. We just haven't seen that, an elite offense of Lincoln Riley match with a good defense. And if anyone can do it, I'm pretty confident it's going to be Gary Patterson. But that'll be the most fascinating thing, I think, to watch this season. How much better can this defense be with a Hall of Famer calling the plays?
You know, I have to say, Ryan, with the expectations with USC and, you know, the expectations for Maeva, my question is, what are going to be his key targets? After losing Lemon and Lane last year, who is he going to be throwing the ball to?
Yeah, I mean, Lemon won the Bolitnikoff, and you look at Jacoby Lane in Baltimore camp, and he's killing it. One-handed catches all over the place. So Tanook Hines is kind of, he almost reminds you of Lemon, and he came in last year late in the season when those guys were hurt in the bowl game and did really well. I think he's going to be your number one guy. I like Terrell Anderson a lot. He's a transfer they got out of North Carolina State, and they got some stud freshmen coming in. I think they're all going to be in the mix. I think Trent Mosley might be their slot guy. They like him a lot. He's a true freshman. And these freshmen, you know, they came in back in January, and they've been around the program a lot. They have 31 true freshmen that came into the program early, and it doesn't feel like they're freshmen anymore because they've been around so much. But it's going to be a younger mix. But watch out for Mark Bowman from Mater Dei High School, too. He's playing tight end, but, man, he just looks like a man-child out there. He doesn't look – he's part of that number one recruiting class. Doesn't look like a freshman. I think he's going to be really involved in the passing game as well from that tight end spot.
Ryan Abraham joining us here on D. Fish and Decker, owner, publisher of USCFootball.com, has covered the Trojans for nearly 3 decades. You mentioned the number one recruiting class for USC entering 2026. Also in that wide receiver room, he will become a crowd favorite. His legal name is Ethan. His nickname is Booby. His last name is Feaster. That is Booby Feaster, of course. He will be a big part of this program for USC in the 2026 season. Ryan, it starts on Saturday, just a few days from now at the Coliseum. You mentioned how difficult the schedule is for Trojans. There are notable home games this year in Los Angeles for USC. And focusing on the opener, Week 0 against San Jose State. USC is a hefty favorite. What is the number one thing you are looking for out of the performance for USC to start its season?
If you remember, USC opened with San Jose State a few years back, and a guy named Nick Nash, who's bumping around the NFL, had 3 touchdown catches against USC. So USC won handily, but that's not the kind of performance you want to see. I think, you know, offensively, they're going to be fine. You'll probably see Jonas Williams, the backup quarterback, a bunch coming in. They'll score points. I think they're going to be okay. It's really just, can you get some shut down some drives on the defensive side of the ball? What does this defense look like with Gary Patterson? They were leading the nation in sacks after the first 2 games, but those were against overmatched opponents. So you want to see that. You want to see pressure on the quarterback. You want to see the ability to get stops, you know, be able to stuff some run lanes that they weren't able to do last year. I really just want to see them look fundamentally sound on the defensive side of the ball. And, you know, 38.5-point favorite. Like, I don't know, like, who knows what's going to happen with that. But I just want to see, if you look at the defense, you go, okay, I get it. Like, that looks like a defense that can get some stops when you get a real opponent coming into the Coliseum.
You know, Ryan, one thing that was very glaring for the USC Trojans last year was the home and road splits, just wins and losses alone. What are we looking for them to kind of get rid of those road woes in this new hostile Big Ten environment?
Yeah, I mean, the Indiana game where you're defending national champion, like, okay, that's excusable. Like, losing to Maryland, losing to Minnesota, those are not. Now, they went on the road and, you know, beat a Nebraska team last year, and I think that was a good step forward. But you got Penn State. That's going to be a whiteout game in Happy Valley, and Penn State doesn't play Indiana or Ohio State or Oregon. So they have this game, USC, circled. You can't overlook that one. And going to Wisconsin, even though Luke Fickell's on the hot seat, man, you got that jump around thing. It's a crazy environment to play in. There's some really good environments that I think USC is the more talented team going in, but you're on the road. It's multiple time zones. Everyone's going to be against you. That's going to be for me, that'll be a great sort of prove it moment for Lincoln Riley that, hey, you think you have a championship caliber team. Those are road games. You need to go out and take care of business. You know, Indiana had a hard time last year at Penn State, with Oregon too. So I think, you know, USC is probably going to be more talented than Penn State, probably be favored in the game, but that's going to be a tough test. So I think, you know, the home games, Oregon and Ohio State, yeah, like everyone's going to be watching those across the country. But if USC really has that championship type of caliber, you got to go into Wisconsin. You got to go to Penn State, even UCLA at the Rose Bowl, and get those wins.
Penn State, as we learned yesterday, the trip to Happy Valley for Lincoln Riley and the Trojans, a whiteout game in prime time, 4:30 p.m. here in L.A. Ryan Abraham, the owner, publisher of USCFootball.com, a Heisman voter as well. Ryan, we appreciate the time here on D. Fish and Decker. Thanks for getting everybody ready for this USC football season.
Sure thing. Thanks for having me on.
I love what Ryan said there in the comprehensive breakdown of this Trojans team, Cody. And when you look at this team, it will be defined by defense in its first year under Gary Patterson. Another name to know, he talked about some of those outstanding freshmen, Mark Bowman out of Mater Dei on the offensive side, an edge rusher that has caught everybody's attention for SC during fall camp. Luke Wafel is supposed to be the real deal. A freshman, but in terms of that defensive front for Gary Patterson, I think he's going to get after the quarterback and then some this season.
It's just a matter of what is this division going to look like in the Big Ten. I've espoused over and over and over how excited I am about the UCLA Bruins. Now, but I'm also realistic, understanding exactly what the Big Ten is. Keep in mind, Oregon, Ohio State, Penn State, as he just mentioned, that wideout game, and of course, USC kind of trying to get back to form the way they once were. I am very interested to see what they're going to be on the road because, listen, he mentioned it, the time difference, the situation, it's just different than it was in the old Pac-12, Pac-10, Pac-8 days.
Yep, there is no doubt about it. They also have a road trip to Indiana to take on the reigning national champions in Bloomington in the middle of November. It starts this Saturday, 3 days from now at the Coliseum, USC, San Jose State, Week 0 college football, noon here in LA.
What do you think about that when it comes down to the college? Like, this is actually, for me, a borderline argument for expanding the playoff, even though I do not think we should be expanding the playoff. But now that the Big Ten is basically what it is, and we already know what the SEC is, just two massive conferences beating up on each other, kind of ruining the parity a little bit going into a potential playoff situation.
Yeah.
Looking at these teams, I mean, you can make the argument that every one of them that I just mentioned could be in the college playoff in any situation. But as they're constantly beating up on each other, what does that look like come January?
I think it's a change in how we look at resumes. It's why you will see multiple teams with multiple losses when that never happened in the 10-year history of the 4-team era. It's why you might see a 9-3 team. And it's why, in my opinion, Cody Decker, I hate the College Football Playoff Selection Committee because there is no transparent criteria
at all
of how they make these selections year in, year out.
Embarrassing, by the way.
At least with the NCAA basketball tournament, they have key metrics that they point to and they can highlight. The net ranking and the WOB rating for how these teams are determined because there's 365 around the country and nothing is going to be balanced. You have 18 teams in the Big Ten. You're not even going to find scheduling balance in one league versus the 16 others in the SEC. When you have 32 teams in the NFL, we complain about strength of schedule, and that's one league with 8 divisions. We have 10 different FBS conferences now in 136 programs. You're never going to have that scheduling balance that so many people in college sports get mad about. I'm not a huge fan of playoff expansion. If it goes anywhere, I would like to see it go to 16. I think 12 is the correct model. Here is my biggest take, and I don't even know if it's that hot anymore. The issue with the BCS era wasn't the computers. It was the fact there were only 2 teams that could play for a national championship. You bring back the BCS model with its algorithms, with its ratings, with its model, and you have now a 12-team expanded field. That, to me, is the perfect solution.
That actually does make a little bit more sense because I had a huge problem with the old BCS setup because it was nonsense. It just was. For just taking the top 2. I mean, what do we all care about? Hell, I remember even Mark Cuban was talking about it at one point. He's like, I'm just going to make a college playoff, and we're going to do it. And listen, I'm glad we have a college playoff. Is it perfect? Not even a little. But also what I don't think is perfect is getting, as much as I love seeing an underdog team like a JMU last year, which another reason why I'm very excited about UCLA getting Bob Chesney.
Yeah.
JMU should not be in that playoff.
Yeah, listen.
It's just the truth.
I'm a proponent of access. I do believe that unless you are going to cut off the other 6 conferences outside of the Power 4, there needs to be that avenue. And I do think one of these days we will see the underdog play spoiler. But with where the system is in college football, you have the best players year over year leave those teams like JMU and 10 of their key starters following Bob Chesney to Westwood here with UCLA. It makes it very difficult for competitive balance. But what has been a main story, and Cody, one of the reasons I cannot wait for this Saturday in Week 0 and USC's debut is because it's actually football games on our television and on our screens. Because every offseason in college sports, especially in college football, it feels like the existence of the sport is called into question. We have seen NFL players get cut from training camp after being drafted or entering the NFL draft, now come back to college, LSU most notably adding a few. The Big Ten first yesterday morning came out and said, we are not allowing this to happen. If you declared for the NFL draft, if you took part in a training camp, you cannot come back to college. The SEC followed suit yesterday. An SEC institution is not permitted to have an athlete on its roster who has, 1, previously declared for the NFL, NBA, or WNBA draft and did not appropriately withdraw, 2, signed a contract with an NFL or other professional football league, NBA, G League, or WNBA team, or 3, been listed on an NFL, NBA, or WNBA roster. It was a 16-zip vote in favor of taking this stance for the SEC. The conferences are starting to fight back.
Good. As they should. Listen, it is already a professional league, practically, and I understand any player that declares for the draft who is getting a pretty penny over there with their NIL deals over at their school, wanting to get back over to their school, because professional sports is a massive rude awakening, period, stop. Yeah. Especially the NFL. Those are very, very few jobs available to you, and some of them don't exactly pay what some of these guys were actually getting over there in their respected SEC schools, Big Ten schools, and yeah, you're going to go to a practice squad likely, and if that happens, goodbye that money you were getting.
Yep, and it's unfortunate for these guys, the class of 2022 high school grads, that the eligibility rules now, the 5-for-5 collegiately, were not what they had at their disposal. But there were rules, and they used up their eligibility and every standard once they declared to be a professional. Are there going to be more lawsuits? Yeah. Are there going to be more legal battles? No doubt about it. But the conferences do have the ability to issue out their own discipline and punishment, regardless if a local district court judge rules a player can be eligible.
Listen. The judge aspect of this entire thing has been arguably the ugliest part of this entire thing. Yeah. Just because you're a guy that's like, oh, I'm an Ole Miss judge, so I obviously am going to allow this in Oxford. Yeah, no problem. Same with LSU. And that's why I appreciate, and I will never say this again either, I appreciate the SEC doing the right thing. Phrase that it rarely leaves my lips.
Yeah, me neither. And they followed the Big Ten in this, but they took even a stronger stance than the Big Ten. Just one last thing here. Sean McVay was asked about this phenomenon, NFL players leaving the league, going back to college, and he said, quote, feel like I took a freaking gummy.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's a pretty good summation of the entire
so
thing.
Right. He is so right. I feel stoned anytime we're even having this conversation.
Don't worry, friends. Football returns. USC season debut. Actual football games on Saturday. The top of the Dodger offensive lineup yesterday in Atlanta, not so great. We'll talk about the offensive struggles, especially against those teams that have a winning record, up next here on D. Fish and Decker.
In a world where you can book a trip anywhere, one man booked a trip to Hawaii in the middle of a goddamn hurricane. The one and only Cody Decker.
Yeah.
Wow.
There he is. Pitch black outside. I heard, rumor has it he slept out there.
So, Cody, do you think it's just bad luck, or is it just a sign of the times that your first vacation in more than a year comes in the middle of Hurricane Lila?
One, I would appreciate this hostile work environment to calm down just a tick. This is my first time I've been not working in a full year, and I walked it right into, as Raj put it very, very eloquently, into a goddamn hurricane. And yes, this has been nuts. Absolutely nuts over here. But listen, the weather has calmed down a little bit. We are better. We are better. We are better. It is humid as hell, though.
Who had a better weekend? Cody Decker out in Hawaii or Kyle Tucker inside Dodger Stadium?
Well, I got to tell you, I would say it's Kyle Tucker, and I'll tell you why. He didn't have to watch Kyle Tucker the way I had to watch Kyle Tucker this last weekend in a hurricane. It was awful. He was awful at the plate, 0 for 17. He was awful in the field. Now, granted, a tough play towards the right field wall, but, buddy, we're paying $60 million a year. Run into a goddamn wall every once in a while.
I'm able to say that it is amazing to be coaching a basketball team with Juju Watkins back on the court. Really blessed to just be here, feeling back like myself, and being able to practice with the team. I mean, it's just been a long time coming. I mean, I've just been working out, grinding every day so that I could be in this position. So to see all of that hard work kind of pay off right now, it's really fulfilling. Just being around everybody, shooting the ball, like, I don't even know, like the smallest stuff just gets me excited. But I definitely being able to scrimmage again, it's all I could ask for, honestly.
We were up 24 points at the half, I think, or in the second quarter.
That was game 5, right? In LA?
So much trash.
No, that was game 4.
But that was game 4. Okay.
When we had a chance to tie the series up 2-2.
Right.
And, we got up big early.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they cut it to maybe 18 at the half after being up 24. The reason why it's so hurtful is when I checked out of the game in the third quarter, we were up by 13 points. And by the time I checked back in the game, and I don't coach the team, so by the time I checked back into the game, we're down by 5.
Oh,
so we were minus 18.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting here watching us lose this lead.
Oh, it must be frustrating.
And that was like the one time. I was always a guy that did what the coach asked me to do. But that was the one time I almost went and checked myself back in the game.
I heard that.
I wish you did, man. I wish you did. The Las Vegas Raiders had to help Ashton Genty off the practice turf yesterday, could not put any weight on his injured right leg. The Raiders do a prayer circle. It feels as though this could be the end of the season before year number 2 for Genty even began. Did your heart stop?
Wouldn't say my heart stopped, but I definitely thought, yeah, that should happen to the Raiders. Why not? Why not ruin the one good offensive thing that looked like was coming into this season? That would have been Ashton Genty for a sophomore season, because last year left a lot to be desired. And I firmly have been behind Ashton Genty throughout the entire process, because everyone's like, well, what a bust was he? He looks fantastic. He looks jacked to the gills. Good Lord, how much muscle this guy put on.
Like you in the gym.
Like me in the gym. I really appreciated what this guy had been doing. I was fired up for this season. Of course, I was a little worried when I saw the news. I thought, based on how they reacted, we were going to hear an ACL tear, MCL, something with the knee. Finding out it was ankle, I felt a little better about it. And it's looking like he will be back at some point this season. When will that be? I don't really.
This is going to drop. Ozzie brings in an Olsen. In an oh-so-good moment for Atlanta. The Bravos back on top here in the 8th.
That was the sound of the game-winning RBI single for Ozzie Albies, courtesy of Braves Vision last night in Atlanta. The Braves take the opener over the Dodgers by a final score of 4-3. The 8th inning RBI for Albies delivered that 4th run for Atlanta. But Cody, it did seem as though in the top of the 9th, the Dodgers would have their opportunity to respond, even against one of the best closers in baseball in Raisel Iglesias for Atlanta. Shohei Ohtani, top of the lineup, leads off with a triple. Your game-tying run is now only 90 feet away from squaring that thing up at 4. And you go to Freddie Freeman. And Mookie Betts following, unable to get the job done. Mookie grounding out, Freddie striking out in a 6-pitch at-bat. They intentionally walked Max Muncy, who has continued to be captain clutch for the Dodgers, and then Tommy Edman in the 5 spot flies out to end the game with runners on the corners and 2 outs. It was part of a larger story for the Dodgers last night, especially at the top of that lineup, the inability to plate runs even with runners in scoring position.
It's been a problem for the Dodgers as of late for a little bit, in fact. As you know, just mentioning last night, 3 for 12 with runners in scoring position. That just cannot happen. I don't know what else to say. They need to get some quality hits, and if nothing else, manufacture runs. Now, the Dodgers have lived a very charmed life with their offense for years. High-powered, high power, high speed, high on-base percentage, slugging type of offense. It's been leaving a lot to be desired for the last, I would honestly say 2 months now at this point. Now, it doesn't mean certain players are not playing fantastic. Obviously, you mentioned Tommy Edman. He's been doing a very solid job. You know, Shohei Ohtani is going to be a finalist, if not the MVP. Freddie Freeman dropping below 300 for the first time in about roughly 2 months. Muncy, you mentioned captain clutch. Phenomenal year by him. But other guys stepping up in interesting spots, like an Alex Call, who's hitting 261 for the Los Angeles Dodgers. Kyle Tucker has his moments on the road where he kind of shows his life again. Right now, Alec Thomas has been like my favorite thing injected into this offense over this last week. I think he has been a very good piece added to the team after Andy Pages has been out for a little bit. The issue is there is something we do need to address. This team is not getting younger, and I'm talking about the core of this team. Ohtani, Freeman, Betts, Muncy. I'll throw in a Kike Hernandez. These guys have been stalwarts and mainstays for years and years and years, especially if we're going to talk about Muncy and Betts and Kike Hernandez. These guys have been on this team since, 2020, 2019? Yeah.
No doubt.
If not longer for a couple of those guys. I mean, hell, Kike Hernandez, I played against him in the big leagues in 2015 when he was a Dodger and I made my debut as a San Diego Padre. He is still there. I can't believe he's still there, but he's still there. And I don't mean that I can't believe that he can't play. I just can't believe his longevity that he's been able to do it this long at this point. This is a team that has more than enough offense. But we do need to start discussing the age of the core of this team.
And I think, Cody, that's been one of the main stories for the Dodgers in this second half. They are the oldest average positional group in the sport in Major League Baseball. Now, you could say that veteran experience can win the day in October.
It can.
Or for a team that played 180 games last year and is hoping to do the same this year, could it rear its ugly head, especially if the Dodgers, who still maintain a 3-game lead on the Braves for the bye in the National League, they sit one back of the Brewers, who were walked off last night by the Mets for that top spot in the National League, are unable to secure the bye past the wild card round. LA still in a good position. And part of the age being exposed a little bit has been a lack of Dodger pop in this second half. It's why the series at Coors Field in Denver was great to see. 11 runs, 7 runs. They scored more runs in the opener against Colorado 2 Mondays ago than they had in the entire 4-game set at home against the Milwaukee Brewers. 10 in total in those 4 games against the Brew Crew. But we talked about this early on. The Dodgers in the second half now, against teams with a winning record, are 6-14. In 8 consecutive games against teams with a winning record, the Dodgers have failed to score more than 4 runs. The offense against the best of the best, at least in the last month or so, has left a little bit to be desired.
Yeah, and I'll look at Shohei Ohtani as being one of those reasons. And it's not for the reason you think. It's not Shohei Ohtani's play. It's just, you have to understand, Shohei Ohtani, and this is why the 2 spot has become so damn important for the Dodgers, and that's why the lack of productivity out of the 2 spot has been so damn big for the Dodgers. I mentioned earlier, giving that example of Roger Maris. Roger Maris got pitches because of who was hitting behind him, leading to him hitting 61 home runs in that season. Keep in mind, that man won back-to-back MVPs during that time, but he won the MVP that season with Mickey Mantle behind him. Shohei Ohtani is getting pitch sequences basically to pitch around Shohei Ohtani at almost every single at-bat. They don't want to make a mistake to Shohei Ohtani. But I'll tell you this, if somebody in the 2 spot can get it together the way Kyle Tucker was supposed to be, that was the plan. He was supposed to be in the 2 spot to protect Shohei Ohtani to get him as many pitches as humanly possible. If I'm a pitcher, I'm more than happy to pitch around Shohei Ohtani to get to whoever's hitting roughly 085 in the 2 spot for the Dodgers.
Especially since he ain't going to steal bases.
He's not stealing bases right now. So now we got him over there at first base, and I'll just take my chance, which is a good idea because the Dodgers lead Major League Baseball in double plays.
We'll have to tap into the 97.1 The Fan research department to really see if we can get into the numbers of what that 2-hole hitter, whether it's been Kyle Tucker or a struggling Mookie Betts or Andy Pages or now Freddie Freeman for the last 4 games, is batting this year. Freddie, in his last 4 games since the start of the series against the Pirates, and he did have 3 hits in the final 2 against the Buccos over the weekend at the Ravine, is 3 for 17 overall, and the average has dipped below 300 for the first time in a month for a guy that just consistently was putting the bat on the ball and getting on base for the Dodgers. It was a thought, Cody, that Freddie Freeman last night could do exactly that after Shohei Ohtani's leadoff triple in the 9th. Here is Doc Dave Roberts following the loss last night in Atlanta in the inability for the top of the Dodgers lineup to come through when it mattered most.
Well, I think that obviously Shohei leads off with a triple, and with Rice out, you know that he's going to lean on that split change, and it's just infield in. You got to try to find something elevated to get the ball to the outfield.
True.
And they were unable to do that.
They were unable to do that. And, when you got a guy like that, Raisel Iglesias on the mound, high octane speed with a lot of spin rate, it is a very tall order to ask. And I always went with the approach when I'm trying to get the ball in the air. It's not that I'm trying to lift. I'm not trying to do anything. I'm not trying to change anything in my swing. It's what he just said. It's getting the pitch to do it with. My swing, every swing is roughly the same. It just depends on what the situation is. The game will tell me what I need to do. Infield is in. I'm looking for a pitch that I can just drive. I just need to drive a ball out in front, and hopefully if I drive it, I can get it through the infield or drive it and get it to the outfield in general. Now, Freddie Freeman and Mookie Betts are well aware of what their goal is, but that should tell you how good Raisel Iglesias is.
And he is really, really good. 28 saves now in 31 tries for the Braves this year. The Dodgers again last night had 11 guys left on base, 3 for 12 with runners in scoring position. Those top 3 guys in the top of the lineup, Ohtani, Freeman, Betts, a combined 2 for 15 last night with 2 Ks. And we are always nitpicking when we are talking about the greatness of one Shohei Ohtani on a baseball diamond. But in the top of the second, when the Dodgers responded, as did Tyler Glasnow on the bump later in that frame, they played it to courtesy of RBIs from Alek Thomas and Hunter Fiducia. Runners on first and second for Ohtani with 2 outs. He struck out looking on an ABS challenge that was won by the Atlanta Braves. Again, nitpicking here. Shohei Ohtani all year long, Cody Decker, with runners in scoring position, has a 305 batting average and a 153 WRC plus. Average for WRC plus in baseball is 100. Show is 53 points better than that when runners are in scoring position. Really good. Since the All-Star break, those numbers have dropped ever so slightly. 275 with runners in scoring position and a 133 WRC plus. Some have been like, come on, Shohei, you're our guy. When we turn the lineup over to go back to you, because of how this is constructed with you as the leadoff guy, have to take advantage. The Dodgers failed to do so last night.
Yeah, they really did, and it was unfortunate to see. I honestly thought that. By the way, I also want to point out, this was a hell of a ball game.
Really
fought
good game
on both sides. I mean, what we got out of Tyler Glasnow, what they got out of Bryce Elder, this was a solid, phenomenal baseball team by 2 very good teams that are going to be phenomenal in October. So let's just start with that. It's not like any team outslugged the other. This was a grind out, broken bat type of singles 4-3 victory. So let's start with that. But also, that's not the Dodgers game. That hasn't been the Dodgers game for years. We talk about the Phillies with their high power offense and how that can be a catch-22 sometimes. You get into October, you go cold, you're out, no matter how good your pitching is. Right now, the Dodgers have been showing me the Phillies of the last 5 years all of a sudden, and that is something that I think is concerning.
And I think it's been concerning for Dodger fans, especially against the best of the best. In the second half, a reminder, LA is 6-14 against teams above 500. They are 13-2 against teams sub 500. Yes, you are beating up on the teams that you should. 3 straight sweeps against those teams with a losing record in the Royals, Rockies, and Pirates. But now they have dropped 4 of 5 against the Brewers and the Braves back-to-back in those teams that they need to beat to stay atop the National League at this moment. What was that reaction?
I got to tell you, man, we're having a rough day in the world right now because in the last 24 hours we have now lost 2 icons.
Oh no.
We haven't mentioned it yet, of course, the legend Dolly Parton.
The legend.
It is now being reported that Tim Curry has just passed away, one of my all-time favorite actors.
No way.
My God. It's even in the chat, in their legend in Home Alone 2. Actually, yes, he is a legend in Home Alone 2. Rocky Horror Picture Show, Clue. I mean, you name it, this man has done it. The villain in Legend, where he played Darkness. I mean, he played Pennywise the Clown in the old It series. Oh, man, Tim Curry. So sorry we're losing another legend.
Legends. We're going to talk some child stars coming up here as well. Speaking of Tim Curry in Home Alone 2, unfortunate there. We will continue to have the conversations on the other side of the break, and there are more details to come, by the way, out of the arrest of 49ers owner Jed York. We'll detail all of that here on D. Fish and Decker on the other side.
There was the number 8 version of him and then the number 24 version of him. And I still think about that now when you think about players. Sometimes when we talk about how refreshing it is for guys to tell us what they're thinking and what's going on and, oh, man, I feel like I struggled or I feel like this. I still think there's something to being in character that athletes should still hold on to. Kobe got into character as well as anybody that's ever played a sport. It was a part of who he was, but he went into an entirely different space and mindset when it came to competition. It was like putting on the actual armor to go out onto the battlefield. Like, right, we saw the Odyssey. There's not many times that they walked out there without sliding that helmet on. Like, it's like you turn into a different person once you slide that thing on. It's okay to be what you need to be for your team in certain moments that isn't necessarily consistent with who you actually are. It's okay to leave Clark Kent or Bruce Wayne at the house. We need you to be Superman and Batman.
What's the best thing about living in LA?
The taxes.
Man, is he giving his taxes to somebody I'm not? That's crazy. But best thing, I'm like, I mean, yeah, when it's December and my mom wants to come out here for Christmas time, it's 75 degrees and we can go to Malibu and sit by the beach and enjoy the waves. So that's not how Christmas is we're spending in Utah, that's for sure.
One day you're going to be in your 30s and you might get some vet days like Matt and Devontae. But while they're getting their time, is it tough for the offense to maybe build the chemistry that you'd love to at this point?
No, I think Coach does a great job, and I think it's been really fun and it requires, I think, a different mindset, I think, from everybody. The command and just the command that Matthew brings when he steps onto the football field, and also seeing Steady and some of the other guys step up and make plays. And I think it allows for Tyler Higbee to be out there, and opportunities for me for us, the other leaders on our offense to step up and communicate and take pride in us being able to operate still very similar to that same level. We haven't got hit yet, so I would say I feel very great right now. I haven't had to hit anybody or get taken to the ground, so I'm like, yeah, my knees, shoulders, and ankles feel pretty good.
Puka, you're in a contract year. Some news that you've changed representation. What went in? Is that true? And what went into your thinking in terms of changing agents?
Yeah, I did change agencies, and I think it was something for me just kind of looking at the off season and just kind of where I feel like I've been at in this past year or so, and just trying to reset and being able to refocus and reprioritize some of the things that I feel like are best for me. And I'm just grateful to feel like I have a team supporting me in all facets.
Once again, Edwin Diaz doing his Edwin Diaz thing. And here's the thing. I am a fan of Edwin Diaz. I think he's a very solid pitcher. And yes, if you look at his career numbers, he has elite closer metrics. He absolutely does. High leverage innings, shutdown innings. He holds the record that will Tides hold the record for most saves in a single season. In fact, when he did it in 2018 with the Mariners. But I've also seen full year collapses on this guy. And I'm talking multi-year. We saw it with the Mets twice, by the way. We also saw the injured year that he had with the Mets. Now he's over here with the Dodgers, and he's been very shaky from Jump Street, before even the microneedling surgery even had. I have not been quiet that I didn't like this deal. In fact, the Dodgers made two very big deals this last offseason in Edwin Diaz and Kyle Tucker. I didn't like either deal. It comes to fruition that both of these guys happen to be the biggest struggle bust players on the Dodgers, both on the pitching side and the offensive side. So it's a little frustrating to see. I do hear the people kind of pointing the finger at Dave Roberts, saying, why are you throwing him back out there? However, we saw him have a very, very efficient 12-pitch inning earlier this week. However, you can't be blowing saves to the Brewers this late in the season. You just can't. So the way I see it, I think an adjustment does need to be made. It's just hard to justify considering how much you're paying this guy.
Derek, are you excited or a little bit upset that the Lakers are quickly becoming the whitest team in the league? Because
quietly,
I not even quietly.
I think it's pretty outright.
We are, holy God! Like, I don't know if we're playing basketball. I don't know if we're storming the Capitol. Like, I don't know what the Lakers are doing right now. But there's a lot of white. There's a lot of white. There's gonna be.
But the two white guys can really shoot it.
I mean, I know, but I just don't know if the locker room vibes are gonna be good when it's yacht rock being played after a win.
What's wrong with I can tell you the answer to that. No.
No. Yeah, it's like you just beat the defending champion Knicks in Madison Square Garden. Let's go back to the locker room. Sailing, take me away.
Christopher Cross. It's always Christopher Cross for victories, baby.
That's
my team. That's my Lakers.
Does that fire us up? I don't know. I like Rob Pelinka, please get for lack of a better terms, give some people that will celebrate at Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles afterward. Okay, like get some people
celebrate there though.
Trust me, I love it. But get Get some soul in that locker room, please. Get some melanin.
I believe in him. I believe that Rob can do this, no question. The Dodgers a few years back had an outfielder named Andrew Toles, a good, solid player they got from the Rays organization. Smaller guy, fast, speedy, can really just play. And he played for the Dodgers on and off for a couple of years. And there were rumors about the guy that he was wired a little differently, like really wired a little differently, and the Dodgers had to kind of keep tabs on him type of thing. Well, after he left baseball, he kind of went on.
We welcome you back to D. Fish and Decker on this Wednesday on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. He is Cody Decker. I am Ben Stevens. The Los Angeles Rams, 15 days from now, head to Melbourne, Australia to take on the San Francisco 49ers for their season debut. Will Niners owner Jed York be in attendance at that game in Australia? We do not know.
Do they got any mobile parks?
I mean, yes, actually, it's funny you mentioned that. They do.
And he'll be there.
I believe they call it caravans over there.
What's the exchange rate for $140
that's a good
in
question.
Australian dollars?
I don't know.
Is it $140 like high end?
I don't know. And again, I still keep asking the same question over and over about this Jed York situation.
Yeah.
And it's very, very simple. How did you put yourself in this situation? I fully agree with Raj's take that it has to be a kink, considering the fact that you are one of the wealthiest men and from one of the wealthiest families humanly possible, yet you're paying $140. And now that more details are coming out of this, because it's amazing, he didn't check in like once or twice. He checked in 3 times to get the right price.
He gave the LeBron James ahead of joining the Miami Heat, not 1, not 2, 3 messages to this undercover ad that went unanswered. So when both messages to an undercover ad that was a part of a sting operation for a known prostitution website went unanswered, on Sunday morning at 9:11 a.m., York again reached out. He asked, quote, if the female was free and that he would love to come see her, the report stated. He was advised that full-service sexual activity was $160, with unprotected sex being $20 more. Officials wrote in the report.
$20 more? I feel like that should be a slight uptick. That should have given him a red flag.
You got to think, if Jed York is seeing that, he's like, whoa, okay, maybe this isn't real.
Whoa, this person must really like me. And you know those people that go to a strip club and they think that the stripper likes them in real life?
Yeah.
That's funny.
And York advised that the $160 worked for him, so maybe not the $20 upgrade, and he was on his way, and thus he was arrested. Again, this was done by a trafficking task force there in the state of Ohio, and York replied to an undercover ad for a known prostitution ring. He was a part of this sting operation, thus was arrested. Again, it is a misdemeanor disorderly conduct charge right now, of which he has pled no contest to, and I still think a misdemeanor for criminal tools,
which we still don't know entirely what that means. I'm assuming.
Well, if he didn't want the $20 upgrade, we can assume what it was not.
Maybe the criminal tool was a condom.
Yeah, who knows?
That actually might be the criminal. I'm thinking it might be the cell phone, considering the fact that was used in the transaction process. But one thing I think is really, really funny about this is the name he gave. And buddy, if you're gonna hide and your name is Jed, don't pick a 3-letter, 1-syllable name that starts with the same letter, because he went under the name Joe. And I'm extremely disappointed, not only in the laziness of just barely changing your name, but also do something exciting with it. Give me an alter ego. Give me your Sasha Fierce. Give me your what was it that Garth Brooks did an album as?
I don't know.
Chris Gaines. Give me your Chris Gaines or
Gnarls Barkley.
Gnarls Barkley
from CeeLo Green or one of the ways.
Do you remember Anthony Weiner, the former mayoral candidate?
I do.
Who got caught for roughly similar actions?
Correct.
He, at least, to his credit, came up with the name Carlos Danger.
Yeah.
How about the artist formerly known as Jed?
He's still too close.
Too close.
Just a little too close.
Go with like Brett Favre if you want to do something NFL related.
Because he'll never get charged with anything, it appears.
And so, again, to go as Joe, 3-letter name, 2 of the 3 letters of your real name are used, including the starting letter. That's like you going, hey, I'm Corey.
Yeah.
That would be a terrible idea.
I'm Corey Kecker.
Yeah.
I'm just here to have a good time.
Yep.
Again, I'm not kink shaming. I'm just saying, buddy, how in the world, in a world that you live in of billionaires, where we know all billionaires are up to the shadiest humanly possible stuff humanly could be conceived.
Yeah.
And I have to assume, since he's swimming in those waters, he is too. Well, clearly he is. He just got caught doing it.
Yeah, he literally was swimming in those waters.
But how? Like, just how do you have no discretion?
Do you think maybe it's kind of like a Buddha thing? Like he comes from a royal family and then he goes to a tree. So maybe he is thinking, I come from so much money, billions of dollars, that I need to, if I'm going to engage in these illicit activities, do it for the cheapest amount of money possible.
That's an interesting topic.
And he doesn't want to be too different in the dichotomy of his mind, so Jed becomes Joe.
It must be the danger of it.
For sure.
It must be like, you know how like someone's like a nudist, but like is going into slightly dangerous places to be a nudist?
For sure.
Yeah.
Listen,
you know that, right?
You know me. I know everything. I know that all about you. Listen, as a native of Youngstown, Ohio, of which Jed York is, you can take the kid out of Youngstown, but not the Youngstown out of the kid.
One of my favorite Bruce Springsteen songs.
He was back there in Ohio and engaged in this activity. Again, he has pleaded no contest to 2 misdemeanor disorderly conduct and criminal tools charges. He has already served his time, basically.
He did his time.
I think it was a day and a half of jail time, of which Jed York has served. And
it was the only thing that was hard.
Well, after he learned that
the time.
messages went unanswered. Yeah, it was
the time.
Unfortunate for
time.
Joe York, I guess, there in that moment. There is still a chance that the NFL and their personal conduct policy could issue a discipline to the 49ers owner. Mm-hmm. We wait with bated breath.
Yes, we do. And listen, it is what it is. I'm interested to see where this goes. I don't know if the NFL is going to do anything. I think the public embarrassment and shame of this is going to be more than enough. But based on the other kinks, he might have a kink shame as well.
Owner is a weird man. Just ask Robert Kraft.
Oh boy.
And what happens in the state of Florida.
Is that remotely close to this? How dare you? It's the exact same thing.
It is the exact same thing.
Wasn't
Wasn't that also in a sting operation? Or
I don't know. I truly
a lot
don't
of things
know.
that happened for the New England Patriots. It's hard to say.
Oh my God, aren't you? You ain't lying.
Speaking of things that are hard to say, how about 3 the hard way?
I will almost give you credit for that one. Not your best work,
Same
but
way. It's
you
almost
tried.
like Joe and Jed. It kind of
It's the effort that counts. It's the effort that counts.
Oh, your mic's on.
Gotcha. Yes. Hey, guys, we got a happy birthday in the house. Happy 46 or 47, I forget, to Macaulay Culkin.
Man.
Yeah,
Older than I
right.
expected that to be.
Man, by the way, he actually looks great these days.
Now. Yeah, he came back, man. He's good.
Big time.
Looking good. 46, just confirmed that. So, of course, he was a child star in Home Alone, as you mentioned earlier. So, guys, it got me to thinking, 3 the hard way. We got to come up with your 3 the hard way favorite child stars, and one of these options, they count as one. I know there are 2, but they'll count as one, okay?
Yeah.
All right, so 3 the hard way. We're starting with Macaulay Culkin, the Olsen twins, Gary Coleman, who Trash wasn't sure who he was, or Crash.
What?
I called him Trash. Yeah.
Trash! How do you not know who Gary Coleman is?
Sorry. Haley Joel Osment, who I don't know who that is.
You what?
The Osment twins?
No, what?
I don't know. Sorry.
He got nominated. The Sixth Sense. He got
Sixth
nominated for an
Sense.
Oscar.
I see dead people.
Was he a star? What else he playing?
That was it. That's
No.
all he
He was in a ton of stuff.
Okay.
Ton of other star of
All right.
AI.
Yeah.
He was a star.
Okay, AI. That
Yeah.
was awful. Jesus.
Not my favorite movie.
Goodness, I tried.
Not
to
my
make it
favorite
good.
movie.
And I had
Happy
some
Gilmore 2, but later in his life.
Okay,
anyway.
all right, fine. We'll give it to him. And then Lindsay Lohan. All right, so 3 the hard way. Those are
ones.
the child stars. Is that what we call them? Yeah, child stars. So let's start with you, Cody. Who's first on your list? Who's safe?
Okay, I'm just going to get it out of the way. Macaulay Culkin is clearly safe. I mean, I don't know what to say.
That's number one?
There
Okay.
there are child stars, and then there's Macaulay Culkin.
Yeah.
He was like he was box office gold for like 10 straight years.
Right.
Until he was
he
no
in the
longer
Michael
a child.
Jackson video?
Yes, he was. He was in
All right.
black and white, and
Yeah.
I think another one too. So
Okay.
yeah.
And I think that I'm also going to go with Macaulay Culkin as number
All right.
one because of that idea
Birthday
that he is
boy.
a child star, and he is like the epitome of when you think of a child star, it is Macaulay Culkin
Right,
for
right.
what he has given this society. I would also say, in classic child star fashion, he kind of flamed out, but now he's brought it back.
A little bit.
And it's like a good thing. You know who he's engaged to?
Brenda Song.
Brenda Song.
Yeah.
Who called the Rams preseason game in the booth.
Oh,
London
I didn't know
Timberwolves.
that.
Yeah.
So
Knowledge
jealous
from
of that
you guys.
man.
Love the knowledge. Okay,
Hey, yo.
now we head
Joe
to
York.
Número 2.
who's safe on the list.
I'm going to keep it going on this exact same spot. Listen. The Olsen twins were just at a different level. You start with Full House, and then you go into the conglomerate. And yes, I'm going to call it a conglomerate of not only their movies, but then their fashion lines, all their things. We haven't seen them on screen in like 25 years because they haven't needed to be.
It's like a Beatles fascination with the Olsen twins in the late 90s. And I also have to go Olsen twins at number 2. I wasn't sure if they were going to make your list.
They're on it.
But they had by far, I think, even more than Macaulay Culkin, the biggest impact on my life. Full House, one of my favorite shows growing up. My sister, a diehard Olsen fan, so we had to watch every single Olsen twins movie. My mom went to high school with them at North Hollywood High School with their mom. So
fair enough.
Number 2.
Ready to rock. Okay, that leads us to...
Número 3.
First, tell me who's not safe on your list. There's some big child stars.
Big child stars.
Listen,
you got Gary Coleman, Haley Joel Osment.
Now I can't stress
favorite,
enough.
number 1.
And Lindsay Lohan. Gary Coleman is not going to be on my list, and it's not because Gary Coleman was not an incredibly massive child star.
Huge.
It's because I just was not during my time when he was a child star, so I didn't get to live through it the way I have the rest of these.
You know, he was on like magazine covers, like Tiger and all. You know, those '80s magazine things.
Sure.
Like I just seen pictures. He was like on there.
Yeah,
like, he was like a real star.
I mean, what you talking about? Willis is still in the lexicon.
And I think he was on an episode of Buck Rogers, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe it. I got nothing on him for this, so I'm sadly taking him out.
All right.
And it comes down to Haley Joel Osment and Lindsay Lohan. I'm going to go Lindsay Lohan.
Wow.
I'm going with Lindsay Lohan is my third pick. Is my third pick. Haley Joel Osment, you were a wonderful child star, but I'm so sorry you did not crack my top 3.
All right, we got less than a minute left. Just give us your number 3 then, my friend. Or tell us who's not on.
No, I think it's iconic lines, right? And Haley Joel Osment had that. I see dead people. Lindsay Lohan, an absolute rock star. I can't believe I'm leaving her off this list, but I have to go Gary Coleman.
Hey,
because of what you're talking about, Willis.
What you talking about, Willis?
I get it.
Yeah.
It just always was there. It's something I have known. It's something my father told me about. I know that line. So I got to go with Gary Coleman for his lasting impact and what he did as a child star. No Jaleel White on this list, by the way.
No.
Merkel.
No. He should be, by the way.
He should.
But I don't know. I think with this list, I think this is fair because he would have not made my list either.
I agree.
Unfortunately, because I love me some Jaleel White.
I completely agree. What was Urkel's line?
Did I do that?
And you know he was not originally supposed to be on the show. All right, here we go.
No, he was not. That's the funny part.
Hey, our fourth and final hour, including a former baseball player that Cody knows well, Jeff Francoeur, joins us next on D. Fish and Decker.
I said he hated Shohei Ohtani. I betrayed him. Big time. Thank you. It's time to tell the truth. This man loved Shohei Ohtani more than Juliet loved Romeo. I once, this is real, saw Doug McCain burst into tears when Ohtani gave up a single walk. When most people can't sleep, they count sheep. My co-host counts Ohtani home runs. Dolly Parton passed away today. Rest in peace.
Really?
One of the great American treasures. Islands in the Stream is my favorite Dolly Parton song. And that was before I heard Doug's version of it. And I'm going to do the best I can to recreate. This is what Doug sings in the breaks. Doug and Ohtani on the same team. This is what we are. No more in between. How can Doug and Ohtani be wrong? Sail away with me to another Shohei award. That's what Doug sings.
Goodness.
In the breaks. Most people, when they're sad or something's going wrong, therapist, right? Doug watches old clips of Shohei Ohtani being the greatest player of all time. This man loves Shohei more than Jack loved Rose, more than Antony loved Cleopatra, more than Mr. Darcy secretly adored Elizabeth. And the fact that I got in the way of that is a swear word tragedy. Doug would cross an ocean, walk across fire, fight a cyclops, endure working with me, allow 1,000 of his phones to be stolen and smuggled to Morocco. Anything, everything.
Cheap shot.
For Shohei Ohtani.
Wow. Give it up. Round of applause.
And it's why the love he felt led him. With great nuance, I did not deliver to want Ohtani to be in a situation of health that allowed him to hit, but perhaps pitch less. Did he call it an injury? Yes. Did I properly describe the love this man feels? Most people celebrate Valentine's Day. Doug doesn't. He celebrates Shohei Ohtani's birthday.
Wow.
Yeah.
Give it up. Give it up I approve of that message. I accept your apology.
Thank you.
But your probation starts now. Only thing I love more than Shohei Ohtani is probably the great Bill Ryder right here.
I got emotional.
And
I have a little tear in my left eye. Trying to get out of it. Trying to make a run for
it. I'm here with cornerback Jalen Watson of the Los Angeles Rams. Jalen, you are a newcomer to LA, but certainly not to the league. Two-time Super Bowl winner, spent 4 seasons with the Chiefs. How do you approach entering a new locker room and a revamped DB room?
Every year is just different. Starting over from the building blocks, starting to build ground up, brick by brick. Chop wood, carry water, practice hard, compete hard. Everything is going to fall in place. Take care of itself.
There was a certain play from Monday's practice that inspired you to put out a tweet basically saying nobody can place the ball like Matt Stafford. Can you talk us through that play?
I thought from what I've seen and what I was feeling, I had pretty good coverage on Devontae. I turn my head and Devontae doesn't even stick his hands out. The ball just falls in his belly. And I was like, he's special. But it's not only that play, it's just constantly he's just making throws that put people in awe. It's not a slight to all my Chiefs fans. I love Patrick. He's the GOAT. So don't take it too personally.
You got to face a 2-time MVP in Patrick Mahomes in practice for 4 seasons. Saw a lot of elite talent, quarterback talent in the AFC. What is it about Matt Stafford that makes him so special?
His knowledge for the game. I think he always knows where to go with the ball, and just his arm strength and ball placement. Just separate him a little bit and make him one of the top quarterbacks in the league.
You're a Georgia native, but you do have some SoCal ties. Played JUCO at
It is 9 a.m. in Los Angeles. You are up, you are Adam, and you are joining us on this Wednesday morning on D. Fish and Decker. He is former Major League Baseball player Cody Decker. I am Ben Stevens. It's the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. It is our 4th and final hour. We will set the table for Game 2 tonight in Atlanta between the Dodgers and the Braves. Roki Sasaki gets the nod. He has been absolutely brilliant to the tune of a 1.80 ERA in 6 starts. Post the All-Star break, the Dodgers hoping to even this set after Game number 2 tonight in Atlanta. We'll talk a little bit of football in this final hour as well with the preseason finale between the Chargers and the Rams tomorrow. So there is so much to do in this final hour on a Wednesday on D. Fish and Decker. You are not on the clock probably for the remainder of this show in the Fan Fantasy Football Draft,
Well,
correct?
considering the fact that it's like 10 hours per pick, I feel like I will be not on the clock for the rest of the week.
Has Bursch made his pick?
Not that I've seen. Not that I've
Now
seen,
we're
but I will
getting
be
late
on
in
the
Philippines.
lookout for that. But keep in mind, it is very late in the
It
Philippines.
is a 15-hour difference. If I do my math correctly, that would put things at 1 a.m.
Well, then
in
he's
the
got to
Philippines?
still be up. He's on vacation. He is definitely on vacation.
Does Manila get down like that?
They better. I
hope
would
so.
if I was Manila.
I mean,
Thrilla in Manila, bro.
Whoa, hey, yo.
Hey.
Can you throw hands? You box ever?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a regular boxer. I box all the time.
You're a boxing regular,
That
not
is
even
true.
just boxing sometimes.
My man,
you are a
see, you
boxing
get it.
regular.
My man.
Now, our next guest, we hope Jeff Rancourt will join us here, former Brave, former Major League Baseball star, and we are going to set the table for that because I was going to say, you guys were teammates.
Yes,
you have
we
a lot of
were.
hijinks together. Did you
Lots
ever
and
get
lots.
into a boxing match?
With Jeff Rancourt? No.
Would
no,
you
no,
want
no,
to?
No. With Jeff Rancourt? No. Tall man, large reach, and quite frankly, one of the very, very nicest guys maybe in the history of the game. So why don't we go ahead and welcome to the show. You know him from Braves broadcast. You know him from TBS when he handles the National League games and the playoffs. And you just know him because one time Sports Illustrated called him the natural. And as far as I'm concerned, it is correct. The legendary Jeff Rancourt. What is up, my man, Jeff?
Hey, guys. No, I'm not a boxer. I'm a golfer and a lover, man. That's who I am, you know? I'm a golfer and a lover.
Well, then we got to hit the link sometime, Jeff. I miss you. And great to have you on the show, dude. And listen, your Braves getting the win right out the gate. Bryce Elder with a hell of a performance and coming off also a pretty good performance from Tyler Glasnow on his side. How are you feeling about Atlanta, especially, you know, the narratives around Major League Baseball, the Dodgers, the big bad wolf. Well, not according to Atlanta.
Well, you know what's funny, guys, is you play baseball, Cody. You played forever too. And you always hear the saying, you can see something new every night. Who would have ever thought that the first 17 hits last night between these two teams would be all singles? All singles. With all the power in both these lineups, probably two of the most powerful lineups, and it's all singles. It just was crazy. But I will tell you this, when you ask about Atlanta, for the Braves to get where they want to go in the postseason and get to the championship series, maybe get to the World Series, they have to score the way that they scored last night at certain times, which was singles, Dubon, fake bunting, getting the guy over to third, because the Braves have just feasted on the long ball. And unfortunately, this, when you get to postseason, the long ball is great, but when you're facing the elite pitching that you're going to face, it just does not happen that way. And so I think that's for the Braves. You look at the last 4 or 5 weeks, they have to find a way to manufacture runs. Now, it's not going to be every night, right? You're going to get the 3-run Olsen home run here and there, but you can't rely on it every night. And for Atlanta, they're going to have to start doing more of that.
Jeff, when we look at last night and here in Los Angeles looking at this series as a whole, Dodger fans have been a little bit antsy because the Dodgers have beaten up on the bad teams in the second half. They're 13-2 against teams below 500, but after last night's loss to the Braves, just 6-14 against teams above 500. Are the Braves viewing this series and a potential postseason preview against the Dodgers in a similar significant way?
Well, I think so. There's definitely a lot more sense of urgency for the Braves. And, all of a sudden when Philly wins 9 in a row, it gets your attention a little bit, right? When you're 9 games up and you look in that score column, it's 2.5. Now for the Braves, obviously, the Phillies have lost 2 out in Seattle. It's back to 4.5. You get a little bit of breathing room. But look, at the end of the day, this is who you're facing, right? The Tyler Glasnows, Roki's going tonight, but of course Yamamoto tomorrow night. So those are the type teams that I always say you have to find a way to score runs to beat them, because like anything, you love playing the Rockies, you love playing the Pirates, some of these teams that you feel you're going to be able to score them. But look at the Padres last night, right? They faced Paul Skeens. Skeens had his best start in a long time, but they lost 1-0. Like, those are the type people you face in the postseason. So, I think that's where for the Braves, you worry about, look, I love Dave Roberts, spent, 20 minutes with him yesterday, and I think there's some concern offensively for him. I think when you look at the pitching, I mean, good Lord, dude. I'm like, I could only imagine sitting in Dave's seats going, who am I piggybacking with Ohtani in Game 4? God bless. But I will tell you this. I think Andy Pages is a massive loss, and they have to get him back, because Tucker and Hernandez are not great defensively, and Pages made up for a lot of that. And then we can sit here and say this dude is turning himself into one of the best center fielders in the game. So I do think they need to get him back, and not only get him back, but with a couple weeks in the season to get him some live ABs.
We are talking with Jeff Francoeur. Of course, you can check him out over there at FanDuel Sports Network whenever he's doing Braves games. And, of course, this playoffs, always doing great stuff at TBS. Jeff, it's been funny. Out here in L.A., we talk a lot about the Dodgers, obviously. And we talk about a lot of the people that are matching up against the Dodgers in October. And the one team, remarkably, that I feel like has really gone under the radar has been the Atlanta Braves, even though they have been number 1 in the East from Jump Street. Is that something that the Braves appreciate and like, kind of being under the radar, or do you think there's a little bit of a little bit of anger underneath that they're not getting enough attention?
I would use that and play it with a chip on my shoulder. I go back the 21, 22, and 23. I would say the weakest Braves team out of those 3 years was the team that won the World Series in 2021. When you look at the roster, and in 2023, they set the world on fire. Every offensive record you could do, and then bat out to the Phillies in 4 games. And so I think, in Atlanta, the last 3 out of the last 4 postseasons have been pretty rough. And so I think for them, some of these people are starting to get a chip on their shoulder. I look at the pitching staff. Alex Anthopoulos got ripped at the deadline for his lack of going to get an elite starter. And if you actually go put the numbers of Tyler Mahle coming from San Fran, he's been the best pitcher in 4 starts out of any trade deadline guy. So again, these under the radar. You remember 21 when Soler, Jock Peterson, and Eddie Rosario, and not one person talked about it.
Mm-hmm.
And then what does Eddie Rosario do? 14 hits against the Dodgers in 6 games and get the NLCS MVP. So, there's definitely, I think the Braves definitely can go. Anytime you have Chris Sale in game 1, you feel great about him, whoever he's matching up against. But, again, I think the offense will. Guys like Riley and Acuna, to me, are a couple of the guys that they're going to have to contribute during the playoffs.
Jeff, we have talked often about this for the Dodgers. You mentioned the pitching staff and who the Braves are going to see this week in Atlanta. Tyler Glasnow last night, Roki Sasaki tonight, Yoshinobu Yamamoto on Thursday. And then for the Dodgers, it continues in Detroit with Derek Skubal, Blake Snell, and maybe, just maybe, the return for Shohei Ohtani on the bump. Dave Roberts has to make a decision. It might not be the hardest decision he has ever had to make, or at least one that has drastic consequences. If you were in Dave Roberts' shoes, who would you give the ball to for the Dodgers in Game 1 of an NLDS to start off the postseason?
You know what? People are probably going to be shocked when I say this, but I'm giving it to Yamamoto.
Mm-hmm.
I feel so good when that dude's on the mound. I watched it firsthand, 2 starts last year during the playoffs against the Phillies and the Brewers.
Mm-hmm.
And I always pay attention to people's swings, right? When you're going back. And it just was like when the Phillies and the Brewers hitters were coming back to the dugout, it was just like, what in the world am I facing right now? So I'm doing that. For Game 2 and 3, it to me, it's Skubal, Snell. Either order, honestly, whatever you want to do. And then, look, we all know Shohei Ohtani's throwing 1 inning Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
He's throwing 2 innings the following Saturday. And that dude is going to be primed and ready for that 4th game because he is who he is. And if he walks in and says, I want to start a game, you're starting his ass a game.
No question.
Right?
No question.
And so I think what you're going to see, right, is Roki, you're probably going to see him. I wouldn't be shocked to see him close again. Some sort of combination of him and Tanner Scott during the postseason. And then the great news for them is you get guys like Glasnow and them that if you do run into a little bit of a rough start by one of those guys, and it's the 3rd or 4th inning, you have the ability to bring that in. They have so many weapons. I tell people all the time, Dave Roberts does not get enough credit. I get it and Dave he says it to us every time. I don't want to be any other manager. I love having the horses I have. But what he does not get enough credit for is the way that he gets those guys in, gets them where they need to go. Everybody contributes because that is tough. There's a lot of egos and there's a lot of money and a lot of good arms. And Dave just seems to do such a great job of finding the role for every pitcher.
Couldn't agree more. Jeff Francoeur, of course, joining the show right now. And Jeff, you mentioned that Ohtani, and obviously he's eventually going to need a piggyback situation, but I did float out this idea yesterday. I would love your opinion on it. It might not happen, but I could also see it happening once or twice because of how Dave Roberts always loves to close by committee. You just mentioned Roki Sasaki, who had 3 saves last year in the postseason alone. Do you see a world where you could see Shohei Ohtani coming out of the pen a la the way he did in 2022 in the WBC?
I absolutely. I mean, I think when we talked to Dave last year, and obviously, versus the Phillies and then versus the Brewers, but David told us going into that Brewers series, Ohtani was starting Game 4, and he said, that means in Game 7 I have him for any role that I need him, right? And so I definitely think that's why you'll see him be that Game 4 starter because it gives you the option in a 7-game series to bring him back, whether it's 2-3 innings, whether it's Game 7, whatever you want to do it as a closer, they have that option. And that's where Dave, I think, gets such an advantage to be able to do that. We talked to Blake Snell in the 3rd inning last night for an inning on TBS, and he was great talking about stuff in command. And that's why I said, the Dodgers have kind of figured this thing out with getting these guys healthy and peaking at the right time. And, again, it's almost the same last year. They're going to build Ohtani right up into the playoffs. And, dude, tip your hat. They know how to win without those guys for a while. And the great news, if you're a Dodgers fan, Robleski, Lauer, these guys, you continue to develop these guys, right? They're getting 130 innings. They might not pitch much in October, but now if you need to get a piece, you have one of the top trade chips on the market. So, kudos to them. I always say it. I know they have a huge payroll, but go look at the guys that come up or the guys they trade. They all bring value somewhere else.
Yeah. The run scored last night, courtesy of the 7, 8, and 9 hitters, and Alex Call, Alec Thomas, who has 3 RBIs in 3 games for the Dodgers, and Hunter Fiducia in the 9 spot, the catcher. Jeff, tonight the Dodgers expected to face A.J. Smith-Shawver for the Atlanta Braves, a young righty who underwent Tommy John last summer, made his return for the Braves in late July, has one more start after that last week. What can Dodger fans expect? What should the Dodger offense expect to see out of Smith-Shawver tonight in Atlanta?
Well, he's got electric stuff, and he's a big plus to me for the Braves because if they can get him right, that's probably your Game 3 starter in the playoffs behind Sale and Tyler Mahle. He was actually great. We had him on for a half inning last night, and when he came on, the first thing he said is, "Why are y'all talking to me and not Chris Sale?" and I didn't have the heart to tell him that we've already talked to Chris Sale in 2 Braves games on TBS this year. But I just loved his ability to poke fun, right? And to have a sense of awareness. He's from Texas. He's got a big arm. He's going to throw 98. His big thing is staying under control. He can get amped up. He tries to get going, throwing 100, and, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But, I think for him, look, you're going to have 5 or 6 starts, and same kind of deal. I know his pitch count is built back up, but I give Glasnow as an example. He threw 8 curveballs in that first inning and realized the Braves had really prepared for his curveball. So what did Glasnow do the rest of the game? He only threw 3 more curveballs. Second and third inning, when he struck out 5 out of 6, he didn't even throw a curveball. So I think A.J. Smith-Shawver's got to get the feel of all his pitches. But, this is a kid, too, who a lot of people forget this. In 2023, he started Game 4 of the NLCS or NLDS up in Philly. So he has experience in big games. So I think it'll be a fun matchup. I know this. There are going to be a lot of fastballs coming in at 98, 99, and 100 tonight.
Oh, man. And by the way, we were talking with the great Jeff Rancour. And, Jeff, before I let you go, got to know, you played an incredible major league career, borderline legendary career, and now you're well on your way in the media side doing incredible things there. So I have this very specific question. Who is your favorite teammate of all time, and why is it me?
Well, I will tell you this. I give Cody all the compliments in the world because he was like me. We had fun playing. But when you were out there, you locked in too. I mean, it's one of those things, right? Have the ability to have some fun, but when you get out there, it's time to focus and do your job. And I watch from afar now, right? And I don't see enough people learning the game. I don't hate where the game's at. Some announcers can't stand it. Are there things I don't like about today's game? Of course. But the athletes are bigger, they're stronger, they're faster. It's so much fun to watch. But the one big thing for me, I always tell people, watch Freddie Freeman. Yeah. He learned it from Chipper. They watch the game. Instead of going back right away and looking at your laptop, always said this, watch how he pitches a guy that's very similar to you. And I remember having that talk with Andy Pajes a couple of years ago. I was like, you need to watch how they pitch Teoscar Hernandez because you're going to get very similar to what they see. And I think you can learn so much more than that. So, I always enjoyed playing with the guys that studied the game, appreciated the history of the game, and appreciated watching it, And it was funny because, I laughed last night. Clayton Kershaw, of course, did his first game with Joe Davis last night. And first of all, he was jealous that we got to wear TBS polos and we didn't have to wear a suit and tie last night. But I laughed because here's Clayton, right? Dude, this guy's first ballot Hall of Famer. He's done all this thing. You should have seen how nervous he was in that booth, man. He had his iPad, the computer out, these notes, and I just told him, I said, Clayton, everybody wants to hear how you look at the game. They don't want to hear who's 10 for their last 20. Joe Davis can do that, and I didn't get a chance to listen to him, but I'm sure Clayton did a good job explaining. But I love the baseball players, man. The Mauricio Dubons, the Miguel Rojas. Those are the guys that I love to pull for, man. because they do the best with what they got.
Completely agree. And Jeff, just on a personal note, I learned so much from you in that one season playing with you than I probably learned from any manager prior to that. So you were just one of those guys, and I couldn't love you more.
I talk about leadership, right? And when I came that year, man, after 9 years in the big leagues, for about 2-3 weeks, this, Cody, I sucked, man. I was sulking, I was whatever. And I tell the story on Easter Sunday in Vegas. My wife, flat told me at dinner that night at the Golden Nugget of all places. She said, if you're going to suck, come home. We got a beautiful house on a golf course, and I'm living in a one-bedroom apartment. Remember, and I had Emma Kate. Remember, she was 1 year old at that time. And it just changed my perspective. I went back to having fun. Guys like Cody, Murph, Jason Lane. It was the whole reason I got back to the big leagues for 3 more years, because I had fun. I brought the passion. That's one thing, man. Cody always had fun. Of course, the prank will be legendary forever.
There it is.
And no one will ever get me again on that. I can promise you that. But it was, I tell people all the day, 4 months I was in El Paso was probably the funnest time I ever had playing baseball. And that's including years in the big leagues, World Series. I learned so much just about how to have fun and enjoy again.
Well, Jeff, you've learned so much throughout the game, and we learned so much just from watching you announce these games these days. And congratulations on everything, and looking forward to seeing you in all of the baseball coverage this October, man.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate y'all.
The great Jeff Rancour joining the show. God, I love that guy. Just one of the greatest teammates ever had.
The next time that he comes on, and I'm sure he will be here because he calls baseball games for the playoffs in October, we are going to need the full oral history of what that prank was.
Baby.
It was in El Paso?
It was in El Paso. He was my teammate, and and those of you who don't know, go on YouTube right now, look up the YouTube clip called On Jeff Ears. It was a full month-long documentary that I put together where I convinced Jeff Rancour that one of my other teammates, Jorge Reyes, was deaf. And
On Jeff Ears.
Fun fact
is a fantastic name for this.
Puns, the highest form of comedy. But I will say this. Jorge Reyes, very clearly not hearing impaired. Yeah. I can't stress enough. He was one of the greatest teammates I ever had, and I do mean that. I learned so much from the guy. As he was saying, how he talked to guys like, look at the game, watch what you're doing, look at the guys that are similar to you, and learn from that. I learned that from Jeff Rancour. And hell, he said one thing to me that changed my baseball career.
Yeah.
And he just looked at me. He's like, I swung and missed and struck out on a tough slider, and I came in. I was not feeling good about myself, and he sat next to me. He was like, "What are you mad at?" I'm like, "I just K'd on that crazy slider." I'm like, yeah, it was a wipeout slider. You're supposed to strike out the wipeout slider. Cody, hit the fastball. Just hit the fastball. You're not here to hit wipeout sliders. Hit fastballs. I'm like, that makes sense. I'm going to hit fastballs. Changed my career.
That is a really good bit of advice. And by the way,
Commissioner, we got some news from Manila.
We got some news here on the Fantasy Football League draft. I know we got to tease. I would tease, but we got bigger things with LeBron to tease.
Yeah.
But Cody, as we know, in the second round, started the tight end trend with Brock Bowers.
Whoa!
Well, after that, it was this D-Mac. 2-3 picks later, takes McBride off the board. But then the bigger story was it, how far would a certain Raider, Ashton Genty, drop in the draft? Well, he didn't drop too far because James Coe, fantasy experts, takes him.
That's not good for you guys.
I honestly think James might have made a mistake.
Dude, we had former Raider linebacker for 8 years, and then
Kirk Morrison,
current Raider broadcaster Kirk Morrison said this could be a 3 to 8 week absence.
Yeah,
I ain't
was
doing
his
that in the
own
second round.
timeline.
I ain't doing that.
Fascinating.
Here's my just read of it right now. If a fantasy football expert that has dedicated his life to fantasy football, James Coe,
You're talking about me?
You wish, Raj, is sitting there and he welcomes Ashton Genty with a second round pick. I would be scared. I would feel like we let him get away with something.
Yeah.
Unless he just did the damn MRI and all that on the ankle. I don't know. I think that's a bit of a risk.
That was a choice. I'm not gonna question it yet.
Okay.
But I am under my breath.
I would be scared if I was the rest of the Fantasy Football League. By the way, On
scared.
Jeff Ears on YouTube has 1.6 million views.
Yes, it was a hit.
So you go watch On Jeff Ears. You come back to the YouTube at the Fan LA. Hop in the chat. Let your voices be heard. We will continue to do that and answer the question: LeBron James borrowed how much money, and from who? Up next here on D. Fish and Decker.
Ventura College. What's your best memory from your time there?
Actually, my first college game, I had 3 interceptions and 2 pick sixes. So
yeah, Rams are playing the Chargers on Thursday, that final preseason game at SoFi. Now, we had heard from Harbaugh that the starters are going to play 2 series. Now, the Chargers starters played 1 series in preseason game 2. So the fact that he just, they're bumping it up to 1 more, because when we watched it, we're like, that kind of feels like a tease. We needed to see more in a new Mike McDaniel offense. Justin Herbert, we got nothing. Okay, we got nothing, and we need to see a little more if I'm going to believe in what this new system is come week 1. So we know the Rams aren't going to have any of their starters out there. That's not what they do. But as you mentioned, it's going to be great for the battles of those final roster spots for the Rams to say, oh, look what I did against a starting roster.
Yeah, imagine if you're Cam Lampkin or Alex Cook or a bevy of other names who are fighting for those final 4 to 5 spots on the Rams roster. You get an opportunity to go out there against starters, whereas typically the final preseason game, you're competing against other backups. And if you go out there and ball, you really have to elevate your game and play the game of your life to really show, okay, you were against third string, but you played so well that your spot is solidified. How rare of an opportunity it is to go out there in the 3rd preseason game fighting for a final spot against the starting caliber NFL offense. And the Chargers are expected to have one of the top ones, because if you can go out there as a linebacker and handle that Chargers offensive line and Omari Hampton, if you can go out there as a DB and handle Ladd McConkey as a DB and make a play against a Justin Herbert pass, that goes a long way, because again, for this final preseason game, you're not just auditioning for the Rams, you're auditioning for the entire NFL. You go out there and ball, Jim Harbaugh may say, hey, that guy that the Rams released tore us up the other day. Bring him over. Anyone who is making decisions between the final preseason game and Sunday, when you got to cut down rosters, will be looking at this tape, and it is a tremendous opportunity for those guys.
Puka, so one of the slogans from the coaches is iron sharpen iron. How has these matchups been with you guys versus the secondary? We hear about you and Trent matching up, and Jalen as well.
I think it's been really fun. I know just the other day before we had our off day, I'm like, we had a deep ball, and Matthew stepped on one and let one rip, and it felt like it was on a tightrope. Being able to track that ball, and then also have, I'm like, think I got it, and being able to run into the end zone, and there comes 22 flying out of right field, and being able to punch it out. And man, you're upset because you want to be able to make those plays, but you also know like we're at highly competitive football right now, and it feels good to be able to work on different things. Where I'm like, man, I like to say like I can track the ball pretty well, and I'm like, now you got to track the ball and be able to come down with it, knowing that there's somebody still going to be in your area. So it's been really fun, and they both have different skill sets. J. Watt obviously being a little bit lengthier, but it's been fun because I'm like, I know Coach Lake is out there in the defensive back room and hyping these guys up, so it takes me back to our days up at UW. Ty, I think, has stepped up in a lot of ways. I think the opportunity for him to go out there and get reps, and I think him and Steady being able to go out there and have days where Matthew's not out there gives them a true opportunity for them to compete and kind of learn and go through some of those mistakes kind of on their own. Obviously, Matthew's a great help out there and communicates, I think, with the best of them, but it's also an opportunity for them to learn, and like that's how football games go. Obviously, you're going to have coach in the headset, and we're going to be able to communicate some of the things that we're seeing, but to go out there and to have a bad pass and then to be able to get under center and say, hey, I got to make this next play. So I think it's been really fun to see him go out there and do that. I think his arm and the confidence that he's throwing the ball with has definitely grown a ton since where we were at in OTAs. I think feeling more comfortable in the pocket, understanding, and obviously seeing more guys run routes where it's you kind of first get out there, you've never really seen me or Tay or X-Man or Mumph, but I think just the connection between the team, everybody hanging out in the meal room. I know in our wide receiver room, obviously Tay being the oldest guy, but I'm like me and Xavier Smith are the 2 next oldest guys in our room who've been here since our rookie class. So it's been fun to just have that communication, watching some of our high school tape and seeing Tay's maybe on a VHS tape and everybody else on huddle. So it's nice to see the separation and the growth that we've had in our room. But it's been really fun. I think so. Yeah, it's funny. I think Trent said they used to go 4 days in a row, and I'm like, that sounds miserable. I'm like, that just sounds like an injury waiting to happen. So I'm like, I'm really appreciative of Coach and just and especially Reggie, our training staff. I know that there are some places I've heard that the training room isn't as open as it is over here. So I'm really grateful for the people who work with me in that room and their ability to take care of us physically, and then also I think the mental strain that it can be to come out here and consistently go and to have some of the joints, pains, and aches of getting into camp and not having to worry about that because they're taking such good care of.
ESPN is posting this incorrectly. They are putting a fractured leg. Oh, it's a microfracture. Micro is a key word there. Can you play on a microfracture?
Yeah, I've played on a complete ruptured fracture.
Right back here on this Wednesday morning on D. Fish and Decker. It's the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. He is Cody Decker. I am Ben Stevens. More reports continue to come out just in association with Mark Walter and, of course, the ongoing federal investigation into his finances, including what we said right before the break. Back in 2018, a few months before LeBron left Cleveland to head to the Los Angeles Lakers, Mark Walter had no ownership in the Lakers at this time. LeBron James reportedly borrowed nearly $300 million through a financing agreement involving insurance companies advised by Guggenheim Partners. Of course, Mark Walter, longtime CEO of Guggenheim Partners. Now, an LLC controlled by LeBron issued bonds backed by future income from his endorsement deals, including his lifetime deal with Nike. This, of course, is what LeBron has done, and a spokesperson for him in this report for LeBron James said, an arrangement like this is a common financial structure for someone who is at the level of wealth of LeBron James, and there is no indication that James did anything improper. But, Cody, it is just all of the aftermath that we continue to see for what is happening around Mark Walter and, of course, its impact here on Los Angeles sports.
Big time. And here's the thing about this announcement, and I do agree with what is the statement coming out of the LeBron James camp over this, but you have to also understand the timing of it is very interesting because this has not been reported one time in the many years that this has actually already taken place.
Right.
The fact that everything is coming to light right now in the Walter situation, and, of course, wherever the investigation takes it, and, of course, the loomingness of it all around the Los Angeles Dodgers now.
Yeah.
The timing of this is unique. It could just be that LeBron James camp wanted to get ahead of it to make sure he was out there in public with it as soon as humanly possible. But it also could be like maybe someone forced their hand to do such things. The truth is, I don't know. But I do agree that a man of his outrageous wealth and his investments and his other side projects into his media companies and other things of the such, it does make a lot of sense to me that he did take out any of this money.
And again, all of this is coming at a very interesting, fascinating, and perhaps ironic time. Again, LeBron had another deal with the insurance firms advised by Guggenheim Partners that was approved by the NBA back in 2022. So this is something that he has done multiple times. Nothing is illegal here. It's just the timing of all of this coming to the front. And Cody, yesterday it was on Jeff Passan's podcast that he broke down some of the finances behind the Los Angeles Dodgers, their very sweet TV revenue deal. All of that, of course, has been known, but there's been some further reporting that the American Media Group, which was started by the insurance firms that took out debt, that was what owns now Sportsnet LA, and some of the transactions there looking a little bit ironic to say the least. Some are going to point at what is happening now with Mark Walter, what is happening with his company's finances, and then, of course, point at the Los Angeles Dodgers. And for what has been the calling card in baseball, the Dodgers are spending more than anybody can. We can't all do what the Dodgers can, yada, yada, yada. This is only going to add further flames to that very large fire.
It very much is. But make no mistake, the Players Association is watching this and just lapping it up. In fact, so much so that Rob Manfred actually gave out a quote the other day talking about how we are at the table, we are having discussions, which, by the way, is a stark contrast to 1 month ago when there were no discussions being had at all. Now, are they close right now? I think they're very far apart. But the fact that they are both at the table discussing, I do think has direct correlation to everything that's happening with the Dodgers, because right now, the owner's big narrative of the big bad wolf Dodgers has seemingly been chopped off at the legs.
And that's such a good point, Cody, because I think just your casual baseball or sports fan would point at the Dodgers and be like, the fraudsters, the cheaters, the Dodgers are doing this because their owner is committing fraud and stealing billions of dollars from policyholders of life insurance companies. See, this is bad for the sport. Where honestly, the PA says, But your team that you point to as the evil empire in the issue is not just doing this all organically. That actually doesn't mean that there's all this spending happening that would allow the Pittsburgh Pirates or the Tampa Bay Rays to not spend because they're literally committing fraud. And we're not sure that Mark Walter is doing that, but he is being investigated for it. But they are literally selling their soul financially for world championships. And you guys won't even get close to that very idea despite being in the black in terms of your revenue. So it's not the thing that I think a lot of baseball fans would say, this is what leads us to change in baseball because the Dodgers are the evil empire. In fact, I think from the Players Association,
it's the opposite.
It's the complete opposite.
This was a gift from God to the Players Association because all of a sudden the owners are not putting out all these weird salary cap ideas anymore. They've pulled back on that a little. Now, I do firmly believe they're going to try to force through a salary cap. I think right now they're in a champagne room trying to find new narratives to sell to the people because now the Dodger narrative is crumbling by the second.
Yeah, big time. And again, the Dodger TV deal has been in existence for more than a decade. This has well been reported that in bankruptcy court, the Dodgers agreed to pay a lower licensing and rights fee back to the pool of Major League Baseball than what that deal was actually worth.
No, you're absolutely right, but there is a caveat to that because of how much the Dodgers have been spending on their revenue and on their thing. They're so far over the luxury tax, they're actually paying back into the pot of Major League Baseball double of every other team. The closest team that's paying into the pot of Major League Baseball is the Yankees, and they're paying roughly like $170 million. Dodgers are over $300 million that they're paying other teams. Now, do they have a sweet TV deal? Yeah, but they're not operating as though they do. They're operating... They're paying everybody.
Which is a really good point, too, because, again, as Jeff Passan went in his reporting, that the idea that all of this is happening with the federal investigation into Mark Walter, he has said there is no proof right now, and the government is not investigating if the fraud is benefiting the Los Angeles Dodgers. They are investigating how Mark Walter and his affiliated assets and investments could be defrauding public shareholders and policyholders in his life insurance company, not Mark Walter, the Dodger owner, using fraud to help the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Absolutely.
And that should be noted there.
It needs to be noted because people are not able to actually discern the two.
Correct. You can get mad at the Dodgers for spending, and their owner can be doing some shady stuff if that comes to fruition. That does not mean the two are correlated. And basically for the Dodgers, they're going to hate you either way, so might as well just win that third consecutive championship and pop those champagne bottles.
I completely agree with that idea.
Because they're going to laugh at you if you fail, and they're going to get mad at you if you do it, so might as well just do it and celebrate with your own nucleus as well. Do we want to talk further baseball ownership in Southern California?
Oh boy, do I ever. Yeah. Guys, we got a little bit of breaking news, and this is from Dave McNineman over there at ESPN. Those of you that are mad at the Bus family, or more should I say, those of you that are not mad at the Bus family, change your minds. Change your minds. I am now officially so Team Jeannie, I don't know what to do with myself.
Wow.
This hostile takeover that's been taking place around Jeannie Buss needs to come to an end because not only has the Buss family boys decided to not only betray her, no, they went a step further and have betrayed Los Angeles itself. And what am I talking about? Ladies and gentlemen, the brothers, both Joey and Jesse Buss.
The two younger ones, it should be noted.
Joey and Jesse Buss have just announced that they will serve on the Padres advisory board led by new owners Jose Feliciano and Kwanzaa Jones. They are joining the San Diego Padres ownership. So not only did they cash out, screw over Jeannie, on the way out, they went ahead and bought into the Dodgers' biggest rival, and they're after us. What the hell is this heel turn from the Buss family?
It does feel like it is very pointed, and it does feel as though it comes from a revenge standpoint, because who is the Dodgers owner? Mark Walter.
Big time!
And Mark Walter had a very friendly relationship with Jeannie Buss and their agreement to keep Jeannie on as the acting team rep and the governor for the Los Angeles Lakers. And most notably, Cody, in a lot of this Buss family infighting, Johnny and Jim, Jeannie's two older brothers, they have not liked each other for a long time, and Jim was involved with the Lakers basketball operations. Of course, he was fired by Jeannie over a decade ago. This has been long-standing, but Joey and Jesse have not enjoyed their role, or lack thereof, it should be said, in the Buss family advisory group for the Los Angeles Lakers. And it's been well reported. Some of it, of course, is gossipy and drama that Joey and Jesse have been trying to cut out the legs of Jeannie for basically as long as they can.
As long as they can, and this is one hell of a way to do it. Dude, it's one thing for the Buss family to cash out and go do something. It's another thing to cash out and take that money directly to San Diego. Oh, man, the betrayal is palpable. Palpable.
It does feel like there is some large family betrayal right now. And season 7 of Succession was just renewed as we will go down the 5 to San Diego as well. I'm sure a lot of people saw the introductory press conference for those Padres new owners, Jose E. Feliciano and his life partner in Kwanzaa Jones, both the owners of the San Diego Padres. And her exuberance of being all in and winning, she made a song that was played as people, reporters, media, others walked into the introductory press conference room. I wonder if she wrote a verse that included Joey and Jesse Buss.
I mean, if somebody's got some bars, they should get it in there because this is a full-on heel turn.
Yeah, it really is. Man, fun times in the Buss family here in Los Angeles, or I guess I can say the greater SoCal area at this moment. We will set the stage for game number 2 in Atlanta between the Dodgers and the Braves. Roki Sasaki gets the nod. What you need to know before we go here on this Wednesday on D. Fish and Decker. Up next on the new 97.1 The Fan.
Stress fracture.
I played with a completely torn UCL and shoulder and a broken toe in 2 places.
Cool. Do you have multiples in games?
Multiple. Yeah, no, and I they never took me out of a game because I am a badass.
Do we owe Christian and all the former Team USA members nationally, do they owe Christian an apology?
Does Landon Donovan, Tim Howard, and all of those people who have called out his lack of performance? Oh, yeah, did she owe him an apology too? No. No one owes him an apology. And here's the thing, I don't dislike Christian Pulisic. It's just I have been spending the last 5 years being told that this guy is the one that's going to take American soccer to the next level. Based on what I've seen now in 2 World Cups from the guy and him no-showing the Gold Cup with his first opportunity to play with Poch, and now all the reports around, and as much as I want to say they're sources and unverified, Landon Donovan's the one out talking about Christian Pulisic's camp and how he's been handling the press and how it's been a problem for Team USA.
Derek Fisher said something interesting to me on the show yesterday where he was talking about...
Wait, what?
Yeah, D. Fish.
Oh, he said it to you?
Not to me. Did I say that? I must have misspoke. I was listening to the show.
Are you pretending on this show that you speak to Derek Fisher?
He said something on the D. Fish. I promise that.
Is talking to me not enough?
I promise that was just me.
I mean, I actually did talk to Derek Fisher 2 weeks ago. But like, what do you...
I misspoke there, I promise.
What do you mean misspoke? You just said Derek Fisher said something to you on the show.
That's what I gave for the Sex and the City stuff. Man, I look.
This is Lies in the Studio. It's a different show.
Well, okay.
Similar plot line. It's about somebody can't stop themselves from doing something.
Well, okay, so I was so... you know what I think it was? Because I watched the show and they're in the studio. I feel like I'm in the studio. Maybe I feel like I was a fly on the wall or something like that.
You're telling me that you visualize yourself hanging out with Derek Fisher so much that you come on this show and say that you hang out with Derek Fisher when you don't? Are you okay?
No, I was locked in, okay?
Delusions in the Office. That's like a sequel.
Well, okay, so the point he was making, though...
To was you, when you guys had a conversation.
Okay, man. I'm struggling. Okay,
We're
so
all struggling.
What D. Fish was saying was that what Draymond Green was saying on his podcast was about LeBron James and about maybe the motivation for LeBron.
Because I want to come at you so bad.
Maybe the motivation for LeBron and wanting to go to Golden State.
I was talking on the show.
Okay, maybe the motivation
LeBron's
the motivation for LeBron and why he might want to go to Golden State is, to your point, that's why I brought it up, just to slam dunk your point when you're talking about this being a young man's league.
That's a lie. That's a 180 attempt.
Maybe,
ain't gonna work.
Maybe LeBron wants to go to the Warriors because they want to prove that older dudes can still win in this league.
I'm not even listening anymore. I'm just like lost in your Derek Fisher talk to me.
That's so hilarious to me. But yeah, so the point is...
What's hilarious to you? That you said that you're hanging out with Derek Fisher? It's hilarious to me too.
Speaking of putting words in someone's mouth, I never said that. I say hanging out.
He's going to get it.
Oh, no.
He's a good producer.
Oh,
he knows.
no.
It's okay.
I hate when that happens. I always lose.
You are. By the way, there's a bunch of people in the chat.
So no response?
There's a response coming.
Okay.
There's a bunch of people in the chat talking about how excited they are to see Cam Carr. I'm not just pushing this, so you'll go click on it. The Scott Drew interview we did with the Baylor University head coach was really good. And I love Scott. Scott's a friend. I didn't know, he's a good player. He broke down every aspect of it. Okay, we like the fact check things here on the show, all right? Here's Doug 2 minutes ago.
Derek Fisher said something interesting to me on the show yesterday where he was talking about...
Wait, what? He just say it.
So I meant to say Derek Fisher said something that was interesting to me. But then I left out a couple words that made it seem like he was speaking directly
NBA
to me.
old fart is enjoying the chemistry that we have.
They want to get better. They want to learn from me, but I also want to learn from them. What is their style? What are they seeing? How they rushing? And how can I help improve it? And how can we work with each other? If there's something that you want to improve, great. But if it's taking something from me, I'm here for it. And I'm happy to share that. But let's not take away from what got you here. Let's not diminish anything that accentuates your qualities, and just running that fine line. These guys are very talented, and we have a room full of guys who can make plays and want to be able to put them in position to do so.
Looks like compared to most camps, about 10 days in, is it where you want it to be?
Yeah, especially on the defensive side. We came out firing. We could have closed a little.
It was a mixed bag, so to say, yesterday in Atlanta. Tyler Glasnow makes his return after 3.5 months to the bump. 5 innings, 3 earned, all in the first. He finishes with 7 Ks. When he left the game, the Dodgers were tied with the Braves at 3-all. It was an Ozzie Albies RBI single in the bottom of the 8th that gave the Braves the win. So Atlanta gets the victory to open up the series, but for the bigger picture, Tyler Glasnow looks really solid in his first start since early May. Tonight is Game 2. It is Roki Sasaki for LA and only his 3rd outing of the year. As we discussed with Jeff Rancourt earlier on the show, it is the young, hard-throwing righty for Atlanta, AJ Smith-Shawver. Had Tommy John surgery in June of 2025, returned Cody for the first time in late July, worked a couple of things out in AAA, back up last week for the Braves, 4 1/3. Sasaki, Smith-Shawver, what is the importance of game number 2 tonight for the Dodgers to get one against the Braves?
Now, frankly, I think the importance is getting the bats going. Period. Stop. But obviously, I think Roki's going to do his job. He's been pitching amazingly. I even see it in the chat. He hopes he's wrong, but he thinks that Roki's going to get touched up a little bit. And keep in mind, this is the type of offense that can absolutely touch up Roki Sasaki. But we just talked to Jeff Rancourt just now. If this team can continue to get wins the way they did last night against the Dodgers, a grind-out victory like that, that's huge news for them, because it's one thing to be able to outslug somebody, but to be able to outplay somebody offensively when the bats aren't working, that's a team that's a well-oiled machine. And make no mistake, Walt Weiss has got these guys playing like a well-oiled machine in Atlanta.
And you mentioned it yesterday, Cody. The Braves in their first 20 games in the second half, post-All-Star break, won 15 of them, one of the hottest teams in baseball. Entered, though, dropping 3 of their last 4 sets, losing 7 of their last 10 from the 15-5 start after the All-Star break. They had dropped 6 of their last 17, or 11 of their last 17, entering this series against the Dodgers. So it wasn't the strongest Braves output for LA to maybe take advantage of. And if there have been a couple of constant themes for the Dodgers in the last month plus in the second half, it's can they beat the teams that they are likely to see come October. Following last night's loss in Atlanta, the Dodgers are now 6-14 against teams with winning records after the All-Star break. They are 13-2 against teams that are below 500 with a losing record, 19-16 total. And the Dodgers have not scored more than 4 runs in their last 8 games now against those teams above 500. We would think that should change tonight, and Jeff Rancourt told us, look out for the fastball, probably touching 98, 99 from Smith-Shawver, and maybe the top of that lineup for the Dodgers that combined to go 2 for 15 last night in Ohtani, Freeman, and Betts gets back on top of that fastball early and often tonight.
You know, it's an interesting thing, because the idea of playing a different type of ball game that the Dodgers have been playing for the last couple of years. In the last couple of years, it's been slugfest. It's been that type of offense. Hit, and hit. now we're in a position where we haven't been seeing the manufacture runs because they haven't needed to for roughly 5 years. So this team needs to manufacture runs. We saw it in the 9th inning yesterday. Ohtani did his job, got a triple to lead off that inning. Now manufacture that run. Get that run in any way possible. And hell, we had 2 Hall of Famers that couldn't do it. So we have situations here for the Los Angeles Dodgers, but I think it's just about figuring out how to play the small ball game again and remind ourselves how to actually play that game. The slugfest Dodgers, I think, is starting to come to an end a little bit. You can see it by the double play action that the Dodgers are out there with.
And yesterday it was the bottom of that lineup. 7 guy was Alex Call. 8 was Alec Thomas. An RBI in all 3 games he has played as a Dodger. 9 was Hunter Fiducia. Those 3 guys combined to go 5 of 9. They reached base safely 7 times in total. 3 ribbies, producing all of the offense for Los Angeles. Each of those 3 guys contributing 1 RBI. Roki Sasaki gets the nod tonight. We're not sure how many more games Roki Sasaki is going to start for the Dodgers this year. Remainder of the regular season to keep up the 6-man rotation? Sure. Into October? We're not entirely sure. The Dodgers have won 4 of the 6 starts, Cody, that Roki has made since the All-Star break. 7 earned in total in those 6 starts. That's a 1.80 ERA.
Phenomenal stuff.
He has been phenomenal. And again, even if he is not going to start Game 3 of the National League Division Series, you always want Roki Sasaki building that confidence for what might be those high-leverage roles in the back end of the bullpen once again this upcoming October.
Listen, I think we already know that is his future when it comes to these next 2 months. Jeff Francoeur said it. We've said it a ton. It's very clear where he's going. It's just what a time to be Dave Roberts. You have so much to play with on the pitching side that honestly, there is no wrong answer. That's the good thing about Dave Roberts on the pitching side.
Yeah.
At this point, it's just what is he going to do with the offense? What is he going to do with that 2-hole? What is he going to do with the bottom of the lineup when it eventually comes up? There are a lot of things that people need to discuss with this team. They need to figure out who is the right guy to put in that 2 spot, specifically just to manufacture or to work as a second leadoff man, or hell, the Freddie Freeman thing made sense because you think you might get more pitches over there to Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah.
But Freddie Freeman is not exactly hitting for power at the moment.
No, he is not. He has not had many extra base hits since the month of July. And in fact, he only has 1 home run since the start of July. Freddie Freeman in the 2 spot last night and for the last 4 games since the start of the Pirates series. 3 for 17, dipping below 300 in his season-long batting average for the first time since the end of July, courtesy of a goose egg in 0 for 5 night yesterday against the Braves. Again, the curse of the 2-hole for the Dodgers continues. We'll see what Doc has out there for his starting lineup against A.J. Smith-Shawver tonight for Atlanta. Tomorrow, by the way, in the finale, is Yoshinobu Yamamoto and Chris Sale. So if the Dodgers offense is going to catch a spark, it probably happens tonight, not against the guy in Sale who has a 2.2 ERA, which is the 3rd best in Major League Baseball this season. As we do to end out the show here on D. Fish and Decker, it is time to compete. It is time for the final out.
D. Fish and Deck know their stuff when it comes to trivia. Well, kinda. Let's see who'll make the final out.
That's right, gentlemen. And as you know, you guys have discussed, we have a series going on here between the Braves and the Dodgers. And, there's some history here, guys. I've got about 10 of them in this, let's say, last 15 years.
Okay.
10 players that have played both for the Dodgers and the Braves. Who was the champion yesterday?
That would be.
I think it was me. Yes.
Okay. All right. Give me a player in the last. I'm not going back to freaking Hank Aaron's and which they didn't change names our teams anyway. But this century pretty much.
Okay. A player that has played for both the Dodgers and the Braves this century.
Correct. That's what I just said.
All right.
Your middle name Parrot.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. Just repeating, making it clear for all of us.
Hostile work environment.
Yeah. Goodness. Commissioner, power hungry over there.
God.
All right. We're gonna start with the obvious. It's Freddie Freeman.
Oh, Freddie Freeman at the top of the list. That's correct. All right.
I'll go with the man with the pearls, Jock Peterson.
Jacques Peterson. You know what's funny? On this website that it got this from, they didn't have him on there, but I knew that, and some of the comments knew that. So yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
This list will be mostly accurate. Okay.
I'm going to be very honest.
Oh boy.
I'm at a loss right now.
Oh boy.
Oh man, really?
Braves, Dodgers.
Yeah.
Come on, these are 2 storied franchises.
There's
franchises.
some layups here.
There's some layups.
Do you want a hint? I won't give it away. Let me give a hint.
Okay, give me a hint. Yeah, please. Yeah, just give me through 3.
One was on the Dodgers pitching staff.
One is a real legendary. You might not remember him being on the Dodgers, though.
Yeah.
Might not remember him being on the
There's
Dodgers.
There's two Hall of Famers. Two Hall of Famers on this list.
I'm going to say a name, and Chipper Jones.
Jesus Christ.
Pitcher.
Oh, my God. Great. I lost already.
No, go ahead. That was so bad. We're going to give you another chance.
No, you were just remembering how great Chipper Jones was.
You know, the thing about Greg Maddux is he was supposed to start the game that Clayton Kershaw actually started for his Major League Baseball debut.
I'll go with Kenley Jansen.
Kenley would be on the list. Now, there's another one. I'm going to give you a hint.
Now, this is bad.
This man, they just had to get damn Hall of Fame just 2 weeks ago. This man was just inducted into the Hall of Fame.
Into Cooperstown 2 weeks ago?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God.
I'll tell you this. Maybe the worst Dodger ever, unfortunately. It was a bad go.
We got him at the bad part. I think
it was a bad go.
Yeah, his diet, his nutrition may have changed, and he got older.
It was bad.
His nutrition, I still don't even know it.
He's a great center fielder.
One of the best.
He was a great center fielder.
He shares a first name with our damn boss.
Andrew Jones was
yes!
a Dodger?
Yes! It was horrible!
God damn. I'm just going to play
you
your
guys
music.
are pretty good at hints for what it's worth. Cody
I'm just
won.
going to play music.
I'll also go Rafael Furcal.
Rafael Furcal would be on the list.
Yeah, that's good. All right. Yep.
Think of crime. Crime and a canine.
Come on, baby.
Crime and a canine.
He should be a Hall of Famer.
A dog.
493 career home runs.
Just tell them, people.
The
Fred
crime
McGriff.
dog.
Fred McGriff.
You're killing me.
Yeah, this is tough.
You're killing me.
I'm not doing great like the ones I should.
What about a former teammate of Cody's who here pretty much had an MVP season, but Ryan Braun won it that year, I think?
Oh, God, you're right.
Yes.
I forgot he was on the Braves.
Yes.
Former teammate of yours.
Yes.
He was my teammate.
Matt Kemp?
Hot dog. Look at you, boy. You're good. You're Jeff Passan.
Listen, for what it's worth,
I'll call you Ben Passan.
And I'm really taking it. So good job. Thank you guys for helping me out. All right. Well.
Wait, are we still playing or did I win?
No, you
won.
You freaking won the second we started the game.
I mean, when I couldn't get Greg Maddux, even with the help, for my second guess of the day.
To be fair, I understand people not remembering Greg Maddux in L.A. But it's not long.
I remember Greg Maddux through the context of what has been the famous graphic of what was supposed to be Maddux versus Randy Johnson.
Yes.
D-backs versus Dodgers.
And we got
Max
Scherzer and
Clayton Kershaw for Kershaw's MLB debut. That's why I remember Greg Maddux.
Good old Ben Passan, boy, whenever you need to know some baseball.
And on a roll today.
Good hair.
We're going to get you some Braves knowledge.
I need more Braves knowledge. For what it's worth.
Matt
Kemp was a Brave?
Dude, didn't you have the Superstation like everyone else? We were forced to watch the Braves my entire childhood.
No. We were talking the days of Prime Ticket and Vin Scully just calling things every night.
Dude, yeah. I don't know if you know about TBS Superstation.
This is Turner.
We all watch the Braves. We didn't have a choice.
Nobody points their finger at the Braves and says, hey, did Turner help them out really build their roster? Just for what it's worth.
Well, great job today, Ben.
Yeah, great job today, Cody. It was a ton of fun. Again, Dodgers, Braves, first pitch, 4:15 here in Los Angeles. We'll recap Game 2. We'll talk some football ahead of the preseason finale between the Chargers and the Rams tomorrow. Up next, it's Brock and Alex here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
A bit better as far as making some plays down the stretch, but that's what we're in camp for. So the fact that we came out so hot, making stops in the run, making those big plays on pass, whether it was getting deflections or getting sacks. So I'm really proud of our guys.
When you were coming up as a younger player, that poured into you, that you took some lessons from?
So many. I tried to listen to everyone I could. I'm still not as good as I could be, and I'll never be too good to listen to anyone. So there was Joe Thomas, there was D. Ware, there was Bruce Smith. I listened to Randy, like all the guys who I don't name. I'm sorry I missed out, but I don't take it for granted the position I was put in to learn from a very talented group.
About Aaron working out at your facility here at camp. Do you guys talk a lot? I mean, everyone's kind of anticipating his potential return to join you. You guys have that discussion?
No, we haven't had a discussion. Hopefully, link up here soon. See where his head's at, and just break bread with him as well. I don't know how he's feeling or where he is in this process. But it is a process, coming back from no such time off. But not
Two truths and a lie.
Yeah. I have giveaways. Which of these is not true? I once got in a fight with LeBron James in an elevator. I once interviewed Bill Clinton when he was at a urinal. Or could this be a true one or a fake one here?
You're selling it well.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I know. It's a whole setup.
I once spent 4 hours having caviar with Emma Thompson while talking to King Charles.
I am going
Two truths and a lie.
to say, we'll all put in our guesses.
'Kay.
I'm going to say the Bill Clinton one is the lie.
I'm also going to say Bill Clinton is a lie because of Secret Service, and you would have had to get by because it's president. So even like former, you're surrounded by Secret Service. Also kind of creepy. Kind of creepy if it's true.
Yeah.
But also very on brand for Bill Clinton. So like that would be hilarious.
On brand for Bill Ryers.
Yeah.
Those bills are weird, man.
Those
Wow.
are weird.
Stay away from Williams. Can I play? But I feel like I have unfair advantage. I know a little You bit. know one of these.
Okay.
Yeah, I know one of them. I'm going to say the third one is the lie. I did not get in a fight with LeBron James in an elevator, though I just written a scathing column, and we were in the elevator in awkward silence. I did, in fact, hang out with Emma Thompson and hang out with King Charles when I was a young reporter, and I did, in fact, once, as a very aggressive reporter, march past the Secret Service.
No!
And I used to be able to do it. I used to cover Bill Clinton back when I worked at a newspaper in Arkansas early in my career, and it was, I'm Bill Clinton. What are you doing?
That's really good.
Yeah.
That's really
So you
good.
interviewed him
Yes,
at a
I did
urinal.
not have. Yes, he was the first white person inducted into the Arkansas Black Hall of Fame. He wasn't taking media. I saw him get off the dais.
Wow.
I walked into the hallway of the convention center. I saw him go into the restroom. There was Secret Service.
Yeah.
And I just marched right in like Michael Keaton from the paper. And,
No.
All right, so that's mine. You guys do it on Friday.
Earlier, we were discussing Philadelphia and how much they idolize fictional heroes. So what is more insane, Bill Clinton being in the Arkansas Black Hall of Fame or Sylvester Stallone being in the Boxing Hall of Fame?
Adrian. I got to go with the Bill Clinton one, but I don't know. Bill Clinton was very popular president.
I know you guys.
Wait,
I know you guys
that's
want to
so
know,
weird.
so I'll just give.
Yes, there was a partition. Can we
Oh,
just?
yes.
There was. I got the quote though. I got the quote.
I have to. You did. What did he tell you?
And then I followed him to the sink, and he's like, are we good?
Yeah. Can you leave me alone, please?
Is that enough for your newspaper?
What's up, LA? Welcome to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry, here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, we appreciate you being here. We love when you are part of the show and a part of the conversation. So you can call us at any time at 855-975-2326. We got a lot of great stuff we're going to get to on this Wednesday. A lot of Dodgers conversation, a lot of football conversation as we enter that last week of preseason, kind of who's in, who's out, who's healthy, who's not. Really excited that we have my girl Cynthia Freeland from NFL Network on the show today. She is a numbers guru, also like the perfect person you want to hear from right before your fantasy draft. She is the expert. So if you have any questions, call us 855-975-2326 or get in the chat at the Fan LA. We're going to dive into the Dodgers in just a bit. We've got some good, bad, weird with Mark Walter again. Like, it just, more stuff that keeps coming out is just
strange.
Harder and harder for me to defend Dodgers ownership, but we're going to get into that and help you kind of understand what's going down in just a bit. But real quick, Brock, every time like more news came out about this, we were both shocked in a great way. But college football integrity might be saved. The Big Ten and the SEC are the first two to really put their foot down in banning players returning to college after going pro.
It had to be done, and I'm glad it was done. I am shocked how swiftly the SEC made an announcement, but they really had no choice because the Big Ten, the Big Ten made their announcement, and even though the Big Ten and SEC are conjoined being the faces of college football and making the most money and dictating the most decisions, they still have this sibling rivalry of we used to be the best, now we're the best, yada yada. So when one gets good PR, the other one is typically not far behind. And yes, the Big Ten started it. A few hours later, the SEC kind of one up them by saying not only
they're like, let me show you can do it, I can do it better.
Exactly. And saying not only are NFL players not allowed, and former NBA players or anyone who has played in an NBA organization in the G League, they are also not allowed to return to college basketball. And anyone who has played in the WNBA is not allowed to return to women's college basketball. And hopefully, I know that the ACC is close behind in making some kind of announcement. I wouldn't be shocked if we don't see it by the end of the day. But hopefully the precedent of also doing it with on the basketball side of things gains traction as well, because college basketball is not as big as college football, but it has been a problem there as well.
It's just crazy too, because you're like, they had to do it because they're the two best. I'm like, no, the SEC had to do it because LSU and Lane Kiffin was kind of like the face of this whole situation. And they were like, not only come on over, but we're going to start recruiting NFL players that we don't think is going to make the roster while they are still with the NFL teams, which is wild to wrap your head around. I'm just curious, what is Lane Kiffin going to do now? Those guys can't come back. Are they going to try to sue because there was a court order saying that they were allowed to come back and they already declared for the school and the roster? I have a lot of questions here.
So what's interesting is the SEC... in their announcement, making sure it was known that the vote was unanimous.
Yes.
Which can mean many things. For those who don't know, a peek behind the curtain of whenever a vote is made public, typically what happens is everyone votes, and then they say, okay, we're going through with this. We're going to make a PR statement about how the voting went. Do you guys want to vote again? And then it becomes unanimous. So I would not be surprised if we later find out that LSU voted against it and then realized, we're the only ones. Okay, can we revote just so that we look good? And then they make sure it's known that it is unanimous. Texas is a team that is also affected. They brought it. They were talking to an offensive tackle, I believe it was. So my guess is that the initial vote was what would it be, 14-2? I forget how many teams are in the SEC because every conference has a different number of teams now. My guess is LSU and Texas voted against it, and then they said, "This is going
because
through.
they
Do
were
you want to look
benefiting
good?"
from it. They were the two teams that were like, "We don't care," because what Lane Kiffin said: if we don't do it, other people are going to do it, which is the
laziest excuse
for
worst
excuse to have in that situation. There is absolutely Sean McVay had a great quote yesterday when he was asked about this. He was like, I feel like I'm on gummies. I feel like I'm tripping, bro. How is this legal? How is this okay that you are allowing grown men who were on an NFL roster or declared for the NFL or signed an NFL contract to then come back and play in college? It made zero sense to us. We have been ranting about this since last Friday. So very shocked in a great way that college football is making the right move. And the fact that we're even having this conversation, though, is also kind of funny that it was allowed and it was going to be okay. And I think because it became such a national story, they had to do something.
Yeah. One line that I always use with the kids that I work with one-on-one is when they're struggling with something, we work on it, and then they finally get it right and it clicks.
Yeah.
One thing I always say is, okay, now that you've shown me that you can do it, it has to be like that every time. How that relates to this current situation is the whole thing around college football and rule changes is, well, things just take so long to change. Rules take so long to implement. Well, you've just showed us that you can figure something out in 72 hours.
In a day.
And now the excuse going forward of, it's just going to take so long. No, No, it doesn't.
No,
you
it's not.
You can change this whenever you want to, and
That's really
hopefully,
funny.
hopefully, people collectively hold college football's feet to the fire. Of you've shown us you can do things quickly. That should be the standard going forward.
Now they're going to be held accountable.
Yep.
That's wild, Brock. I didn't even think about that side of it. It's like, what do you mean you can't change this? Yeah, you can.
You've already done it.
Yeah, you can. We saw you do this in like a day. So we'll continue to have that conversation. If you have big feelings about this, you can call us at 855-975-2326. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. But let's get to some Dodgers baseball. Tough first game in Atlanta. The 6-game win streak came to an end last night. Thankfully, LA had a little cushion, so there's still 3 games ahead of the Braves in the National League. Both of them are kind of chasing that 2 seed. So in this series, every game counts.
Yeah.
But there was a big positive from last night's game, and that was Tyler Glasnow. You might be like, Alex, what are you talking about? He gave up 3 runs and had to throw 35 pitches in the first inning. It was rough. Yes, it was rough. But that is what we wanted to see. I wasn't expecting a perfect outing. What I wanted to see was how he would respond to adversity. Okay, this is the first time he's pitched since May 6th. He was dealing with back spasms. He was on the 60-day IL. It wasn't going to be great right out of the gates. But the fact that it was only that first inning and he was able to basically come back and throw 4 straight scoreless after that, you got to tip your hat to Tyler Glasnow.
You absolutely do. And Tyler Glasnow was not the reason that they lost that game. Tyler Glasnow to come out of over 100 days riding the pine and rehabbing and going to Oklahoma City, 100 days since taking an MLB mound. You hold a team like the Braves to only 3 runs when you pass off that baseball to the bullpen. That's an advantageous situation. 5 innings, 6 hits, 3 runs, 7 strikeouts. And like you mentioned, Alex, the best part of it was after a chaotic 35-pitch, 4-hit, 3-run first inning, comes back out in the bottom of the second and gets 3 consecutive strikeouts. Like that transition of this is a nightmare, what is going on, to I'm locked in and ready to rock. I wanted to see that part of him between now and the playoffs. I was going to give him 30 games to prove that he had that in him, and he showed it in from the very first inning to the second inning. And I quite honestly, after seeing that, don't have any questions about Glasnow anymore. That is what we wanted to see, and we saw it.
Which was crazy though, because when it started, I was like, uh-oh. Is Roberts going to pull him? Is he going to allow him to work through this? Because the runs just kind of were piling on back to back to back. And it was interesting. I love having Clayton Kershaw in the booth, by the way.
I hope no disrespect to the legend or Oral Hershiser, but I hope that Clayton is on many more games.
It's just different. So he's been doing the NBC broadcasts when the Dodgers are on, but it's different. Someone who was in that clubhouse last season, knows all of these guys personally, and is that locked into this starting rotation. And he was kind of talking about how impressive it is what these catchers are having to do. Obviously the 2 new faces coming in and just absolutely doing an incredible job being thrown into the fire at the trade deadline. Obviously they both had history with this Dodgers organization, with Wart Vet last season kind of coming in at that same time for Will Smith, and Fiducia being in the spring training farm system situation, familiar with the Dodgers. But to hear him talk about Glasnow and just watching him get locked in and how things started to work for him, and he finally got a good feel for his pitches in that second inning, is really cool to have that inside perspective into a pitcher's mind.
It was fascinating to hear Kershaw break down what makes Tyler Glasnow special and how his 4-seamer moves so much it's really a cutter, and his changeup moves like this, so it's really a curve. But him breaking that down is like you said, something that only someone who has spent 200 days around guys like Tyler Glasnow as recently as a year ago can do. We'll get to Fiducia in a second. I will say that it's good that Will Smith is ramping up, but what makes Tyler Glasnow so special and so difficult to catch for is his ability. It's been 100-something days since we've seen him, so this has kind of been pushed to the back of my mind. But it is incredible how frequently he can get baseball players, professional baseball players, let alone some of the best hitters in the game, which the Braves have, to swing an absolute bunk in the dirt.
Yeah.
Baseballs bouncing in the dirt before they even reach the plate. And you got some of the best hitters in the game swinging out of their shoes. And I did not realize how much I had missed seeing that. Now, Atlanta, to their credit, they were prepped for it early. Of course, again, that 4-hit, 3-run first inning was shaky for a moment. But from the second inning onward, I mean, he had guys swinging out of their shoes, swinging out of the zone that the Braves are known to chase a little bit. And I forgot how much I enjoyed watching Tyler Glasnow just embarrass elite batters.
Yeah, so welcome back, Tyler Glasnow. This is going to be a scary Dodgers pitching rotation now that Glasnow is at this level. Because that was kind of a conversation we were having yesterday. Obviously, this was Glasnow's first outing back since off the IL. And then Shohei Ohtani is set to throw another bullpen while they are in Atlanta. So I'm guessing either today, probably today, because tomorrow is going to be a travel day. And then pending how Ohtani does in that bullpen session in Atlanta, that will determine if he is going to either start on Sunday or do another bullpen session. And Glasnow and Ohtani are kind of the wild card pieces in terms of the starting rotation once you get to October. Who is going to be that guy that you throw out there? Will it be by committee? Will maybe they do like a 1-2 punch of like an opener and then with Ohtani and then Glasnow, depending how deep Ohtani can go. But they are stacked, absolutely stacked with Skubal, Yamamoto, Snell, now Glasnow, Roki Sasaki, who's pitching tonight, and Shohei Ohtani once he comes back, if he comes back this weekend.
Yeah, Glasnow only went 5 innings. Looked like he could have went 6 or 7, but Dave Roberts playing it smart, and I'm sure he had a pitch count coming in. But the idea of Shohei Ohtani and Glasnow kind of splitting their starts. Shohei as the opener, handing off the ball to Glasnow.
Can you imagine?
In the second or even third inning, and then immediately just handing it off to Tanner Scott to bring it home.
Or Edwin Diaz if he comes back.
If he does come back and is himself.
If we get the Edwin Diaz that we know he can be.
And then having Eric Lauer on standby just in case someone needs a little relief before you hand off to that is terrifying.
Yeah.
That is terrifying, and it makes it so there is no weak spot in this Dodgers rotation. And yes, Shohei ramping up, and whether he's ready Sunday or ready later, it's clear that on this timeline he will be ready at some point sooner rather than later. And I love the idea of them being linked together and kind of basically essentially sharing a start.
Yeah, so that was kind of the positive I took away from last night. But the Dodgers bats struggled. I mean, Ohtani, Freeman, Betts, Muncy combined to go for 3 for 19. Dodgers left 11 runners on base. They were 3 for 12 with runners in scoring position. And in the 9th, they had an opportunity. Like, they had it. Ohtani led off with a triple, and they just couldn't bring him home. And it was exactly who you want up in that situation. Freeman strikes out. Betts grounds out. They walk Muncy, and then Tommy Edman flies out. So it was right there. It was right there, and you were watching, and like probably every LA fan looking at the TV like, oh, got this. We're going to be just fine. Ohtani triples? Yeah. No. This is going to be a tied game.
And it's why Glasnow takes none of the blame for the loss yesterday because, well, of course, we'll start with the good Shohei. It was the triple, and it was the fact that knee looks dynamite because he stole 2 bases in the previous series, and now he legs out a triple using that speed. He's ready to rock. But yes, 11 left on base, like you mentioned. Shohei had an opportunity in the second inning, 2 on, 2 outs, strikes out. He had an opportunity in the 4th inning, 2 on, 2 outs, and he flies out. And then, like you just mentioned, in the 9th inning, a runner on 3rd, 0 outs, and you're not able to get a run. You have to be able to strike at one of those opportunities. 11 left on base against teams like the Braves are just impossible. Actually, there was another one in the 6th inning, 2 on, 1 out. and Alec Thomas and Hunter Fiducia have back-to-back strikeouts. So the opportunities were there. In that exact scenario, 7 times out of 10, I think the Dodgers find a way to come back with a win. But it is as sweet of a loss as there could possibly be, because you still walk away feeling great.
Big
just
picture.
Knowing top of the lineup has to hold it down going forward for the rest of the series.
Yeah, well, big picture is Tyler Glasnow is back. And minus that first inning, the way he bounced back, the way he didn't let it bring him down, Dodger fans have got to be excited about that. Now, another thing Dodger fans should be excited about that happened yesterday is that Will Smith began his rehab assignment with AAA, and he hit a 2-run home run and threw out a runner. So
welcome back, Will Smith.
2 big things that okay, can he is he gonna have power? Is he gonna be able to swing the bat well? How is it gonna be? Again, with your neck, those are all the things you're looking for. So this is huge considering he hasn't played since June 5th, more than 3 months. And when he was here, he was batting .249 and was as Will Smith as you could hope for this season in terms of at the plate and behind the plate. So big positive news from yesterday. Will Smith began his rehab assignment, looked great, hit a 2-run home run, threw out a runner. And Tyler Glasnow is going to be a solid piece of this Dodgers pitching rotation.
Well said. I'm feeling good. They need to take care of this series, and that starts tonight, but I'm feeling good.
Yeah, as everyone should be. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, let's talk some football, baby, because we are getting closer and closer, 15 days away from the Rams' first game. And is the NFC West the toughest division in the NFL? We're diving into that next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, we appreciate you being here. And we love when you are a part of the show and a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream or want to, head over to YouTube at The Fan LA. Get in the chat. You can also call us at any time at 855-975-2326. But guys, 15 days away from the Rams' first game in Australia. Are we happy about the fact that it's on the other side of the world? No, we are not. But we are happy that football is almost back. I mean, you have preseason here, but like, it's really funny. I've been doing polls like every day on my Instagram stories. And I asked, because I shared the rant we went on, the story we did, just kind of breaking down Thursday's preseason game, Rams and Chargers. Mm-hmm. And I asked fans, like, do you care about preseason games? And it's hard for Rams fans because I guess the everyday viewers are like, okay, if starters aren't playing, why am I going to watch? But like the hardcore fans are like, oh, I want to get to know the depth of this team. Right. And then obviously if you work in sports, like we're going to be talking about, the battles that are happening. Yeah, you got to know everybody. Yeah. So I asked, I'm curious. Let me pull up and see what the percentage is now. So I asked if they care. 36% said yes, give me all the NFL. 64% said no, don't care till week 1.
That's a pretty fair split, actually.
Yeah, not bad. Not a time. It was 3,000 people voted, but like.
It's a fair split.
Yeah. So we are looking ahead to week 1 and the season. And the Rams are definitely getting the most hype heading into this season. Obviously, with the addition of Myles Garrett, who we are still very much keeping a close eye on because he has been out of training camp and practice for the last 2 weeks. We talked about, should we be worried about that yet? I don't. We have Cynthia Freeland on. When do we have her? Oh, next hour. So see if she has any update on anything surrounding Myles Garrett. But the NFC West in general, I think it might be the toughest division in football. Obviously, Seattle coming off as Super Bowl champs, which is funny because no one's really talking about them, even though they're the, quote, defending Super Bowl champs. Everyone's like, yeah, whatever. Have you seen the Rams, though? Are you seeing what the Rams are doing this offseason? And basically, like, 1 or 2 plays would have decided that NFC Championship game last year. So the Seahawks' biggest question, I guess, is whether they can kind of repeat, which is always hard after a Super Bowl season. You can kind of talk to that and explain into that why it's so hard. But obviously losing your Super Bowl MVP, your offensive coordinator, like, can they be half or even 75% of what they were last year?
Well, going back to the divisions thing, like I don't even believe it's close. I feel there is a massive gap between the NFC West and the NFC North, who people are also putting up there as the toughest division. The Bears were exciting last year. The Bears were just a couple plays away from beating the Rams last year. Mm-hmm. The Bears have Caleb Williams, who, if you're a gambling person, maybe sprinkle some money on him winning the MVP because that's the type of leap he made last year. You could argue the Bears have the best offensive line in football, but the Bears have a lot of unanswered questions. You look at the Detroit Lions, who did not make the playoffs last year, did not make any moves that made them better this year. Their entire defense is hurt. I don't see them making the playoffs this year. Green Bay is always a team. 'Cause I'm a massive Jordan Love guy, and I'm a believer in him that he is an elite quarterback. He's just taking a little longer than we thought. That being said, that wide receiver core looks entirely different.
Yeah.
That defense has its fair share of question marks. And then you have the Vikings, who I believe Kyler Murray and Justin Jefferson are going to do some special things. But
you don't know yet.
But we don't know that for fact. 2, they are I don't think they've earned the right to be just an automatic perennial playoff caliber team. I don't think it's close when you look at the NFC West, who have 3 teams that made the playoffs last year, 3 teams that made the divisional round last year, and 3 teams that only lost in the playoffs to one another. Like, this is the toughest division, and I just had to get that out of the way. Because, do
you know what's crazy? I think people are living in the past with the NFC North because, 2-3 years ago, that was the argument that was the most feared, dangerous, hardest division in the NFL, but it's a completely different look for all of these teams now.
It is. And we can jump right into Seattle. Now, Seattle, it's been hard to gauge things because they haven't played their starters. When you win the Super Bowl, you don't really need to see much. You just know we're bringing back everyone except for Kenneth Walker III.
Your MVP.
Exactly.
A big piece of this offense.
And you're hoping for the best. Now, they do have a new offensive coordinator in Brian Fleury. Their old offensive coordinators, now the head coach of the Vegas Raiders. Yes, indeed. But it is a guy who comes from the same tree. So the offense is not going to be some massive change. If anything, I would describe the Seahawks offense as a perfect split between the 49ers offense and Shanahan and the Rams offense under McVay. It's a lot of it's more screens, more misdirection, a lot of bootlegs. Sam Darnold is able to throw from a clean look, not necessarily a clean pocket, but he typically is always schemed up to have enough room to plant his foot and throw the ball where he wants to, and he is more athletic than people give him credit for, and they do a great job there. Where you could voice concern is the running back room. Zach Charbonnet, of course, did not play in the Super Bowl because of a knee. He's still on the PUP list. And Jadarian Price is going to seemingly be their bell cow. They brought in Emmanuel Wilson, but he's going to be a short yardage, bigger body, similar to George Holani, who's kind of the short yardage guy. Now, Jadarian Price, first-round pick. He sat behind Jeremiah Love. Jeremiah Love was the starter and the standout. Jadarian Price is a dog. The only thing is, by sitting behind Jeremiah Love all last year, he only averaged 9 touches a game. And for him to now be the bell cow who was without the assumed starter in Zach Charbonnet, and now all of a sudden you're getting a starter's workload, I think there's some fair questions there in the running back room. But the defense is still going to be top-notch. They lost their rookie safety, Bud Clark, out of TCU. But if you're relying on a rookie anywhere other than the quarterback position, then you're in trouble anyway. So they weren't relying on him, but they needed that depth because they lost safety Kobe Bryant. But you have JSN. You have Cooper Kupp, who's in his twilight years but can still give you something, and you just have to hope that Jadarian Price can become a bell cow for the first time since high school.
So question, obviously, JSN became the highest paid wide receiver this offseason. Have you seen that? Because, again, it's part myth, but we've also kind of seen it just across the world of sports. How do you think that'll affect his play this season? Does it elevate? Is it just that added pressure that sometimes guys don't live up to it? Now, we've seen it do the opposite before.
Sure.
With Justin Jefferson, obviously got his big. St. Brown, Amon-Ra St. Brown, actually improved after getting his big contract. So it's there have been cases where guys live up to it a good chunk of the time, but we've also seen the opposite where it's take Kyle Tucker on the Dodgers right
Fair
now.
Comparison,
it's just are they going to be able to keep that production up after getting that big payday?
I would not worry about JSN falling off in any way because throughout his career, one, he is a very quiet guy despite being a superstar wide receiver and the highest paid wideout. He is not the typical diva type. When he was at Ohio State, and why I love receivers that come out of Ohio State is, for the most part, they're reserved guys who just love football because Ohio State is such a factory at wide receiver.
Yeah.
You know what it's like to be a freshman waiting your turn, be a sophomore waiting your turn, and hopefully by your junior year you have a breakout season because you're surrounded with the best wide receivers in the country. Everyone there is a 5-star number 1 wide receiver in their class, and I've noticed a trend of guys who are really humble coming out of there. Chris Olave's, Garrett Wilson's, Marvin Harrison Jr.'s. All these guys were the guy. You go to Ohio Ohio State, you get humbled, you work your way through, and then you get drafted and go ball out in the NFL. So I would have no concern with that for JSN at all.
That's great. Okay, so then let's move on to San Francisco. Again, you guys, we are talking about, is the NFC West the toughest division in football? Obviously, the Rams are coming in as a Super Bowl faves with arguably the best roster we've ever seen. The first time in NFL history that you have the reigning MVP and reigning Defensive Player of the Year on the same team. So we just went through Seattle, the reigning Super Bowl champs, and can they live up to what they did last season? Now to the 49ers, who always, just always, doesn't matter what shape they're in, doesn't matter how many injuries they have, they are always going to be the biggest competition for the Rams. And you still have Brock Purdy, Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle's coming back. They've been posting a lot of videos of like, look at him go, Nick Bosa. But again, like they have a lot of injuries. This is the Achilles heel, like literally for the 49ers is I think by week 1, they had like 22% of their roster on the injured list.
That is correct. Some of the notable injuries, defensive end Joey Bosa, who tore his ACL in week 3 last year, was rehabbing, was on track, but now is developing tendonitis, and now his status for week 1 is TBD. Tight end George Kittle is saying that he will be ready for week 1. He has not yet been cleared, but for a list of bad news, that is one of the good news. He tore his Achilles late last year, so him coming back this soon would be insane. Wide receiver Mike Evans, he had a groin issue. He's got quad tightness. He messed up his ankle in the joint practice. But that's just his career. He's just kind of always been banged up, which is
prone.
Why it was so funny when they signed him.
It's like,
Christian
okay,
Kirk.
Come to the team that everyone gets hurt on.
Join the
we'll
party.
Take ya.
Join
Let's
the
go.
party.
Yeah, take him.
Christian Kirk, another offseason addition, has had a calf strain. He's a potential IR candidate, meaning he's so far from coming back that they may need to use his spot and rest him for 4 weeks. He will be eligible to come back week 5 if he does go on IR. Christian McCaffrey was sidelined 2 weeks just with tightness. That's all they said. Was tightness. He did return to practice on Sunday, but your star offensively being out for 2 weeks in camp is not a great thing. So this offense is TBD. All the guys I listed except for Bosa are on the offensive side of the ball. What happened, though, and once I caught myself getting caught up in, man, is San Francisco going to fall off the wagon this year? They played their starters in that preseason game against the Chargers. Well, they played their starters, and they absolutely embarrassed them. And I remembered they're still the 49ers, and they just find a way to be dominant. They will always be the again, like you said, Achilles heel for the Rams because McVay looks at Shanahan and says, we came up together. We know one another. He knows what I do. I know what he does. It is a Shanahan-Kubiak system after all. And because Shanahan knows how McVay goes about things, the Niners will always be there. The Niners could put out their 4th string across the board. It's still going to be a close game because they just know what the Rams do.
Well, yeah, it's the Shanahan-McVay vibe, and second time I'm using this phrase today, but like anything you can do, I can do better. Yeah. And that's just the mindset, and it's fun for them. And it's fun for the fan base, too, because it doesn't matter, again, what shape either team is in. You know it's going to be a battle down to the end.
They will be a tough out. They will be a tough out in San Francisco or San Jose. They will be a tough out at SoFi. They will be a tough out in Australia. That defense is healthy other than Bosa and Mykel Williams, who will be back at some point this year. Fred Warner's healthy. Drake Greenlaw's back. Malik Mustafa's there. I'm a big fan of Jair Brown. The Niners will be a tough out. It will be a close game every time they play, no matter who's healthy.
So who between Seattle and the 49ers do you think is the bigger competition, the bigger threat for the Rams?
I would say in a regular season matchup, they are equal threats. In a playoff situation, the Seahawks are a much bigger threat. And real quickly, lastly, the state of the Arizona Cardinals, who I know are not considered when we're talking about.
I wasn't even gonna get there. They're gonna finish last. They didn't make the playoffs.
But I could sum up their entire preseason with one quote.
How
and
go?
it is of new head coach Mike LaFleur, brother of Matt over in Green Bay. When asked after their preseason game against Dallas, he said, "It's just sloppy. We had a sloppy week of practice. I don't think we've practiced really well over the last week. I think there's been times where we've done some good things, but overall, we're not good enough." And I thought tonight was a summary of that week in general. That is the update of the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah, no. We ain't worried about that. But it's funny, though, because right before that, I asked you who you more concerned about, 49ers or Seahawks. And I'm going to go just regular season right now, and I'm going to go Seahawks.
Yeah.
Because the Rams face them 2 of their last 3 games.
Okay.
And
yeah,
that's why.
yeah,
Just the fact that it's bunched there. Like, obviously, they kick off the season against the 49ers in Australia. Then they play them again in week 14. So there's a big enough gap there that kind of like, I don't know how big of an impact it's going to have, but to face Seattle week 16 and week 18.
And they will play them in the playoffs as well.
That right there is the biggest threat.
Yeah.
That right there is the biggest threat. The fact that it's 2 of 3 of your last 3 games.
I love that logic.
That is the biggest threat. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, do you care, LA, that the Bus family might be having some ownership in San Diego? Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry, who are Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, we appreciate you being here. We love when you are a part of the show and a part of the conversation. So you can call us at any time at 855-975-2326 and come hang out with Brock and me. But right now, it is time to bring in producer Shay.
The sports world is talking. But what's actually worth talking about in LA? Producer Shay brings the stories. Now Brock and Alex give the city your verdict. Do you care, LA?
How are we doing? It is producer Shay, the voice behind the voices of 97.1 The Fan. How are we doing today, guys?
Fab. I love the shirt you got going today.
Thank you. It's a Dead & Company.
I know.
Brock, you know what it is.
Oh, we
yeah.
support the Deadheads over here,
let me
big
show
dog.
you.
Love
Let me show the
it.
YouTube
I
screen.
love the Grateful Dead. Love the Grateful Dead.
Yeah, shout out to the Grateful Dead. This is actually from their Vegas tour, so if you want to see what shirt I'm wearing, come check us out on the Fan LA on YouTube or Twitter. But guys, we got a game to play. It's Do You Care LA with Brock and Alex. It's a segment where I tell Brock and Alex different stories from across the sports world, and they tell me if they care from a sports perspective, guys, or an LA perspective. I'm hoping we're talking about sports here. The Buss brothers are joining Padres ownership. So Joey and Jesse Buss are getting back into sports ownership, but this time it's with one of the Dodgers division rivals. So their new firm, Buss Sports Capital, has joined the Padres ownership group after San Diego was sold at a $3.9 billion valuation. The brothers will serve on the ownership group's advisory board and help with areas like player development, payroll management, and roster construction. So they won't just own the team. They'll do a lot more than just that. Joey and Jesse grew up in San Diego and said they'd love the Padres since they were kids. So it's kind of like a homecoming for them. Do you care, LA?
This is just weird, okay? You are known as like the LA family, the legendary LA family. Now, I know like all they know is like being the Lakers, like ownership family. And because you own the Lakers and you helped with what I guess player development and roster construction and basketball, gives you absolutely no credibility in baseball. Zero credibility in baseball. Just because you grew up in an ownership family doesn't mean you're going to be able to do it in another sport. The entitlement here of like, oh, we want to be owners, but we want to be involved. That is the worst thing that you could do with the Buss family. You know what? Good for them. I care because this is going to be even better for the Dodgers now that they are going to try to dip their hands and dip their toes into like the baseball operation sides of things. This is insane.
They will have no role whatsoever in the construction of the Padres roster. They will have no role whatsoever in anything baseball related. And my assumption is they were told, yeah, we'll take your money. And then they asked, well, can we have a role? And they said, sure, just give us your money. Like, we'll tell you whatever you want. You're not touching this baseball team. For those who don't know, Joey's role was he was the alternate governor. So if Jeannie was not able to go and vote for something, he would go and vote for her. And he was the vice president of research and development. I don't know what that means, and neither do you. Jesse's role was he was the assistant general manager with the Lakers and the director of scouting. If you're wondering why they got fired from that role, it's because the highlights of players that they were able to bring in and scout was Max Christie, Larry Nance Jr., Jordan Clarkson, Kyle Kuzma, Alex Caruso, and Austin Reeves. Some fantastic role players in there, but obviously not enough to keep your job. So if you were mediocre to kind of bad at your job and now you think that's enough of a cachet to take over to a completely different sport.
But in a sport where like you grew up with that organization
and you still
and
weren't
because
very
daddy owned
good
the
at
team, you got these positions and opportunities and jobs that you think, oh, because all I know and what my occupation is ownership, I can just be an owner of any sports team and I can do this. Like, this is like, everyone's going to be on Jeannie's side even more now with everything. You just lost all LA fan support.
What this reeks of is, haha, look at us. We're still owners of sports. And Jeannie, you don't have anything after this lawsuit. And the other siblings aren't going to have anything. And Joey and Jesse, for those who don't know, have always been the outcast, and I'm sure there is a difficult dynamic there because they have a different mother than the other Buss family, and whenever there's a rift, these two always kind of get paired off, and I'm sure there is much more to that dynamic than we know.
Yeah.
But this is a very little brother kind of move, and also to join the ownership group of a team that is the rival of Mark Walter's team, and you took our team from us, and we didn't want to sell, but then we sold, and now
it's just weird.
It's a very little brother thing to do. So.
And yeah.
I care, but I'm kind of embarrassed for them, I guess.
Good. go down to San Diego, because there was, I don't remember where I had heard this from, but it was reported at one point that the reason they got let go from their duties in the Lakers was when Jeannie and the Lakers were trying to pursue LeBron James back in 2018. Kobe Bryant kind of mentioned you might need to clean up the front office situation and clean up the family situation, and she did. They got let go, and then they brought in LeBron James. So it was like, you want to be legitimate, you can't have them a part of any part of this front office.
Yeah, it's a tough thing to do, but the Padres' new ownership, that
was just announced yesterday. They just got
literally had their
introduced
press
yesterday.
conference yesterday. They are a bundle of energy, by the way.
Baddie woman owner.
Yes.
Baddie.
Yes, definitely a power couple. And the worst thing they could do is give any baseball input to the Buss brothers, which is why I doubt they do that.
No, this is silly.
We reluctantly care, Shay, is what it sounds like.
It's Do You Care LA, so it seems like Brock and Alex care about the Buss brothers joining Padres ownership, as should most LA fans. On to the next one, guys. A new study finds at least 25% of NFL players have CTE. So a new study found that at least 1 in 4 NFL players who died between 2016 and 2021 had CTE. Researchers say 25% is likely on the low end because CTE can only be diagnosed after death, and not every former player's brain is studied. The NFLPA called the findings a sobering reminder of the long-term risks of football. Do you care, LA?
Shay, you should have asked us to put our seatbelts on before you whiplashed us with that left turn.
A little bit of a left turn.
I just immediately look at Brock, former NFL player.
It is.
When you hear this, as a former NFL player and someone who grew up playing football, you probably have friends, teammates that will definitely suffer from CTE. What's your first reaction to this?
It is something that players are able to put into the back of their mind because CTE can't be confirmed until you're dead.
Yeah.
So it's in a way, it's something that you don't actually have to acknowledge if you don't want to, because it's other people who will know it, not you.
Ignorance is bliss.
Exactly. However, I will say, while we're probably at the peak of CTE discussion, there has been a massive movement with the growth of flag football that kids are not playing tackle until much later. I remember being 7 years old begging my mom to play tackle football. But her rule for us was not until you're 8, not until you're 8. And when I was 8, everyone was playing tackle football
at 8 years old.
If you were still playing flag after 10 years old, you were kind of considered soft. Whereas now, the new norm is you play flag football up until 8th grade. In 8th grade, you play tackle so that
you're
as
ready
you
for
enter high school, you know how to tackle people. And that is the new standard. I would say 50-50. I would say the other 50 don't tackle until they get to high school. So right now, we're just kind of in this window of the final wave of kids that have been playing tackle all their lives. And hopefully that will lead to the difference.
So do you think that's where, the unfortunate, because you're not taught how to hit right, maybe is the younger the younger age of things, or is it just the amount because it has been since you are 8 years old?
I think the difficulty is because they can't study it until you're gone and they can cut open your brain, and because CTE could have been introduced to you as a 10-year-old. It could have happened in high school. It may not have happened until your last snap as an NFL player. Is it
development, or is it one hit that does it?
That's the problem. They're still working on that. And the argument also is when you're really young, you're not moving fast enough to actually cause damage. Whereas when you get to the NFL, you have grown men that can bench 300 pounds and squat 600 pounds running into each other.
They're also
so
trying
they
to support their families, so they're coming at you with everything they got.
So there's so many factors at play that it makes it easy to ignore. But it is something that guys think about, and it is also important to mention. Like, I would not change a thing. I loved playing tackle football when I was young, and how can you look at Ray Lewis or Ed Reed or Brian Urlacher? I'm trying to think of guys who are known for hitting hard. Like, if you ask them, would they change anything about their lives and their millions and their success? They'd probably say no. So that's what makes it such a difficult conversation.
It's just hard, too. There's a couple different industries, whether it's entertainment. I think it's like you live really hard for a good chunk of your life, and whatever that living hard looks like, whether it's getting hit in football, whether it's being on tour, whether it's like you are just all in every single day over doing something in your life. But if that's the life you choose and that's you want, it's worth it to maybe lose some years on the back end. That's your prerogative and that's your choice. And that's it's a decision that I feel like a lot of these guys have to know coming into it. Like, you're aware of the consequences.
And I think that's the silver lining of it now, is because there is more information coming out. You at least know what you're getting into. I feel bad for maybe the guys in the 60s and 70s who had no idea what they were getting into. Now you are signing up for it instead of finding on the back end, oh man, this is happening.
Would you let your kids play football?
8th grade.
That is a bad.
Eighth grade, they can play tackle.
All right, you're listening to Brock and Alex. Hour number 2 coming up next. What's up, LA? Welcome to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, we appreciate you being here. Hour number 2, we want you to be a part of this conversation. If you're watching the live stream or want to, head over to YouTube at The Fan LA, get in the comment section. You can also call us at any time at 855-975-2326. We are taking all of your NFL football questions today, as I'm sure everybody is gearing up for your fantasy drafts whenever they are. It's usually, we always plan ours after the third preseason game, just so all the major injuries will get out of the way.
Yeah.
So I got mine coming up next week, but I'm really excited because we have Cynthia Freeland, NFL fantasy expert, like numbers guru, coming on the show in about 20 minutes. She's going to be breaking down maybe some players that you should keep an eye on, some to stay away from. We are doing a big football heavy show today. And I just want to Brock and I were talking about this during the commercial break because we ended the last hour with the new study that came out surrounding CTE. And a new study found that at least 1 in 4 NFL players who passed away between 2016 and 2021 had CTE, and that's probably on the lower end because CTE can only be diagnosed after someone passes away, and not every former player's brain is donated to science in order to be studied. Now, the NFLPA obviously said it's a sobering reminder of the long-term risks of football, and we ended our conversation with me asking Brock, like, everything that you know now, would you do it again?
Yeah, I would. And the why CTE and the conversation around it is not much of a conversation among players is because there are so many injuries and guys who have injuries that affect their day-to-day life.
Okay.
Guys who can't open their hand all the way. Like I have, this is very, very minor. I have a pinky that's just been broken because I just never got it fixed because it wasn't
from football
a priority. Right. Guys.
So what do you like? Which one?
This one. My right pinky.
Oh, you're just saying something like the bone's out a little more.
Yeah,
but you can still move it.
I for the most part, yeah. But like that is what I mean when I say there are visceral things that affect you day to day. This is, of course, is a 0.5 on the scale of 10. But guys spend more time talking about the knee injury, the lower back, the neck injury, the things that affect them in their ability to sleep, things that affect them, that affect their ability to play with their kids. Like my shoulder doesn't, I can't lift my right arm all the way up, but I can still work out and I can still do things. But maybe once a workout, I say, oh, that was too far. That kind of hurts, right? Why I bring that up is because there are things that affect you more frequently, it's easy to put
it's also physical.
Exactly.
This is inside your brain that you don't really understand until like maybe they start losing their mind a little, they're acting a little crazy, or after they pass away, they find it
in the brain. And because those symptoms are also in other things, right? Like dementia is a thing, Parkinson's is a thing, and you won't know that it's CTE until you die and they cut your brain open. So because of that,
such a visual, Brock.
You put it to the back of your brain,
literally,
because I don't know what it is, so I may as well not stress myself out over it. And my lower back affects me a lot more than something that will only be found out when I'm dead.
So it's definitely a life trade. And it's a hard life trade that, as you're mentioning, like players just like, ignorance is bliss. If I'm not worrying about it right now, I don't have to think about it. But again, there's probably a lot of parents listening to us right now. Like, I was asked this before I knew, like, I was having a daughter. Like, if you have a son, are you going to allow him to play tackle football? And it's crazy because I've heard a lot of friends who, once they got to that point of their child deciding what sport they're going to play, parents were kind of swaying them away from tackle football. So would you let your child play tackle football?
I would, but it would be 8th grade. And the reason is when I was coming up, like flag football was not nearly as developed as it is now. It was seen as more so training wheels. you weren't going to learn high-level concepts. You were going to be very limited in your football knowledge, whereas now, due to the growth of flag football, so many more kids are playing it.
Yeah.
You can learn skills that directly translate to tackle football, and that wasn't the case in the 90s.
Okay, because this is the first time we're going to see flag football in the Olympics here in LA in 2028, and we got a kind of a little taste of that when they did the football players playing Team USA in flag football. Tom Brady did that whole tournament here in LA, and it did not translate well for NFL players trying to do. It's a different game, but.
Yeah.
Does it translate the opposite way? Like, can flag football players, again, young players, then can that translate to tackle in the NFL? Because it was hard to watch NFL players try to keep up with flag football players. It's a different game.
Yeah, it's definitely not a two-way street as of yet. And I would also say the jump to tackle right now has to be there because that's how you get a scholarship and that's how you get drafted. Now, flag football will be a collegiate sport.
Yeah, I was going to say it is for women, right?
It will be soon.
Yeah,
it will be soon. Now, there's club teams. But as far as it blowing up and being a full-on scholarship sport that is supported by 100 or so schools, we're still far from that.
Okay.
But like UCLA, for example, has a very good club flag football team.
Okay.
But they're not traveling far to play teams. They're not as supported
you're staying
by the school.
within California.
Yeah, but we're going to get to that point. The Big 12 conference is a big proponent of it, and Oklahoma State has made a massive push for flag football to be a scholarship-sponsored sport. And once that happens, I would be interested to see what the numbers look like once you can go to college and have your school paid for flag. Will there be as many people who go to tackle?
I would think so, and I think we're probably heading in that direction, say, after the Olympics, because we saw that, I'll use another sport, for example, in beach volleyball. Beach volleyball became like the most popular, most watched Olympic sport, and then shortly after, it started being recognized and picked up by colleges and is now a college sport. It used to just be indoor volleyball, and now beach volleyball is a college scholarship sport.
Yeah, I vividly remember that. And so many schools, and not even schools, just people realizing, oh, I don't have to live on the beach. I just need sand.
Yep.
I literally, all I need is sand. And there was this like awakening happening across America. Oh, we can all play beach volleyball.
Yeah.
We don't have to be on the water. Yeah, I vividly remember that, and I think that's a great comparison.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting. I think we're going to see a huge surge in flag football, especially following the Olympics. Yeah? We all good here? You giving me the thumbs up? You giving producer Shay?
Producer Shay the thumbs up.
Oh, okay.
But you know what? You get a thumbs up too.
It's like you
get
just
a thumbs up
randomly gave
too.
a thumbs up, but like not even looking at me, which was absolutely hilarious. We want to hear from ULA on this whole topic. Obviously, it's a big topic of conversation. You can call us at 855-975-2326. Do we have Tony calling in again? Tony from Valencia, new bestie of the show. Shay, let's bring him in. Tony.
Hey, how's it going? I'm kind of bored today. Being retired is kind of tough. But I'm sitting in the parking lot at Anaheim Stadium because my wife's working the Angel game, so I figured I'd come down with her. I will be one of 9 fans here today.
Yikes.
Tony, be nice.
I am. Okay, here's the thing. Let's look at the amount of concussions in sports like soccer, lacrosse, hockey, those sports, and compare them to football. Let's also go back to 100 years ago, when football helmets were made out of leather. I've said this jokingly at times. You want to make football get rid of the concussions? Make a less safe helmet. That way, kids are going to look at it and go, oh, wait a minute, I better not stick my head in there because I'm gonna really get hurt. And I don't know if that's the answer, but if you give a 17-year-old kid, the best helmet out there, he's going to use it. And you mentioned flag football. Years ago, Brock, I don't know if they had them when you were playing, but those little soft shells that they started to use in 7-on-7, because even 7-on-7 started to get a little bit more physical.
It is, Tony, and I would love your input on this. You spent so much time around high school sports, especially football. How much effort would you say is put into teaching kids how to tackle?
The problem is look, we've already had one game in the CIF season. We never started until much later. So your summer practice, your time in pads was actually a lot longer than it is now. And I've talked to several coaches just about how poor the fundamentals in tackling are. And they say we just don't have time to work on it as much as we did back in the day, because what do you have, a week, 2 weeks in pads, and then you're already playing games? Whereas years ago, maybe you had a month, 3 weeks in pads, and you could teach kids how to tackle.
Interesting perspective there, Tony. But again, I'm going to have to disagree with you there. To give the kids less protection on their head, absolutely not. We need to protect the kids, and we need to protect the NFL players. And it's so funny. I guess what do you call them? The squishy helmets, the big helmets that you see some of the NFL players wearing. It's hard because a lot of it becomes it doesn't look cool.
Yeah, it's effective for some guys.
And so I don't know if we're ever going to get that kind of protection, but it's a real thing, and it is a concern. But Tony, you make an interesting point there where I don't know if they're getting enough time to really teach these young kids the proper way to go about it.
But I would look at rugby, which is just as physical of a sport, and they're not wearing helmets, but they still tackle. And I know we're not going to ever make a less safe helmet. I'm kind of, being sarcastically serious, if that makes sense, because kids are going to stick their head in there no matter what, because I think it's kind of an instinct thing.
It is, Tony. It is. And thank you so much for calling in and your perspective. I'm right there with you. The lack of teaching fundamentals, whereas when I was playing tackle, we spent 2 weeks just to learn how to tackle. And it sounds like with such a demanding schedule and more games and year-round football, coaches just don't get the time. Tony, before we let you go, for those who weren't listening yesterday, can you remind people where they can watch your game on Friday and what game you'll be calling?
We are at Corona Centennial. We will be doing a rematch of the Division I finals between Carson Palmer's Santa Margarita Eagles and legendary coach Matt Logan and the Centennial Huskies on Spectrum Sports.
Thank you so much, Tony. Your perspective is appreciated.
We love you, Tony. Thanks for calling in.
For those who don't know, Tony is a Valley legend. He's coached football, he's coached golf, he's coached everything. There is not anyone in the Valley who sent their kid to a high school who did not have an interaction with them. And he's been doing this forever, since before I was born. He was coaching at Crespi. So his perspective is always appreciated. The Angels caught a stray there. I did not know that was going to happen. Sorry, you had to hear that.
Is his wife? What does she do for the Angels?
She is a television producer.
Oh,
yeah. And
did I ever work with her?
You know what? We're gonna figure that out.
How
off air.
long has she been with the Angels?
As long as I've known him.
Oh, who's his wife?
She does Angels and Kings. We will talk about that.
That's
off air
what
and
I
figure it
did
out.
with
Yeah.
Angels and Kings.
Yeah.
Do I know his wife? And
You
we didn't
definitely
even
do.
make this connection.
And I'm embarrassed to just now make that connection.
Yeah,
but,
I was sidelined for Angels and Kings 10 years.
But yes,
Wild.
to sum all this up, I think Tony hit the nail on the head with the lack of time being spent to teach kids how to tackle is alarming.
Is a big issue. All right, you're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Let's talk a little Dodgers baseball right now, because yes, the 6-game win streak got snapped yesterday. They dropped game 1 in Atlanta, but we did get a lot of positives out of yesterday, and I always like to look on the bright side of everything, okay? I am team happy is my vibe, team miss positive, and Tyler Glasnow, brutal first inning, rough first inning, allowing 3 runs, and it took 35 pitches. However, what we wanted to see yesterday was not a perfect outing, but how he would respond to adversity. And he responded perfectly. Tyler Glasnow then bounced back, throwing 4 scoreless innings, and really came out of his first game back after being on the IL for months, feeling good, feeling strong, and I think Dodger fans should be feeling the same way.
They should. As far as returns go for not being on the mound for over 100 days, I don't know if you can ask much more. Yes, the Blake Snell stat line was incredible. Blake Snell wasn't pitching against the Braves, who are up there with the Brewers and the Dodgers regarding having World Series expectations. And the Braves may have not looked great since the All-Star break. They may not have looked World Series caliber, but this is a team that is always going to be a problem when you face them. And they showed up against the Dodgers, which is no surprise at all. I have no qualms, no concerns at all about Glasnow. It was an ugly first inning. From the second inning onward. Well, first off, in the second inning, he has 3 consecutive strikeouts, and from that moment forward, he could have went well into the 7th inning. Dave Roberts must have had him on a pitch count, which is understandable. I feel as good as you can after a loss. There was a lot of promise there.
Yeah, the other positive news to come out of yesterday is Will Smith began his rehab assignment last night with Oklahoma City, and he hit a 2-run home run and threw out a runner. That's what you want to see in your first game back. Again, he was dealing with that neck stiffness. He hasn't played since June 5th, so he has been out for more than 3 months, and he was swinging the bat well before he went on the IL, batting .249. So Will Smith is on the road to recovery.
That is great news. I mentioned earlier that Fiducia is showing some of his limitations as a catcher, most notably yesterday in the first inning. He lets up a passed ball, and the runner should have scored, but the umpire incorrectly called it a foul ball. So thank you for looking out for us. But there have been a couple instances lately that Fiducia, who is really working hard to frame the ball and is working with a new pitcher every single day, it seems like, and I grant him all of the grace there. But he has shown his limitations just about every game in the past 4 games, actually. He's had a passed ball of some kind, and most of them have led to a run, or like yesterday should have been a run. So it's hard to catch for Glasnow, like we said at the top of the show. His special ability is to get guys to chase balls in the dirt. What does that mean? It means that catcher has to be on point because he's catching baseballs that are bouncing in the dirt, and it is very difficult. But it is fair to say that Will Smith will be happily welcomed back. Hunter Fiducia has been incredible defensively. Offensively, he's held his own. He's probably on par with what Will Smith was doing before he got hurt. But it's definitely good news that Will Smith is around the corner. The last report was early September, and we're not far from that.
It's interesting, too, because Clayton Kershaw was on the call last night on the broadcast, and I love having him in the booth, obviously as a Dodger legend, but someone who was playing with these guys and in this clubhouse just last season. And he was kind of talking about the role of the catcher, and he's like, it's insane what they have to do on a daily basis with every single pitcher, to the point where, like, you can't even, like, hitting is just like, that's just a bonus if it happens. Their job is just absolutely making that pitcher feel as comfortable as they can behind the plate and defensively. Like, that is the focus with the side of hitting.
Yeah, and it's interesting because from everyone in the infield, everyone in the outfield, and everyone on the offensive side of the ball, who's pitching doesn't affect you, but the catcher essentially has a new teammate every single time that he goes out there. It's like if Matthew Stafford threw to a crop of receivers on Tuesday, and then Wednesday there's a whole new crop of receivers, because how one guy throws a changeup is different from everyone else. How one guy throws a cutter is different from everyone else. And catchers do deserve that credit. And again, we are on the 5th and 6th catcher with Fiducia and Rortvedt. I'm not trying to downplay everything that he's done. It's just a testament to when you have the great catchers like Will Smith, how special they truly are.
So exciting to hear that he did great in his first rehab assignment last night, hitting a home run, throwing out a runner. So only a matter of time until he is back in this Dodgers lineup. All right, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, I am so excited to have one of the smartest minds in sports, NFL data science, everything NFL fantasy. Cynthia Freeland is joining the show. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. Rams are playing the Chargers on Thursday, that final preseason game at SoFi. Now, we had heard from Harbaugh that the starters are going to play 2 series. Now, the Chargers starters played 1 series in preseason game 2. So the fact that he just, they're bumping it up to 1 more, because when we watched it, we're like, that kind of feels like a tease. We needed to see more in a new Mike McDaniel offense. Justin Herbert, we got nothing. Okay. We got nothing. And we need to see a little more if I'm going to believe in what this new system is come week 1. So we know the Rams aren't going to have any of their starters out there. That's not what they do. But as you mentioned, it's going to be great for the battles of those final roster spots for the Rams to say, oh, look what I did against a starting roster.
Yeah, imagine if you're Cam Lampkin or Alex Cook or a bevy of other names who are fighting for those final 4 to 5 spots on the Rams roster. You get an opportunity to go out there against starters, whereas typically the final preseason game, you're competing against other backups. And even if you go out there and ball, you really have to elevate your game and play the game of your life to really show, okay, you were against third string, but you played so well that your spot is solidified. How rare of an opportunity it is to go out there in the third preseason game fighting for a final spot against the starting caliber NFL offense. And the Chargers are expected to have one of the top ones, because if you can go out there as a linebacker and handle that Chargers offensive line and Omari Hampton, if you can go out there as a DB and handle Ladd McConkey as a DB and make a play against a Justin Herbert pass, that goes a long way, because again, for this final preseason game, you're not just auditioning for the Rams, you're auditioning for the entire NFL. You go out there and ball, Jim Harbaugh may say, hey, that guy that the Rams released tore us up the other day. Bring him over. Anyone who is making decisions between the final preseason game and Sunday when you got to cut down rosters will be looking at this tape, and it is a tremendous opportunity for those guys.
Hey, Puka, so one of the slogans from the coaches is iron sharpen iron. How has these matchups been with you guys versus the secondary? We hear about you and Trent matching up, and Jalen as well.
I think it's been really fun. I know just the other day before we had our off day, I'm like, we had a deep ball, and Matthew stepped on one and let one rip. It felt like it was on a tightrope. Being able to track that ball, and then also have, think I got it, and being able to run into the end zone, and there comes 22 flying out of right field, and being able to punch it out. And man, you're upset because you want to be able to make those plays, but you also know we're at highly competitive football right now, and it feels good to be able to work on different things. Where I'm like, man, I like to say I can track the ball pretty well, and like now you got to track the ball and be able to come down with it, knowing that there's somebody still going to be in your area. So it's been really fun, and they both have different skill sets. J. Watt obviously being a little bit lengthier, but it's been fun because I'm like, I know Coach Lake is out there in the defensive back room and hyping these guys up, so it takes me back to our days up at UW. Ty, I think, has stepped up in a lot of ways. I think the opportunity for him to go out there and get reps, and I think him and Steady being able to go out there and have days where Matthew's not out there gives them the true opportunity for them to compete and kind of learn and go through some of those mistakes kind of on their own. Obviously, Matthew's a great help out there and communicates, I think, with the best of them, but it's also an opportunity for them to learn, and like that's how football games go. Obviously, you're going to have coach in the headset, and we're going to be able to communicate some of the things that we're seeing, but to go out there and to have a bad pass and then to be able to get under center and say, hey, I got to make this next play. So I think it's been really fun to see him go out there and do that. I think his arm and the confidence that he's throwing the ball with has definitely grown a ton since where we were at in OTAs. I think feeling more comfortable in the pocket, understanding, and obviously seeing more guys run routes where it's you kind of first get out there. He's never really seen me or Tay or X-Man or Mumph, but I think just the connection between the team, everybody hanging out in the meal room. I know in our wide receiver room, obviously Tay being the oldest guy, but I'm like me and Xavier Smith are the 2 next oldest guys in our room who've been here since our rookie class. So it's been fun to just have that communication, watching some of our high school tape and seeing Tay's maybe on a VHS tape and everybody else on huddle. So it's nice to see the separation and the growth that we've had in our room. But it's been really fun. I think so. Yeah, it's funny. I think Trent said they used to go 4 days in a row, and I'm like, that sounds miserable. I'm like, that just sounds like an injury waiting to happen. So I'm like, I'm really appreciative of Coach and just
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, we appreciate you being here. We love when you are a part of the show and a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. But right now, I am so excited to bring in our first guest of the day, one of the smartest minds in sports. She's the queen of NFL data science, creator and host of Numbers Game, Gordy and Clyde's mom, my bestie. Please welcome the birthday girl, Cynthia Freeland.
Hi guys, how you doing? I'm a lot wiser now than I was last week.
Duh. I don't know how you can get wiser as like one of the smartest people that I know, but that anyone else knows or listens to. So, Cynthia, how concerned? I'm just going to dive right into the Rams right here, okay? Myles Garrett has been held out of practice for the last 2 weeks. They're saying precautionary reasons. However, how concerned should we be come week 1?
I mean, it's always interesting when you have a hugely different travel schedule than normal and you have a lingering issue. I mean, going all the way to Australia can't be easy on anyone. I mean, your circadian rhythm gets all messed up and all of those things. So I do believe that is a precautionary measure. I also think that they're going to be there only for such a short amount of time that I think they've really tried to optimize for him playing the game and focusing on that. So I'm not really worried about it, but I am interested to see if there is some sort of lingering issue when he gets back, because imagine you sit on this airplane now after playing a game and you have been held out of practice and now you're sitting on an airplane after for like, I don't know, a bajillion hours. So
I didn't even think about that part of it.
Yeah,
I was thinking about the getting there and the sleep and how that's going to mess everything up, but the actual sitting on an airplane for that long after a game.
Yeah. It's definitely
that's what I find most fascinating.
Definitely a real thing. Sticking with the discussion of injuries, offensive guard Justin Dedich has been cleared to practice after spending most of the summer on the sidelines rehabbing. We know that McVay does not typically play his starters. From what you were able to see from the time you have been around Rams camp, what is your current concern level for the Rams offensive line, especially considering Alaric Jackson is expecting some kind of suspension any day now?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've been saying it like all off season. This is a really great team. So even though they're my biggest concern other than special teams on the Rams, the O-line, I'm still not overly concerned about it compared to other O-lines. Now we need to wrap everyone up in bubble wrap to make sure nobody touches them until there's actual games. Especially your centers need to be protected at all costs. Seriously? There are, by my estimate, 5 centers now that are not the original intended starters that we thought before training camp. So wrap your center in bubble wrap. But I do think that they have a plan for this. Alaric Jackson, they're not unaware that this is going to happen. So I think that there's probably a plan in place to handle that. And obviously, the more bodies available, the better. So getting people back and healthier should be a good sign too. But again, I think this thing comes very much down to how will the O-line perform this season.
Okay, Cynthia, we're talking injuries. We're going to stay on injuries, but kind of make it towards fantasy because you are the fantasy queen, and injuries have just been really piling up this preseason. Jamar Chase yesterday, but he's saying, not a big deal, just some hyperextension. Puka Nacua has still been held out of practice as well. Who should fans be careful about as they're heading into their NFL drafts, or who should they, doesn't matter, still take the risk?
Well, this is the stat I want you to remember. This is about running backs, though. So running backs, only 27% of running backs over the past 10 seasons have played a full 17-game regular season.
Whoa.
So you have to be a little concerned no matter what and create backup and contingency plans. For wide receivers, it's a little bit more, not to say that there are more substitutes, but there are more wide receivers in that top tier than there are running backs. So you really need to create contingency plans for both. Obviously, the healthier, the better. USC, now Lion, Amon-Ra St. Brown, if he's available there, I don't think that you're going to be mad if you have to pick him instead of one of the other 2 guys between Puka and Jamar Chase if you're really looking for who's optimally healthy to start the season, because as we know, you don't want your fantasy season to be gone and done by like the 4th week because you're just waiting for a Jamar Chase to come back. So, I mean, just look at the available options and make the best guess you can. But again, contingency plans are always a must.
When you are discussing wide receivers, it's easy to overthink things. So now that we're in the middle of draft season for fantasy players, what all do you need to factor in? Does the quality of quarterback matter? Does the quality of run game matter? Does the opponent's defense matter? How would you say what needs to be factored in when drafting a wide receiver?
I like to look at the own team's defense. So, for example, the Lions, their secondary, dicey. I know that the Bengals made a lot of improvements to their defense this offseason, but are they enough? Dicey. Those prop up the wide receiver numbers for both of their offenses for me, because now you're going to rely more on the offense than you would if the defense looked like the Rams, let's say. So when you're factoring in that, of course, your schedule and your strength of schedule matters to some degree. But if you're looking at kind of edges that really net out in fantasy points, I would say your own defense is a really big factor. Because if you're in close games, look at Joe Burrow. They played like 7 games where they scored 30 or more points on offense and lost them. That's over 2 seasons. The next closest team only did that 3 times. So this is a fantasy point thing, not a real football thing, real life football thing. But keep that in mind as you're drafting all of your players.
Okay, let's do a draft here, Cynthia. Okay, and I know people, are you still doing your the donation where fans can make a donation? Yes. Do you want to give that out real quick, what that is?
Yeah. DonorsChoose.org/Cynthia, and then you go make a donation there, and then I'll pick your fantasy draft order for you. And, if you give me some fun things to say, I'll add that into the video that we send back, but you will be helping kids get the necessary supplies that they need for their school year. You can go check out what Donors Choose does on DonorsChoose.org. It's an awesome organization. I'm so happy to be partnering with them.
Love that. Okay, now I'm going to put you on the spot with us. Who would be your top 5 draft picks?
So Jahmyr Gibbs for me is number 1. I told you I don't like the Lions defense all that much. Plus the Lions have a pretty easy schedule. You'd think maybe more opportunity for volume there. Number 2, Bijan Robinson. I am very, very, very bearish on this team in general, except for Bijan Robinson. I would say probably the Jamar Chase is probably still your number 3, unless we hear anything different, that it's a really long-term situation. I don't know.
Hyperextension is what they're saying right now.
Which doesn't feel that bad, but I'm not a doctor, so
yeah, same. We're not.
It's still a knee. And then after that, I would actually go Amon-Ra St. Brown. And then I think this Lions offense is going to have to score a ton of points. And then after that would be still Puka, I think, unless we hear something different. To me, then you could pivot. I think the one you want to look at in the first round that, the top 5 maybe aren't as interesting as I think James Cook is a first round pick. For people, he's trading in the second round. I think that's a good one. Remember, he's your rushing leader from last year. I think Jonathan Taylor is somehow getting pushed down the board. Who are the pass catchers there that really he has to contend with volume for? I don't know. But Jonathan Taylor and James Cook are 2 who I would target in the first round, and they're trading in the second round, according to ADP.
High value. I didn't think about the terms and are they going to be getting the most looks?
Yeah.
Who else is their competition on the team? That's actually a great way to be looking at it. Fun fact there.
Fair points. Cynthia, what do you make of this year's tight ends? Is it deep? Is it top heavy? And who is the name that will rise above them all?
So I actually think Brock Bowers could contend. I know this sounds ridiculous, but Michael Thomas's record is 149 receptions. It's possible he gets enough volume to at least sniff that spot, right? He had 112 2 years ago, right? That's not that much more. And who are the other pass catchers you're worried about here? But I think it's a very top heavy. I think that there are 5 tight ends that are worth drafting, and Brock Bowers, I think you should draft in the second round. I'm fine with that. But I think the one that maybe I have that's different, a lot of people are on Brock Bowers, Colson Loveland, Trey McBride. We get it. But I think Tucker Kraft should also be in that conversation. This is a guy who averaged over 15 yards per reception. He had 6 touchdowns in 8 games played last year. Obviously, he's coming back from an injury, but they traded away and got rid of a couple of their pass catchers, and they really only have Christian Watson and Matthew Golden left. And I think if you're looking at who Jordan Love will rely on when he's under pressure, it's going to be Tucker Kraft, who proved it last season as well.
Love that. Now, Cynthia, you were the first to say that you think if and when Aaron Donald comes back, it would be your birthday week. So we are here. And now there have kind of been some rumor conversations around that it might be centered around money. What are you hearing? And do you think it's about the money that's holding Aaron Donald kind of from coming back right now?
I think it's an easy answer when somebody asks you what could potentially be holding this up. Money sounds like something that would be a legitimate thing to say. I really don't. That to me doesn't feel like that doesn't pass the sniff test. Of course you're going to pay the man. Like, I'm not saying he should play for free. I'm not in any way saying, but I just don't think that the Rams would be like, here is a really discounted contract for you. I know ahead of the season, they could have afforded to already figure out the Puka Nacua contract and many others. So they're not cash poor. It's just a matter of figuring out when you want to come back. Does he want to fly all the way across the globe or not? Interesting. Those are things that I think are secondary orders of operation here, as opposed to the primary thing. I don't believe, and no one has told me anything different, but I just don't believe that they're sitting there being like, let's see if we can get a deal on Aaron Donald. Is he on the discount rack?
So now you're pushing it back that it might be after week 1 because of the Australia situation. So just tell us, you've worked with a lot of contracts. You've helped teams kind of figure out contracts and what they can pay. Because he is under one more year of contract. I think he still had, $30 million left on his contract. What can the Rams afford to pay him right now with the cap?
Well, the way that the Rams have been, so let's use an ugly word, amortization. Oh, sexy. Basically, it's figuring out how you can make a deal that so you can afford to pay all of these premium players, which is what the Rams have done. But you kind of push it out over time. You amortize it over time, same as your mortgage, et cetera. Okay. So what I would be imagining is going on right now, again, I don't have firsthand knowledge of this, is figuring out voidable years at the end, meaning you, instead of having 1 year left on his deal, maybe they extend him for 2 more years. They pay him X amount more, but then they extend it now. You can pay it over 3 years. So your cap hit goes over 3 years as opposed to being taken in this year. So it's like accounting tricks, right? Like it's no different than rich people figure out how to use the accounting tax loopholes. Rich NFL teams figure out if they're legal. No one's doing anything illegal. They're just better at figuring out the tricks and the math than some other teams who've gotten themselves in a position where, they can't dig out of a bad kind of setup for their cap.
Cynthia, you explain this is kind of a little PTSD for LA fans right now with everything going down with Mark Walter. And the Dodgers owner is under federal investigation and the Lakers, everything. But I get it. That's what billionaires do. They figure out loopholes. And then when you get caught, then it's like, you can't do that. Slap on the wrist.
At least it's not the Suns owner. He levered up to buy his team using his company's stock, right? And now the stock appreciated in so much value, JP Morgan could come in and margin call him, and then the bank would. That's the messy too.
Trying to find a silver lining.
The note here is leverage is likely bad, kids.
Lessons with Cynthia Freeland. Cynthia, we love you so much. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you.
We'll see ya. I love my lessons with Cynthia.
She is. If somehow this is your introduction to Cynthia Freeland, when Alex calls her a genius, she is not joking.
No, literally.
She is a documented genius and backs it up every single time.
Yeah, she creates all the data science for NFL Network. Your odds, everything, she is the computer. Her brain is the computer. I've watched her before and I'm like, does not compute. We could not be more opposite in terms of the way our brains work. She sees the O's, the ones, the coding, and I'm like, over my head. I have no idea. But Cynthia, happy birthday to her. Always appreciate that. If you are getting ready for your fantasy and you were listening, I hope you were taking notes, because I was writing down all of her top 5s. Guys you should go after that might not be highly valued. So thank you again, Cynthia. All right, we're going to take a quick break here. And interesting that the conversation ended the way it did, because when we come back, we're going to dive into the Mark Walter situation with more information that continues to come back. And are there potential buyers already emerging for the Dodgers? That's next here on Brock and Alex.
especially Reggie, our training staff. I know that there are some places I've heard that the training room isn't as open as it is over here. So I'm really grateful for the people who work with me in that room and their ability to take care of us physically. And then also I think the mental strain that it can be to come out here and consistently go and to have some of the joints, pains, and aches of getting into camp and not having to worry about that because they're taking such good care of it.
ESPN is posting this incorrectly. They are putting a fractured leg. Oh, it's a microfracture. Micro is a key word there. Can you play on a microfracture?
Yeah, I've played on a complete ruptured, fractured, stress fracture.
I played with a completely torn UCL and shoulder and a broken toe in 2 places.
Cody, you had multiples in games?
Multiple. Yeah, no, and I they never took me out of a game because I am a badass.
Do we owe Christian and all the former Team USA members nationally, do they owe Christian an apology?
Does Landon Donovan, Tim Howard, and all of those people who have called out his lack of performance? Oh, yeah, did she owe him an apology too? No. No one owes him an apology. And here's the thing, I don't dislike Christian Pulisic. It's just I have been spending the last 5 years being told that this guy is the one that's going to take American soccer to the next level. Based on what I've seen now in 2 World Cups from the guy and him no-showing the Gold Cup with his first opportunity to play with Poch, and now all the reports around, and as much as I want to say they're sources and unverified, Landon Donovan's the one out talking about Christian Pulisic's camp and how he's been handling the press and how it's been a problem for Team USA.
Derek Fisher said something interesting to me on the show yesterday where he was talking about...
Wait, what?
D Fish.
Oh, he said it to you?
Not to me. Did I say that? I must have misspoke. I was listening to the show.
Are you pretending on this show
that
you speak to Derek Fisher?
He said something on the D Fish. I promise that
is talking to me not enough.
I promise that was just me.
I mean, I actually did talk to Derek Fisher 2 weeks ago, but like, what do you?
I misspoke there. I promise.
What do you mean? But you just said Derek Fisher said something to you on the show.
That's what I gave for the Sex and the City stuff. Man, I look.
This is Lies in the Studio. It's a different show.
Well, okay.
Similar plot line. It's about somebody can't stop themselves from doing something.
Well, okay, so I was so, you know what I think it was? Because I watched the show and they're in the studio. I feel like I'm in the studio. Maybe I feel like I was a fly on the wall or something like that.
You're telling me that you visualize yourself hanging out with Derek Fisher so much that you come on this show and say that you hang out with Derek Fisher when you don't? Are you okay?
No, I was locked in, okay?
Delusions in the Office. That's like a sequel.
Well, okay, so the point he was making, though,
was that, when you guys had a conversation.
Okay, man, I'm struggling. Okay,
We're all struggling.
What D-Fish was saying was that what Draymond Green was saying on his podcast was about LeBron James and about maybe the motivation for LeBron.
Because I want to come at you so bad.
Maybe the motivation for LeBron and wanting to go to Golden State.
I was talking on the show.
Okay, maybe the motivation
LeBron's
the motivation for LeBron and why he might want to go to Golden State is, to your point, that's why I brought it up, just to slam dunk your point when you're talking about this being a young man's league.
That's a lie. That's a 180 attempt.
Maybe,
ain't gonna work.
Maybe LeBron
Can't give me flowers after
wants to go to the Warriors because they want to prove that older dudes can still win in this league.
I'm not even listening anymore. I'm just like lost in your Derek Fisher talk to me.
That's so hilarious to me. But yeah, so the point is...
What's hilarious to you? That you said that you're hanging out with Derek Fisher? It's hilarious to me too.
Speaking of putting words in someone's mouth, I never said that. I didn't say hanging out.
He's going to get it.
Oh, no.
He's a good producer.
Oh,
he knows.
No,
it's okay.
I hate when that happens. I always lose.
You are. By the way, there's a bunch of people in the chat.
So no response?
There's a response coming.
Okay.
There's a bunch of people in the chat talking about how excited they are to see Cam Carr. I'm not just pushing this so you'll go click on it. The Scott Drew interview we did with the Baylor University head coach was really good. And I love Scott. Scott's a friend. I didn't know, he's a good player. He broke down every aspect of it. Okay, we like to fact check things here on the show, all right? Here's Doug 2 minutes ago.
Derek Fisher said something interesting to me on the show yesterday where he was talking about...
Wait, what? You just say it.
So I meant to say Derek Fisher said something that was interesting to me. But then I left out a couple words that made it seem like he was speaking directly
NBA
to
old
me.
fart is enjoying the chemistry that we have.
No, they want to get better. No, they want to learn from me, but I also want to learn from them. What is their style? What are they seeing? How are they rushing? And how can I help improve it? And how can we work with each other? If there's something that you want to improve, great. But if it's taking something from me, I'm here for it, and I'm happy to share that. But let's not take away from what got you here. Let's not diminish anything that accentuates your qualities, and just running that fine line. These guys are very talented, and we have a room full of guys who can make plays, and want to be able to put them in position to do so.
And let's say compared to most camps, about 10 days in, is it where you want it to be?
Yeah, especially on the defensive side. We came out firing. We could have closed a little bit better as far as making some plays down the stretch, but that's what we're in camp for. So the fact that we came out so hot, making stops in the run, making those big plays on pass, whether it was getting deflections or getting sacks. So I'm really proud of our guys.
When you're coming up as a younger player, that poured into you, that you took some lessons from?
So many. I tried to listen to everyone I could. I'm still not as good as I could be, and I'll never be too good to listen to anyone. So there was Joe Thomas, there was D. Ware, there was Bruce Smith. I listened to Randy, like all the guys who I don't name. I'm sorry I missed out, but I don't take it for granted the position I was put.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, we appreciate you being here. We love when you are a part of the conversation and a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA, because we are answering any and all of your football questions today. And Brock, we got one here, so give us the first one.
Yes, David 100_LA says, I'm picking 9th out of 10 in a PPR league. Who should I pick first and second round? It's a snake draft. I will tell you, David, who to pick and who to stay away from. I'm going to assume Christian McCaffrey will still be available. Do not draft Christian McCaffrey. Last year was a fully healthy season for him. Don't be fooled by that. He does not have healthy seasons, and he's He's much more hurt right now than he is letting on. I do not anticipate a fully healthy season for him. I would say Jonathan Taylor for the Colts is the running back to snag immediately. Danny Dimes is back, but that wide receiver room is depleted. They're relying on Keenan Allen and Josh Downs because Alec Pierce is still hurt. Jonathan Taylor, no-brainer. When you come back around, if Devon Achane is still on the board, get him. If he is not there, you're just going to have to sacrifice that running back slot and get Justin Jefferson. Him and Kyler Murray are going to be dynamic. So Jonathan Taylor, Justin Jefferson, stay away from Christian McCaffrey. And I'm going to say stay away from Ashton Genty as well until there's more information on this ankle. I'm really concerned about that, and I'm concerned about that offensive line. If you have a question like David, it doesn't have to be fantasy. It could be about what kind of season the Lions are going to have. It could be about, I want to go to a Rams game. Which one do I want to go to? Any football question today, or you know what, let's just say for the rest of the week, send it our way and we will answer it.
We love it. At The Fan LA on YouTube or across all socials, you can send them in that way. Interesting, though, because we just had Cynthia Freeland on, NFL fantasy expert at NFL Network and ESPN, and Jonathan Taylor was her, because I asked her to give us her top 5. She goes, I actually think it's more interesting, the next, kind of grouping of guys. And she had James Cook and Jonathan Taylor as those will be great steals.
Yes.
To get.
The Colts wide receiver room is depleted, and they're going to have no choice but to give Jonathan Taylor the ball 25 times a game.
Yeah. All right. So switching gears and talking the Dodgers ownership situation here for a second, because the Mark Walter situation, it just keeps getting harder and harder to defend as a Dodger homer. As it continues to get explained and laid out. So just to recap, the federal investigation for anyone who is new here, Mark Walter has a large portfolio of companies that he owns and he runs. And one of those are insurance companies. And now I just found this out. I didn't know, but insurance companies invest your premiums that they receive from their clients on a monthly basis. Now, these insurance companies are supposed to invest them. That's what they do. You're not just sitting with a bunch of cash. They are investing them, and it's supposed to be in safe investments. However, you are allowed to invest them back into some other companies that you are a part of, but you have to disclose the amount, and it can only be a certain percentage. The issue here is Mark Walter was not disclosing the full amount that he was investing these insurance premiums back into affiliated companies, meaning your own companies. And one of those insurance companies claimed they invested $750 million when in fact it was closer to $18 billion. Big difference. And this is how Mark Walter purchased the Dodgers back in 2014. More than half, over $1 billion he used to purchase the team was with these insurance premiums. Now, he got sued back in 2014 by a couple whistleblowers. That quickly went away because they paid them out. They ended up settling. So instead of learning from their mistakes, he thought they got smarter and did it again by purchasing the Lakers for a record-breaking $10 billion. Didn't think you were going to get caught. And then that's when the red flags started to fly. And when the investigation started to really take place. And now he has to have a certain amount, around $20 billion, to get back into these accounts by the end of the year, because with insurance companies, if anything happens, you have to have that cash to give to the people to pay out when and if they need it. So Stan Kasten continues to insist that the Dodgers are not for sale and that the Lakers were a one-of-a-kind situation. But once you understand what is happening and how much he needs this cash and capital, if the Dodgers three-peat, they are 100% on the table.
Yeah, it is hard to convince me that the Dodgers will not have new ownership by, again, I'm still saying by playoff time, but especially by...
you're saying like in the next month you think something's going to go down?
Yeah, but especially by the time that the next season comes around. It is not illegal to do what Mark Walter did. It is illegal to lie about how much you are doing it.
Yeah, to not disclose the full amount that you are doing.
The government does not like being lied to when it comes to money that they think they are owed,
but also when it's other people's money. This is when it becomes an issue, because you are investing other people's money that you are benefiting from. You are getting all of this crazy return, and they're not.
It is really frustrating too, because the previous Dodgers owner, Frank McCourt, had a divorce, and there was not a prenup, and so the money that he bought the Dodgers with was also kind of funny money, not in the same way.
I feel like all billionaire money is going to be funny money.
But that's the thing, and that was frustrating. Obviously, Mark Walter did not learn the lesson there, and even like what Cynthia talked about with Matt Ishbia and how he leveraged stock instead of buying the team. The amounts that these teams are valued at is so unrealistic. Even the richest people in the world don't have this amount of cash just on hand.
Yeah.
So now you start playing the stocks and bonds and leverage game, and eventually you're at a point where no one owns their team comfortably anymore. Everyone owns a team until the thing that they leverage crashes, or their industry tanks, or there's a fallout, and now everyone's going to have to sell the team. It's just this realm of uncertainty that I guess is good that the leagues are doing so well that valuations are through the roof, but we're reaching a point where no one can actually afford the thing that they're buying, and therefore it's just a day-to-day until the thing falls apart.
I think it's just wild, though, that, like, did you not think you were going to get flagged when you purchased the Lakers? When you got flagged when you purchased the Dodgers for $2+ billion, and now this is the most expensive sports sale in history at $10 billion less than a year ago. Of course people are going to come after you and look into your books.
If you work for the IRS or the federal government in any way and you see, hey, that guy's spending a lot of billions, let's look at how much he made. Well,
Where are those
make
billions
sense.
coming from?
it's a pretty simple process.
Where is he getting all those billions of dollars? And you're saying that it was only $750 million that you're investing back when actually it was closer to $18 billion?
Just a little zero here, there, a comma here or there, you know.
Kind of a big deal. Kind of a big deal. Hour number 3 coming up next.
And to learn from a very talented group.
About Aaron working out at your facility here at camp. Do you guys talk a lot? I mean, everyone's kind of anticipating his potential return to join you. You guys have that discussion?
No, we haven't had a discussion. Hopefully, link up here soon. See where his head's at, and just break bread with him as well. I don't know how he's feeling or where he is in this process, but it is a process. Coming back from no such time off, but not
Two truths and a lie.
Yeah. I have giveaways. Which of these is not true? I once got in a fight with LeBron James in an elevator. I once interviewed Bill Clinton when he was at a urinal. Or could this be a true one or a fake one here?
You're selling it well.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I know. It's a whole setup.
I once spent 4 hours having caviar with Emma Thompson while talking to King Charles.
I am going
Two truths and a lie.
to say, we'll all put in our guesses.
'Kay.
I'm going to say the Bill Clinton one is the lie.
I'm also going to say Bill Clinton is a lie because it's Secret Service, and you would have had to get by because it's president. So even like former, you're surrounded by Secret Service. Also kind of creepy. That's creepy if it's true.
Yeah.
But also very on brand for Bill Clinton. So like that would be hilarious.
On brand for Bill Riders.
Yeah.
Those bills are weird, man.
Those
Wow.
are weird.
Stay away from Williams.
Can I play? But I feel like I have unfair advantage. I know a little
You
bit.
know one of these.
Okay.
Yeah, I know one of them. I'm going to say the third one is the lie.
I did not get in a fight with LeBron James in an elevator, though I just written a scathing column and we were in the elevator in awkward silence. I did, in fact, hang out with Emma Thompson and hang out with King Charles when I was a young reporter, and I did, in fact, once as a very aggressive reporter march past the Secret Service.
No!
And I used to be able to do it. I used to cover Bill Clinton back when I worked at a newspaper in Arkansas early in my career, and it was, Bill Clinton, what are you doing?
That's really good.
Yeah.
That's really
So
good.
you interviewed him at a urinal.
Yes, he was the first white person inducted into the Arkansas Black Hall of Fame. He wasn't taking media. I saw him get off the dais.
Wow.
I walked into the hallway of the convention center. I saw him going to the restroom. There was Secret Service.
Yeah.
And I just marched right in like Michael Keaton from the paper. And,
No.
All right, so that's mine. You guys do it on Friday.
Earlier, we were discussing Philadelphia and how much they idolize fictional heroes. So what is more insane, Bill Clinton being in the Arkansas Black Hall of Fame or Sylvester Stallone being in the Boxing Hall of Fame?
Adrian. I got to go the Bill Clinton one, but I don't know. Bill Clinton was very popular president.
I know you guys.
Wait,
I know you guys
that's
want to
so
know,
weird.
so I'll just give. Yes, there was a partition. Can we just? There was. I got the quote though. I got the quote.
I have to. You did. What did he tell you?
And then I followed him to the sink, and he's like, are we good?
Yeah. Can you leave me alone, please?
Is that enough for your newspaper?
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you.
Also, that Secret Service got fired, right?
He had stopped being president 3 months earlier.
Part of why I'm doing this.
No,
because the show starts with me. Part of why I'm doing this is to try to help us get out of this idea that we have to label athletes anything. Right? Like, why is he a mercenary? Right? Why can't he just be a guy that worked at a job for 8 years, his contract at the job was up, and he's choosing to go work somewhere else? So then why do we have to start labeling it like it's a negative thing and he hated the city and he didn't love the city?
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, we appreciate you being here. And we love when you are part of the show and part of the conversation. Throughout the day, we are answering all of your NFL questions. So if you want to get them in, head over to the chat at The Fan LA on YouTube or tweet us across any socials at The Fan LA. Send them in. We will answer them for you. We've had a lot of draft questions today. This is like the official, I think a lot of fantasy drafts are starting this week. I always like to wait until after preseason just to make sure all the injuries are out of the way, because you guys, we have been plagued by those this preseason, which we'll get into in just a bit. But Brock, I gotta ask, how do you I brought Brock my yerba mate drink that I have every single day during the show, before the show. What do we think?
Big fan.
It's caffeinated tea. It's very highly caffeinated tea.
Yes, I have had the Yerba Madre before, which is the yellow-looking can, and I was a big fan. This one that you brought, which is so kind of you, thank you so much for doing so, is carbonated.
Yeah,
that adds an element to it.
I know.
I feel fancy.
I know, because I love fuzzy waters.
Fuzzy water.
Yeah, because you know they fuzz in your mouth.
I've just never. It paints a perfect picture, but I've never heard it worded that way.
So that's my it kind of gives me the best of both worlds.
Yeah,
and I love that this one's clean. They donate like half of the proceeds to people who are sober and go clean.
Oh,
so it says on the back they've donated $7.3 million to date.
That is
to
neat.
recovery. So we love caffeine with a purpose,
Big
you guys.
Fan. And the not yerba madre. What's
yerba mate?
Yerba mate. I cannot keep it straight.
Yeah.
The yerba mate caffeine is very smooth. It's like jazz.
Yeah. There's no come down.
No,
it's just kind of like
it's a nice ride.
I know. I found it because you guys, when I do things to the extreme in every aspect of life. And when I got into caffeine, I went really hard in the paint with coffee, and I would wake up with coffee with espresso. I would wake up with a quad, and this was when I was doing the morning show and an afternoon show at FS1. So I'd wake up with a quad, take a little nap, then I'd have an energy drink before my afternoon show, and then I'd get home and have like a double shot of espresso before a workout. And it was just rinse and repeat. And my body was like, yeah, no, you can't do that anymore. So then I went down like the tea route, because that's like kind of better for your gut and everything else. And I started making yerba mate like with the leaves, and like I got into that whole gourd. Like, so that's what they do in like South America.
Yes,
and, like,
it is big in Peru.
It's huge. Like they literally just walk around with the gourds all day and this straw that has a strainer on the bottom. And you just keep filling it up with water. That is next level. Yeah. That is like you want to be energized throughout the entire day. You see Messi. Like Messi walks around with it too. It's like a lot of South American just people. It's a part of the culture. It's their coffee.
Yeah.
So then when I'm on the go, I obviously don't have that time in the morning. So I've found the cans, the carbonated cans that are like my go-to. I might, right now, solo parenting, full-time working, I am fueled by caffeine. Absolutely fueled by caffeine.
I'm happy to be on board.
So welcome aboard. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Now, I mentioned NFL injuries. And it's tough because we haven't even finished preseason, and I feel like the injuries are just piling up. And we were talking about it because we don't totally know the status, even if you're looking at the Rams, of a Puka Nacua and a Myles Garrett. And it was interesting perspective because we just had Cynthia Freeland on, and I asked her, should we be concerned about Myles Garrett, the fact that he's sat out the last 2 weeks? Do we think he's going to be good to go for week one? And she mentioned just the length of travel. Obviously, we've talked about it continuously, and it's one of the reasons we don't like the fact that the Rams are playing week one in Australia as a Super Bowl favorites with such a big matchup with the 49ers, and especially because the Super Bowl is here at SoFi in LA. Why wouldn't you have that week one game where the Super Bowl is going to be? Just like make it make sense. But she talked about just kind of the wear and tear on your body of these veteran players, and the effect that the travel can have on that too, especially after playing a game and then sitting on an airplane for 20 plus hours.
Yeah.
So I didn't think that there was a possibility that, like, maybe with everything like kind of looming around the Rams, whether it's Puka Nacua or Myles Garrett, who have been sitting out the last 2 weeks, like, do you think we're going to see, and I'm just thinking about this. Do you think we're going to see, if everyone's healthy, that full roster week one?
At this point...
In Australia.
Yeah. At this point, neither the Rams nor the 49ers are going to be able to debut the healthiest version of themselves, because even if they are, we're expecting suspensions. And that's not the greatest sign of the state of the league. Obviously, injuries are out of anyone's control. It's just part of it. But the Niners, of course, having 22 guys on the injured list at one point, they're going to be so far from healthy. And then the Rams maybe injury related, but while expecting Alaric Jackson and or Puka Nacua to not be able to play. That's the factor there. But it's not just unique to them. Week one across the NFL, from that Wednesday game, the rematch of the Super Bowl Seahawks and Patriots onward, I don't know if I can think of a single team that will be fully healthy. And injuries happen, but it's concerning. So Cynthia brought up the center position. Yeah. And right now there are 11 expected starting centers who are either done for the year or will not
11
or are currently not practicing, and therefore week one is in jeopardy.
She said 5 to begin with, but that's like for sure out for the season.
Yes. So 5 are for sure done, but as many as 11, including those 5, may not even be ready for week one. You add to the fact there are 9 running backs who are currently for sure or not expected to be for sure done for the season, or at least not expected to be ready for week one. New Orleans running back Alvin Kamara, Jets running back Breece Hall, Cardinals running back Jeremiah Love dealing with the high ankle sprain, Carolina running back Chuba Hubbard, Green Bay running back Josh Jacobs, who even if he didn't have the groin injury is expecting a suspension, Raiders running back Ashton Jeanty just got hurt, New England running back Travion Henderson, Seattle running back Zach Charbonnet won't be there, Tampa Bay running back Rachaad White, like impactful guys. Like even if you're not a fantasy player, these are guys who affect your team or your team that you're playing against. And it is shocking how much, just not how many injuries that there are, but how many guys that teams revolve around them and their ability, and they're likely not going to be there at the start of the season.
And which is hard because, like, how much can you trust a team when they say, like, injury's not that serious? Like, and I will look directly at the Rams right now when they're trying to explain Puka Nacua and Myles Garrett, and it's Sean McVay saying, oh, it's just precautionary. We're not worried. Now, with Puka, I think also the looming suspension could kind of, like, tie into that. And then on the Myles Garrett side, it's like, yeah, he's a veteran coming off a legendary season. He doesn't need to be necessarily playing in any sort of like preseason camps, even though you are with a new team and a new system with Chris Shula, and he will be okay if physically he is okay. But I don't trust any coach telling me right now it's not that serious, especially when we watched with our own eyes Jamar Chase come down the way he did on his knee yesterday, and they're just saying, oh, hyperextension.
Yeah, that's a perfect example. Anyone who saw that footage realized how grueling it looked. And again, knee injuries always look terrible, but Jamar Chase's status, until we hear some kind of update, actually forget the update, until we see him out there on the field, we're going to rightfully question, how is that knee looking? Alec Pierce, a receiver for the Colts, who they keep saying is ready to hit the practice field any day now. There was footage of him at practice yesterday, obviously not suited up, with a noticeable limp. He still can't walk without a limp, but the Colts are saying he'll be out there anytime. San Francisco with Christian McCaffrey, he was just out with tightness. That's all that they would say is tightness.
So again,
out for 2 weeks.
As a player, you know you're trying to like hide things and make it seem better than it actually is. So you as a player, knowing like kind of what you do in those situations, do you trust any of these teams and these coaches when they're telling you like, oh, not a big deal, just tightness?
No, it's a situation where coaches know the best version of you is going to be week one. After that, even with a bye week, you will be 78% of yourself at best come Super Bowl, just because that's how physically demanding football is. And while as far as weeks are considered, it's not a long season, physically it is a marathon for those players. So the team has the player's best interest early on. A player who wants to get better, who wants to work on things, If you've played a lot of years, I'm not concerned about saving them from themselves. Like Christian McCaffrey doesn't need to prove anything. Jamar Chase doesn't need to prove anything. They could show up week 1 without a game plan and still have an impact. So it's funny. Preseason, the team is a little more reliable, whereas once the season starts and a player is saying, I'm playing this week, I'm getting my game check, and I'm going out there to help us win, whereas it's a team that may be thinking long term.
If they're injured and don't play, do they not get their game check?
You get your game check, but in regards to bonuses at the end of the year, here's another opportunity to get 10 touchdowns in which I get a $500,000 bonus or something like that. Yeah.
So, right now, because it feels like there's a lot more injuries this season, preseason, before week 1 than we've ever seen before. Is this just football, or do you think, and does it sound like too many guys are getting hurt before week 1 right now?
I need a sports scientist to dig through all of the data and figure out why the uptick in injuries is what is affecting them. Because on one side of the argument, it's player training on an individual standpoint. Player training on their own is too intense. So when they show up to practice, their body is not just in shape. They're overworked to a point where it's already breaking down because private trainers are competing with one another, and they need to push their guys. And year after year after year of guys just being stronger, more athletic, bigger, faster, you ask more out of them, and there's an argument for that because as far as training camps are considered, they are significantly less demanding than they used to be. There used to be 2-a-days. There used to be there used to be as many as 10 practices in a single week for some teams. Like when I was in college, 2-a-days were still a thing. We would go out there at 7 a.m., practice for 2 hours, and then we would go back out there at 2 p.m. and do the same exact practice and hit each other the whole time.
I remember 2-a-days even in high school.
It's crazy.
Like, that was wild in the summer when it's hot.
And that was the norm back then, whereas now not only are 2-a-days not legal, now typically you only see 2 days of padded practice before a day off, whereas when I was playing, it could be 3, as many as 4 consecutive days of a padded practice in the morning and a walkthrough in the afternoon, which ended up being like a jog through before a day off. So training camps have never been less demanding, but this is the most amount of injuries, significant injuries to significant players that I can remember entering a season. So I have to look at now off-season training. Guys are either coming in, and again, we need a sports scientist to do the dirty work here.
Yeah.
They're either coming in underprepared or their bodies are already overworked. Knowing these guys and how much money they're being paid and what's on the line, I tend to lean toward the overworked side. I think they're doing too much entering the season.
Okay, but what about like preseason games? Not for the starters, but joint practices. Like, are those still worth the possible injury now?
Yes, because you have to have some kind of live rep look at your team. You can't go into week 1 not knowing what your team looks like when the reps are real and when guys can get tackled. And even still, the joint practices, as we mentioned throughout the week, are replacing the preseason. They would rather have 40 live reps against another team in a controlled environment where you can dictate, okay, now we're doing red zone, now we're doing 3rd and long, now we're doing 1st and 10, now we're doing 2nd and 5, instead of giving guys 3 series in a preseason game where you don't control everything and you have to factor in special teams. So that part isn't new. If anything, that's even less demanding than a preseason game. But I listed off the running backs. We know about the 11 centers. I listed some of these names. Nick Scorton with Carolina, rookie Chris Brazell, left tackle Akeem McWanu, all with Carolina. Chicago, safety Xavier Woods and Kobe Bryant, the 2 expected starting safeties. Also, cornerback Kyler Gordon, who's instrumental there. We saw Jamar Chase yesterday. Denver, Riley Moss. Detroit, both of their safeties, Brian Branch and Kirby Joseph, are either still hurt from injuries last year, or in Kirby Joseph's case, they still don't even know what's wrong with him. Houston lost linebacker E.J. Speed and wide receiver Jaden Higgins. Like, these are big-time guys that you just typically do not see getting hurt, and a lot of them don't even play in the preseason.
It's crazy, too, because obviously Chargers taking one of the biggest hits, losing center, Tyler Biadasz. That was a freak accident. Like, that situation was a weird, well, if you want to explain, it was like another teammate fell into him?
Left guard Kayode Oshika in the joint practice with San Francisco made a very dumb move where he tried to finish the block. And what that means as an offensive lineman is it's not just enough to get hands on a guy and open the hole for the running back to go through. He finished the play, meaning you pancake him, or in this case, very foolishly, threw the defensive tackle to the side. The problem is, to that side was the left leg of Tyler Biadasz, and he got rolled up on and bended backward in a very brutal way.
Yeah, it suffered ACL damage, additional knee injuries, and is out for the season.
I think they're still trying to figure out
like
all
everything.
The damage.
Has he had surgery yet?
Not to my knowledge. My understanding is there were more scans and tests needed to be done because the knee was the knee is just gone. And unfortunately, this footage is online, so if you...
No, thank you. I can't. Are you one of those people...
Curious,
okay, I gotta ask. Are you one of those people that when they show an injury on the TV and then they do like the slow-mo replay, are you watching it?
When I'm calling games now, I don't even watch the slow-mo injury.
I can't.
I just take the play-by-play's word for it. Something clicked in my head.
I can't. Like my heart, my stomach makes me want to vomit. I
can't watch it anymore. I can't. It could be as much as a twisted ankle. I can't look at it.
But a twisted ankle looks gnarly because it's usually like sideways. You're getting you're usually getting like a 90-degree angle. You're like, I'm surprised they didn't snap their ankle doing that.
No, I'm right there with you. Something snapped in me 2 years ago.
Oof.
I will not watch injuries. Like, I'm up in the press box booth calling the game, actively in the middle of a sentence talking about an injury, and I will look away from the screen.
Yeah.
And just use general words. I cannot watch it anymore. I can't.
It's so gnarly, you guys. It's just crazy, too. And we were kind of diving into the fact yesterday with injuries and kind of just the wear and tear of these guys by the time they get to this level. So I'm curious, because we were talking about it more in terms of, I think, baseball
and basketball
yesterday. But NFL-wise, because within the other conversation we were having today of this generation, they were playing tackle football
much younger. Yeah,
8 years old.
This is probably, I would say, first year guys and onward. So guys who are in college now, those are the guys who stopped playing tackle immediately. They probably didn't play tackle till they were 10 or 11. But the guys currently in the NFL, that the names that we know, they all started playing tackle very young.
Yeah, so you got to think just kind of the wear and tear over time. But what do you expect? Like, football is a violent sport. Mm-hmm. You are at war. You are literally trying to take someone to the ground.
Yeah.
And like injury, I don't know how guys aren't injured on every single play in football.
So
when you watch it,
here is another argument for why guys are so much injured. Is there's an argument that the threshold for what's considered an injury has been lowered. Guys are now playing longer. Not everyone. It's the not for long league NFL, not for long for a reason.
What's the average? Like 3 years?
I think it's 3.5 now. But if you compare it back to earlier years, guys didn't have longevity on the back end. And the argument is, well, those guys were playing through things that guys are sitting out for now because they just didn't have the knowledge of
or getting surgeries that weren't available back in the day.
So that's another argument, is we have so much information now. It's Christian McCaffrey may be sitting out for something that other guys 10 years ago would have just played through.
He's a stem cell guy, right?
He is a big time.
Yeah, he talks about that.
Any idea of something that can prolong his career, Christian McCaffrey is in on it, from the woo-woo to the practical. Yeah. He's all for it.
Dude, Kobe was one of those too, right?
Yes,
Kobe was going to Europe after his Achilles.
He was always going to Germany.
Yeah, he was getting stem cell.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of athletes do. It's just can't do it here in the States. So you got to go other places to get it done.
You got to go south or you got to go east.
How many guys do you think are actually getting stem cell?
It's not as common in the NFL, but in basketball and in Olympic sports, it is extremely common.
So this might be a silly question. Does it just make you heal faster?
That's probably the best way to sum it up. Yeah,
Okay.
It is. So picture your body as a bunch of little workers who are working on the problem.
I like this. Okay.
Stem cell is basically adding to the workforce, getting more workers in there to help work on the problem.
I like that.
That's probably the best way to put it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Giving your body the aid it needs to help heal itself.
Yeah. Yes. And football's kind of behind the curve there because it is not as much an international sport as basketball, whereas you have guys from Serbia, have guys from Germany who are saying, hey, Kobe, you should come back and see my doctor in Europe because we can do stem cell stuff and I can introduce you to someone that you trust. Or same thing with track, because track is an international thing. You're running in races in London and Africa and Brazil and everywhere, and you're running in places where let me introduce you to someone you can trust. Whereas the NFL, it's international from a fan base, but it's more difficult to find someone who can be vouched for because all the guys are from America, some of them are from Canada.
Did you know about it? Were guys getting it when you were playing?
No, it was not common at all when I was playing. Actually, when I was playing was so close to the Lance Armstrong blood doping. Like that was still a thing where blood doping was the term that you wanted to stay away from. And so guys...
So what was that?
He
like
would
technically
spin his blood. So he would take the blood out of his body, spin it, and put it back in.
But which is interesting because, right, that's what like I hear a lot of cancer patients do as well.
Yes.
And he was kind of in that realm.
It's something with the oxygen in the blood and all that. But
why?
Because there was such a stigma around him and how much trouble he got in, even though he wasn't a football player. When I was playing, it was still don't do anything with your blood because you're going to get in trouble.
Oh, and stem cell is kind of in that realm of doing stuff with your blood.
I would say as of a couple years ago, the stigma around stem cell has been removed.
Yeah.
And the accessibility to finding it overseas has gotten easier. So now it's more common.
Can you even test for it, though? Like, is that like why? Like,
I don't think they test for it.
Yeah.
But they see that depends because if it raises like testosterone levels and stuff like that, which I'm not knowledgeable enough to know how that affects the testing.
Yeah.
It could flag something if you get drug tested. I'm not sure if it would flag something or not.
Okay, interesting.
So I don't want to give an answer there.
I just looked it up. Yeah. Medical professionals can test for stem cells. Yeah. Wild.
Yeah.
Wild. But again, like if we're starting to see like the positive effects from this from top tier players across all American sports leagues, it's going to be vastly more popular across I think every sport.
Yeah, I would imagine in this next CBA negotiation, the NFLPA, again, with the growing popularity, the NFLPA would hopefully implement that into, we can still test for certain blood doping things, but let's maybe make stem cell legal. That's what I would hope.
Wait, it's not?
Well, not legal in the sense of...
We know that top players are getting it right now.
Getting banned. Legal in the sense of don't test for these other things because by doing stem cell, other things may spike. Remove all of the tertiary concerns from it.
Okay, tertiary.
Yeah.
Word of the day?
Oh, maybe.
Let's go. What is it?
Tertiary is not the main thing, but the side things that are affected from the main thing.
Today years old when I heard that word.
There we go.
Tertiary.
I'm happy to teach.
Thank you. Class is in session with Brock Breen. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, very excited to have Evan Lovett from LA in a minute join us for a very special edition of LA RSVP. Don't go anywhere.
What about I just want to go work somewhere else, and that's fine?
I didn't tell you or your partner that you guys should agree with me.
No,
I didn't. Let me just.
Not agree with you.
I didn't tell you that you should say LeBron doesn't love LA. I didn't even say that you should think what I think about LeBron. I mean, Doug and I disagree on topics. I gave my perspective on a huge news story. I think you called it noise the other day. News story that involves LA, and that's my view, and I'm entitled to it. And the people in LA are entitled for all of us, and if you're doing that, great, to give your honest, unvarnished perspective.
Can't do that in the NFL.
Get it out of your system now.
Can't get away with that in the NFL. No, I did watch every snap of Fernando. He looked like a rookie, which is totally fine. What he didn't do is let the issues early on affect him later on.
He responded well, and I think that is the most important thing for rookies in this situation, especially like he's not starting the season as a quarterback. Like that's not the goal for what we're seeing from Fernando Mendoza in preseason. What we want to see from him is how is he going to respond to the speed, to the pace, to the pressure of the NFL compared to college. And he got tested.
And then, of course, the pick six, which was just him being lazy, but also the offensive line is going to have some serious issues, I think. It's a throw that he could get away with in college, but in the NFL, you can't be late to the check down, or at least you have to know where the linebacker is. Linebacker stepped in front and got a pick six. A good thing that the Raiders did, too, was starting wideout Jalen Naylor was out there with him. Most of the starting offense was down, but to give him one of these starting receiving core members, it gives him a realistic look of who to throw to and regarding timing. And there was a beautiful pass on like a skinny post route to Naylor early on. Kind of threw it off his back foot, and the ball just sails over the linebacker's outstretched hand perfectly into the hands of Jalen Naylor. And those are the throws where you say, okay, that's why you're the number one overall pick.
Yeah.
That's why you are a Heisman winner. All in all, Fernando had his struggles, but by no means was it a failure of an evening.
I said he hated Shohei Ohtani. I betrayed him.
Big time.
Thank you. It's time to tell the truth. This man loved Shohei Ohtani more than Juliet loved Romeo. I once, this is real, saw Doug McCain burst into tears when Ohtani gave up a single walk. When most people can't sleep, they count sheep. My co-host counts Ohtani home runs. Dolly Parton passed away today. Rest in peace.
Really?
One of the great American treasures. Islands in the Stream is my favorite Dolly Parton song. And that was before I heard Doug's version of it. And I'm going to do the best I can to recreate. This is what Doug sings in the breaks. Doug and Ohtani on the same team. This is what we are. No more in between. How can Doug and Ohtani be wrong? Sail away with me to another Shohei award. That's what Doug sings.
Goodness.
In the breaks. Most people, when they're sad or something's going wrong, therapist, right? Doug watches old clips of Shohei Ohtani being the greatest player of all time. This man loves Shohei more than Jack loved Rose, more than Antony loved Cleopatra, more than Mr. Darcy secretly adored Elizabeth. And the fact that I got in the way of that is a swear word tragedy. Doug would cross an ocean, walk across fire, fight a cyclops, endure working with me, allow 1,000 of his phones to be stolen and smuggled to Morocco. Anything, everything.
Cheap shot.
For Shohei Ohtani.
Wow. Give it up. Round of applause.
And it's why the love he felt led him. With great nuance I did not deliver to want Ohtani to be...
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry, here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. We love when you are part of the show and a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time and be a part of the conversation at 855-975-2326. But right now, we're going to bring in producer Shay for a very special edition of LA RSVP because we have the one and only Evan Lovett from LA in a Minute joining us for this edition of LA RSVP.
From courtside to red carpets, big game to big nights, Los Angeles sends the invite, and Brock and Alex decide. Are we ready to RSVP?
How we doing, LA? It is LA RSVP, and you heard Alex say it already. We got special guest Evan Lovett from LA in a Minute. You guys have seen him on YouTube, on Instagram, on anywhere you can see major LA events. He's basically always there. He's highlighting the greatest things that happen throughout our great city of Los Angeles. Evan Lovett, welcome in, and congratulations on being the first LA RSVP special guest, I guess that's what we call it.
Yeah.
Woo.
What's up?
See here, we got him.
Hey, what up, Evan? What up?
Legend. Legend.
What is
Absolute
up,
legend.
Brock, Alex, Shay? Thanks for having me. I did not realize I was the first, but let's do this. Let's get into it.
Oh, definitely. And I couldn't think of someone better to be our first because honestly, I always call myself the expert in LA events, but I don't think there is anyone else that's better suited as the expert in LA events. But let me let you guys know what LA RSVP actually is for the new listeners that don't know what it is. I basically tell Brock, Alex, and special guest Evan different stories from around LA or different events that are happening around LA, and they tell me if they want to RSVP yes or no to these events / stories / places / whatever's going on in Los Angeles. So our first event of the LA RSVP with Evan Levitt from LA in a minute is going to be USC football starting this weekend. They're going to be playing San Jose State August 29th, 12 p.m. at the Coliseum. Obviously, there's tons of pros. We get college football back. You're going to be at this old historic Coliseum. It might not be the greatest game with USC probably going to take the league very quickly, but that atmosphere might just be enough for that traffic. Evan, let's start with you. Are you RSVPing yes or no to USC football?
Listen, I got to go. I got to check it out. The season is starting. It's the Coliseum, USC. Slightly disappointing last year. Going to be a big season for Lincoln Riley, for Jordan Mailata. I mean, this is something to watch. Yes, it's going to be a blowout, but it is going to be something that is interesting to watch and will tell a tale for the rest of the season.
So, Evan, I've actually never been to a USC tailgate before, and I feel like you would be the right person to ask about this. Kind of paint the picture, and is it worth it even if you're just going for, like, the tailgates and do, like, I need to go?
Okay. If you wanted me to put it truthfully, it's going to be hot. It's going to be really hot.
That's all we want is the truth.
And look, will I be there for the tailgate? I will not. All right, but will I be there for kickoff? And you know what? At least the first half when USC goes up by 38 points, yes. So that's the true story. Later in the year when it starts cooling down a little bit, we'll be there for the tailgating. But listen, Trojans fighting on. Gonna see. This is a big season because, look, I mean, I don't have any inside info or anything, but Lincoln Riley, I mean, great coach, but at USC, what has he really accomplished? And I think patience is wearing a little thin, and I think we're going to have to take a look because across town, UCLA, the excitement's there with Bob Chesney, and man, he's got the transfer. They just had the kid coming back from James Madison with the extra eligibility. So UCLA has a lot of momentum, and if it turns out that UCLA starts off fast, USC maybe doesn't, Lincoln Riley might be on the hot seat. So I'm going to be watching this one, and this is a definite RSVP yes.
Evan, I'm right there with you, but I want you to give the people some nostalgia for those who don't know. Nobody knows Los Angeles better than you. Can you paint the picture of the USC heyday and how the Trojans were the show in town?
Okay. For the heyday, I can't speak on. O.J. Simpson, Charles White, John McKay, Robinson, that era. But the recent heyday, my lifetime heyday, let's put it this way. I am a UCLA Bruin. Through and through, 4's up, 8 clap. In the 90s, UCLA won 9 in a row against USC. JJ Stokes, Kate McNown. But then came Pete Carroll. Then came Reggie Bush, Lendale White, Matt Leinart. This was not just an excellent program. This was a dynasty that during an era that Los Angeles had no professional football, don't forget, Raiders left, Rams left. USC was professional football, and it was exciting, and Pete Carroll and them had the Coliseum rocking. And it was honestly Saturday nights, Saturdays at the Coliseum were must attend, must see TV. And USC was running the town. It was Dodgers, Lakers, and USC football. So ever since then, they've been chasing it a little bit, had some great years in between, but never quite attained those heights. When they got Lincoln Riley, they were like, all right, we're here. It's big boy football again. But again, haven't quite got over the hump. So USC's always considered that premier elite program. Now in the Big Ten, they haven't really proven it. And as a UCLA guy, I'm excited about Chesney, and everything's looking up. But let's see what goes on with USC and Riley this year.
Okay, so Evan is still a RSVP. Yes, Brock, did you say
I'm
yes?
RSVP.
You're
I'm in.
Okay, I'm going to RSVP no because of a couple reasons that Evan just gave. The heat right now. I'm going to wait till it cools down a little to have my full, because I want the full like tailgate experience. I'm going for the fun, not work. I'm new to like not being on the sidelines and working games, so now I'm getting to experience them as a fan for the first time, and I haven't been able to do that yet with football, especially because I had a Saturday show that I worked on for 3 years at Fox Sports. So now I have Saturdays open. So now I actually can go to football games. So I'm going to wait, as you said, Evan, until it gets a little cooler. And then also, like, I want to pick a better game. I want a great game to go to, a good matchup. So I'm RSVPing no. You got 2v1 here on this one. Shay, what do we got next?
On to the next one, guys. We're playing LARSVP with our special guest and special friend, Evan Lovett from LA Minute. He's our special friend. He's our first. Congratulations, by the way, Evan. Again, you're our first special guest on LARSVP. Again, LARSVP, the segment where I tell Evan, Brock, and Alex different events going on in LA, and they tell me if they're RSVPing yes or no. This one, guys, it's kind of a week long, so we'll see if it happens or not. But it's LA Restaurant, a Dine LA Restaurant Week. So Dine LA is a 15-day dining event that happens twice a year. It highlights restaurants all across Los Angeles, so you're never too far from one of the restaurants that's it's highlighting. The whole idea is basically to get people out, trying different spots around the city, everything from casual neighborhood dine-in to even takeout. It's literally everything. Oceanfront patios, higher end, and Michelin recognizes places. You got there isn't really any cons, so let me tell you guys about the pros. Huge variety of restaurants, good excuse to explore different parts of LA, special menus and deals, and for the single guys out there, great date night options for any type of, literally any type of event that you guys want to do. You could take anyone to anything. They have so many restaurants. I went through the whole list. Are we RSVPing yes or no to Dine LA Restaurant Week? Evan, take it away.
I gotta say yes. And you know what? Because you gave me a full week, I might be doing multiple. It's actually going from so here's the deal. With Dine LA, every year they do this twice a year, usually the summer and the winter. And there's literally hundreds of restaurants that participate. I sort of wish it was promoted even more because it is such a cool way to kind of taste these restaurants that maybe you think of as expensive, or certain places that have like fixed menus and things like that. It gives you a little bit more flexibility to be able to try they have the lunch special ready to go, the dinner special ready to go. I got my sights set on Bloodso's on La Brea, classic LA barbecue. Legend, best brisket in town. And you know what? His pork ribs are great. The rib tips are great. The sausage, the cornbread, best greens in LA. I mean, look, they got a Dine LA menu. And all you need to do, you go on the site. I think it's discoverlosangeles.com/Dine LA. You could search by neighborhood. You could search by price. You could search by cuisine. And you'll be shocked because a lot of the big names are on there. But so are some of these like neighborhood mom and pop spots that want to be included. And it's a big time discount from whatever you normally be eating. And again, great place to try. But I got Bloodso's circled for me.
This is incredible. I'm on the site right now as I'm going through this.
They got some heaters.
Wow. And I just searched like Hermosa where I'm at. And I'm like, oh, what can I get here? I love this. There's a lot of lunch and dinner specials. So basically, I'm guessing it's probably like a set menu vibe and a set price. So yeah, no, I am for
and they want to show
RSVPing to this.
Don't forget, they want to showcase like their best dishes too, right? So they're always putting their best foot forward. So you're going to be able to get like the best. It's awesome because it's not super expensive. Dine LA is expensive, but this is like the most budget-friendly way to be able to try like cool, hip, high-end restaurants and not really break the bank. So
I'm right there with you, and I want to double down on the Bledsoe's love. I'm looking at it right now, the La Brea location, which I frequent. There's probably a mold in the seat that I sit in because I always get sat in the same booth for some reason, and I'm there so often. $25 lunch, $45 dinner. That is a steal.
What do you get?
For my money, it's
What
the best
kind of
barbecue
food
in LA.
is it? Oh, barbecue. Oh, this is the place you guys were telling us about.
This is the barbecue place we were talking about. Absolute staple of Bledsoe's. The story is awesome. You got a guy who's from Dallas, then he went to Compton, and he brought his barbecue with him. And Evan, the LA in a Minute connoisseur, laid it out perfectly. I think you had a post maybe a little over a month ago. You went by Bledsoe's. Is that correct?
I had to because Kevin Bledsoe, he's from Compton. His aunt, grandma, extended family was in Texas. That's where he learned the barbecue trade.
Wow.
Came back to be a probation officer, just barbecuing, smoking stuff on the side. But it was so good that people always smell it. Oh, let me try that, blah, blah, blah. People wanted to he's like, yo, you should sell it. You should open a spot. He had a catering company, ran into Mac 10, WC, Ice Cube. I don't know if you remember WC and the Mad Circle and all them back in the 90s, but they were kind of like big proponents of his, put him on to some people in that industry, and then eventually ended up opening a spot in Compton and now on La Brea. But he's an institution, especially because the truth is LA, and I'm a big barbecue guy, we have so many good foods, so many different cultures. We don't have that many good barbecue spots, man. Like, not the Texas barbecue that I love, and like Bledsoe is the godfather of that. Shout out Kevin Bledsoe and Bledsoe's. I mean, I'm going to be there. I might even go tomorrow, honestly.
Dude, I love that. So there's the La Brea location and a Santa Monica location. So, yeah.
Van Nuys as well, believe it or not. Yeah.
Whoa. Okay, well, that one's not on the Dine LA list right here. Oh. Those two are I'm on the list. Okay. Got it. There you go. Get it out there. All right, Shay, one more quick one. What do we got?
And one more quick one, guys. We got the Phillies coming over to Anaheim to take on the Angels. We got some big names, more on the Philly side, but you get to see Mike Trout and the Angels play against a pretty dominant Phillies team that's 73-60 currently. Are you LA RSVPing yes or no to this? Evan, take it away.
All right, listen, I'm a Dodger guy. We know this. I hadn't gone to an Angel game in at least a decade. In fact, I've never seen Mike Trout play at Angel Stadium because, honestly, why? Well, the Angels, you know what I mean? But we ended up going. So one of my Little League dad friends was like, you got to go down, catch an Angel game. Tickets are so cheap. You could get in for $4. $4 to see a real-life baseball game. And again, Mike Trout, going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer, inner circle Hall of Famer. The game we went to, he happened to lead off with a home run. So, I mean, we got our money's worth right off the bat. But here's the thing. The parking is easy and so much cheaper than Dodger Stadium because it's usually on the empty side. Whatever tickets you get, you're going to be able to move up and move into better seats. The food, there were no lines. And it's a nice, clean stadium. It was honestly, I was so impressed by the experience that I'm like, dude, we got to go to more Angel games. And Phillies, Kyle Schwarber, Bryce Harper, Trey Turner. These are three legit guys battling for a playoff spot. It's a fun interleague matchup. I'm going to be there.
I mean, I was preaching to everybody. I was Angels sideline for 10 years. So I spent 10 years at that ballpark every single home game. So I would tell anybody, I was like, just get the cheapest tickets, $5 to get in the door, and then you're going to be able to find great seats. As you mentioned, the food is incredible. Not crazy traffic depending on when you go. However, for me personally, once I left after the 10 years, I was like, unless it's a special occasion and I am going to see a homie or I'm getting paid to go, I am staying home. Right. I did my time.
More than fair. Go on.
I will respectfully have to pass, but I will say being able to get a nice cheap ticket and walk down to where the tickets should be $200, but because it's kind of empty, you just kind of smile and nod at the usher and they just look the other way. If you can, pull that off, it is worth it. Just bring an umbrella because it's going to be a hot one.
It's going to be hot. It is hot out in Anaheim, you guys. Wild. Evan, we appreciate you so much.
You are the greatest.
Come on, tell people where they can find you, where they can follow you, and just keep the love going.
LA in a minute, all platforms. Just keep loving this city and know that Los Angeles is the greatest city on the globe. And we are so proud to be here. Brock and Alex, you guys are excellent. 97.1 The Fan. Love you. Keep up the great work.
Thank you, Evan. We appreciate you. And thank you for being our first guest on LA RSVP.
Shout out, Evan. You're the man.
Right, guys.
Good
be
call. Good. Great call on that, Shay. That was fun.
He is the man. For those who don't know what LA in a minute is, he is breaking down every single staple in Los Angeles, from stores to food to why this neighborhood is here to who founded this neighborhood.
Yeah.
He knows everything about Los Angeles.
It's awesome. All right, guys, we got to take a quick break. When we come back, who actually runs college sports right now? That's next here on Brock and Alex.
In a situation of health that allowed him to hit, but perhaps pitch less. Did he call it an injury? Yes. Did I properly describe the love this man feels? Most people celebrate Valentine's Day. Doug doesn't. He celebrates Shohei Ohtani's birthday.
Wow.
Yeah.
Give it up. Give it up. I approve of that
Emotional.
message. I accept your apology.
Thank you.
But your probation starts now. Only thing I love more than Shohei Ohtani is probably the great Bill Ryder right here.
I got emotional.
And
I have a little tear in my left eye. I'm trying to get out of it. I'm trying to make a run
wow.
for it.
I'm here with cornerback Jalen Watson of the Los Angeles Rams. Jalen, you are a newcomer to LA, but certainly not to the league. Two-time Super Bowl winner, spent 4 seasons with the Chiefs. How do you approach entering a new locker room and a revamped DB room?
Every year is just different. Starting over from the building blocks, starting to build ground up, brick by brick. Chop wood, carry water, practice hard, compete hard. Everything is going to fall in place. Take care of itself.
There was a certain play from Monday's practice that inspired you to put out a tweet basically saying nobody can place the ball like Matt Stafford. Can you talk us through that play?
I thought from what I've seen and what I was feeling, I had pretty good coverage on Devontae. I turn my head and Devontae doesn't even stick his hands out. The ball just falls in his belly. And I was like, he's special. But it's not only that play, it's just constantly he's just making throws that put people in awe. It's not a slight to all my Chiefs fans. I love Patrick. He's the GOAT. So don't take it too personally.
You got to face a 2-time MVP in Patrick Mahomes in practice for 4 seasons. Saw a lot of elite talent, quarterback talent in the AFC. What is it about Matt Stafford that makes him so special?
His knowledge for the game. I think he always knows where to go with the ball, and just his arm strength and ball placement. Just separate him a little bit and make him one of the top quarterbacks in the league.
You're a Georgia native, but you do have some SoCal ties. Played JUCO at Ventura College. What's your best memory from your time there?
Actually, my first college game, I had 3 interceptions and 2 pick sixes. So
yeah, that's pretty memorable.
Yeah.
Have you ever had a head coach or manager just tear you a new ass? Because I have definitely had that done to me a couple times.
I was like so terrified of having that happen.
Really? Oh, yeah.
That
I was very lucky. It was behind closed doors, but boy, oh boy, Bud Black tore me to shreds once.
Yeah, I mean, like my high school coach stopped the drill one time. Jerry Sloan, when I was with the Jazz, I was whispering on the side. He was talking about something on the other side of the floor, and I guess he could maybe hear me a little bit, and he just turned and was like, do you want to include everybody else in the conversation?
He went like school teacher.
Yeah, you want to share with the class?
Yes.
You passing notes?
Yeah. I mean, my high school coach, like he blew a whistle, and like we were doing like a 3-on-2 fast break drill, and I threw a behind the back pass. It was successful pass, but he blew the whistle like, don't you ever even think twice about doing that.
Did you ever do it in the league, though?
In the league, yeah.
Yes,
sure.
I'll take that, college coach.
Sure.
And do you get on the kids now for behind the back passes or a little showboating?
I do, but what I try to help them understand is there's a time and place for everything. Behind the back passes when it's a tie game in the first quarter is not the time to try something.
So when is it?
If we're up by a big score and the game is pretty much decided, you got a little bit more leeway. But even then,
Yeah, how do you do it without showing up those guys now?
So that's the difference, though. Like, I'm not going to embarrass you in the game, but they just know based on my body language and how I move on the sideline whether I approve or not. So they know, like, as soon as they do it and they look at the bench, and it's not a big demonstrative movement. It's just
just something small.
Something small.
Subtle, so they know.
Coach is not feeling that at all. Talk about this in a minute.
We will.
We got to get to some real superstars.
Yes, we do. And when a superstar does call into a show, you answer the superstar as quickly as humanly possible. Ladies and gentlemen, he's a music legend and icon, and quite frankly, I couldn't be more excited to introduce you to the one and only Chuck D. Welcome to Derek and Decker, sir.
Hey, what's up, Derek and Cody, man? I'm not I'm not what you call a superstar. I'm just like a person who's a service person. I help service my industry, and long time being envious of how sports runs its things, dealing back in entertainment and music, which is a lot of times bananas. So I'd be trying to do my best to like organize it to the point that people say, hey, man, we could keep going back for years, but.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. We love when you are a part of the show and a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. We are fielding your questions, your football questions, all day. So if you got one, tweet us, get in the chat on YouTube at The Fan LA across all socials. Ask us anything. Speaking of football, we're going to go back to college here for a moment because college football integrity might be saved. Okay, we've been talking about this, I think since last Friday is when the first conversation started about, wait, you guys are going to allow NFL players to go back to college if they got waived or dropped from an NFL roster? Well. The SEC officially joined the Big Ten in banning players from returning to college after going pro. And for that, I say, great job, college football, for the first time in a long time.
Maybe for the first time ever, integrity has won in college sports.
So when you hear this, because again, it's weird that college football is like a professional league now, right? Yep. But when you look at how college football is run and how differently there are kind of all these different sectors within obviously like the SEC or the Big Ten, all the different conferences kind of do their own thing but abide by similar rules. Who actually, with things like this and more, I guess, rules that are going to need to be implemented with NIL and then becoming more of like a professional style league, do you see there being like some sort of maybe commissioner of college football?
That is a role that is needed because the NCAA is no longer that authority. What happened was for many years, the NCAA, their rule was law. They were there to make sure that education came first and that while sports are very important to your school and your financial situation, the interest of the student athletes is most prominent. What happened, though, is once you brought up the argument of how come you're not paying the players, the authority of the NCAA started to crumble because their stance came off as hypocritical. How we ended up here is because the NCAA eventually said, you know what, screw you guys, we're tired of being the bad guy. And it's kind of like when you're a kid and you pretend to run away and your parents just say, okay, fine, go, and you'll be back in 45 minutes and you're just going to go to the backyard and cry.
Yeah.
That's what the NCAA is doing right now. They're essentially showing college sports, this is why you need us, because your whole situation is a mess now.
It's the Wild West.
So don't come crawling back to us. That is how we ended up here because the NCAA was sick of being the bad guy and now there is no ultimate authority.
However, and this all really started with NIL. name and image likeness and players being able to earn money based on their name, image, likeness. But it has since then turned into basically the football team getting a lump sum of money and distributing it equally to their players and getting a paid to play situation.
Yes. It is essentially a job. And they don't want to label the players employees because that changes the dynamic of the money that the colleges make. And you have some uncomfortable conversations about how many universities are held up or are in financial crisis because of their sports team.
Yeah.
And there's no uniform ruling that would benefit every single school because every school is in a different standing. And it is absolute chaos. To answer the question of who is running college sports right now, specifically college football, not all college sports, college football, it's the television networks. Because right now there are not a lot of contracts to go around, and those contracts are massive, and you need that money to continue this. And right now the Big Ten and SEC are in a place where they can receive enough money for most of them to continue running the show. And when negotiations come around, I think you're going to see even more alignment or even separation from the NCAA model because the money is now dictating everything.
Okay, so just as someone who wasn't a part of the NIL movement situation, do you agree with the direction that college football went in that sense?
No, I agree that they deserve to be paid. I understand why the NCAA removed themselves, but there needs to be an ultimate authority, whether it's the NCAA or a commissioner, but someone has to become the ruler again.
There needs to be a top dog that trickles down to everything else. I have so many questions. Hour number 4 coming up next.
So anyway, hey, what's up, guys?
Chilling, man. Dude, congratulations to you.
You guys know the deal. You guys know what you're looking at and listening to. Once upon a time, we had people like Don Cornelius and Soul Train, and then radio stations played the music, and now sports is taking over everywhere. I mean, you had music stations back in the day that did their job so well, but then that fell off, and then, people are engaged in sports because sports is truth to a certain extent. It's organized. You can't come from nowhere and all of a sudden be something. So those are things I always work on, especially my genre, hip-hop and rap now. We don't want people to leave after they turn 25.
Man, those are great points. Chuck D, Derek Fisher here, man. Big-time fan and just so much respect for not just your journey as an artist, but just as a human being, bro. Man. Like you represent so much more than just music. So we appreciate you tapping in with us this morning. Talk to me about in sports. There's so much conversation about eras, and we were just having a conversation about Shohei Ohtani and Babe Ruth, and in basketball, there's always these comparison with eras. Where are you in terms of music now? How you feel about it compared to obviously in like your years when you were just super in the trenches with your music?
All the others are the caretakers, the curators, everybody in the administration, management, proper care and concern, outside of the artistry, they've all ran ship, They let, unsavory elements inside the music business. I'm saying that it started kind of like from that way, but then it organized and fixed itself because they knew in order to have return, it's not about who just comes in, but it's who returns to it. And that's always been the sports motto. It's not how you get in the building, it's how they keep coming back to the building. And no matter what you do, and you got to prove to a fan base that what you do is worked on hard, and they can't do it. And that's one thing in sports. We could talk about Derek Fisher as a player and a coach, but one thing we know as a fan, we can't do that. In our minds, we could do it, but we can't do what's on that court, diamond, gridiron, or anything. You just fix in your mind that you think you can. So it's easy for you to just call somebody a bum when you have no idea of what level that level is. In music, people kind of feel that, I could do that. You can't play an instrument. You might not have a good voice, and you're only going to write the same thing over and over again. But they let them all in. So that's where it's gotten to a point. So you can't compare the eras because those eras before had everybody at every position taking care of the total game.
Dude's going through it right now.
I mean, yeah, I'm sure he is because he's put so many years of higher performance together. But it also sounded to me like like frustration. He knows he needs to be better, wants to be better for his team and teammates, but that, he's seen everything and he's been through everything. Like, you don't get to where these guys are without having navigated some of these moments and stretches. What I can tell you, though, is, the third time through is
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, we appreciate you being here, and we love when you are a part of the show and a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream or want to, head over to YouTube at The Fan LA. Get in the comment section because we are answering all of your football questions today. You got any? We are here for you. We had a lot of fantasy football chat, which I think because this is the week that everyone is getting those fantasy leagues started. I personally, in my leagues, like to wait until the very last minute. So after this weekend, usually like right after Labor Day, right before the first game of the season, I'm like, yep, perfect, done. Okay, we know the final rosters. We know who's healthy. Let's do that. That's what we're going to do. How many fantasy leagues are you in?
So, I did not play fantasy for probably 6 years because in my old trainers league that I would always be with
like when you were a trainer or your trainer put it together?
My trainer put it together. It was the various football and MLB players that he would train. We all had a league.
Okay.
I got in second place 3 years in a row.
Oh, so you got pissed.
And in the fourth year, I said, if I come in second place, I'm quitting. And I lost in the championship for the fourth time, and I stopped. So that would have been, God, probably the year, probably COVID. It may have been the COVID year. This year, I'm making my return to fantasy football. And if I come in second place, buddy,
I might be rooting for you to come in second place. But okay, so as a former player, how many guys are you're allowed to play fantasy as long as there's not like money involved, right?
Yes.
So how many guys in the locker room are actually playing fantasy football?
They play to an extent. They typically only play with other players, though, because what you don't want is, say you play in a league for money, and is the NFL going to find out? No,
and you know somebody in the locker room situation.
What you can't have is, some of these price tags get up there, and guys play in $10,000 leagues is not an insane thing. And what you don't want to happen is someone saying, "Oh, I lost out on $10,000 because that guy plays for the Patriots and he told another guy that so-and-so wasn't going to play, and now you're getting in trouble." Even if it's not true, just that story getting out there is dangerous. So players typically only play with players to where that's not a concern.
Okay, that makes sense. Because even with like people who worked for NFL Network, I had a lot of friends that work for NFL Network. I don't know what the ruling is now that they got bought by ESPN, and ESPN has ESPN Bet. Right. But they weren't even allowed to step foot in sports books.
No.
You cannot gamble, you cannot bet, and you could not even be seen in a sports book like in Vegas.
So when I was working the Super Bowl, I was with the Super Bowl in Vegas.
Okay, so a couple years ago?
Yes, I was with CBS.
Okay.
And we had to stay off of the Strip.
No.
We stayed in the Virgin Hotel, which used to be the Hard Rock Hotel.
Yeah.
Because they have the smallest casino.
Interesting.
Just because they had the smallest casino and they didn't have a sports book, they had a sports book that was in a different building or something. So some legal reason that was the only hotel that they could keep us in.
It's actually a fun hotel. My husband's played there
I loved it. It
a
was
lot
quiet.
of the time because they have
so
a big concert hall.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of bands from when it was Hard
Rock
Rock
play there.
play there.
Wu-Tang Clan was playing there when we were there, but the concert venue is awesome.
No, the concert venue is great. It's funny. We were at the Cosmo. But I was doing like a reset. So this was crazy. I just randomly like to do like life resets, and like I will do like no booze for like a couple months, and just do like full let's just get back on track. And my last one just so happened to be over Super Bowl in Vegas. That was my first time experiencing Vegas completely sober.
Wow,
completely.
Good for you.
And I remember but I felt hungover. Even though I wasn't drinking, just because of like how late you stay out, all the smoke in the casinos, everything else. I was like, wait, you can feel hungover in Vegas and not actually drink anything?
That's the funny thing about Vegas.
What?
Is you have smoked 5 cigarettes by the time you leave, even if you don't smoke cigarettes. Yeah.
It was wild though, but because people were so shocked that I was able to like have that kind of self-control and do that during Super Bowl week with all the events and all the parties, I influenced 5 other people to take a month off after Super Bowl.
Your influence.
But like a positive
influence. Yeah.
That's an influencer. That's a positive influencer right there.
But you bring up a good point, and I do wonder if a lot of people know that regarding the players and fantasy.
Yeah.
Why a lot of players don't play is also from a gambling standpoint.
Yeah.
The other point, which I'm so glad you brought it up, is because if your name is associated with inside information, even if it's not true, it becomes
a story.
And that's what they tell you is, we understand you and your high school buddies. And when I say they, I'm talking about the meeting that every NFL team has with their NFLPA rep about how to conduct yourself throughout the season. And when the topic of fantasy football comes up, is they paint a picture of, you could have a fantasy league with all your high school buddies. If your high school buddy is at a bar and says, oh, my friend plays for this team, and we were talking earlier, and he told me that so-and-so didn't practice the other day.
Yeah.
You may have told them that without even thinking it, but that's a legal situation. And the NFL doesn't want those moments to become a story. Even if they made up the story.
Yeah.
If they say, well, did you go to high school with him? Yeah, but he made up the story. Doesn't matter.
Did you play fantasy when you were playing?
Only with other players.
On your team or other players, like because you played like maybe college with them or high school with them?
Exactly.
So
that.
people within
college
the league.
Teammates on other teams and just friends that I had throughout the training process. Yeah. To the quick answer is college teammates and friends that made their way to the NFL as well.
Okay, question. Was social media and again, I'm like trying to like timeline of like what it was like back then, because now it's crazy, obviously, with how much money is involved with fantasy and gambling and just the hate that a lot of these players get if they have a bad game, mainly because people who had them in their fantasy league or for gambling lost a bunch of money. Were you ever a part of that era? Was it big yet?
I was part of the idea that you would always hear it from your fans. If you had a bad play or a bad game, of course you're going to have your diehard fans tweeting crazy things at you. But what makes it different now is with gambling, you have people who don't even root for your team throwing stuff at you, right? Because you could play for the Seahawks and there could be a Cardinals fan who bet on you and now they're giving it to you as well. So it is insane, and the uptick of athletes who are going to just remove social media from their lives is going to increase.
Unless you're like making money off of social media or it's a part of your job. Dude, if I was in the like public eye or anything like that, I would be off of it, but it's a part of our like livelihood and a part of our daily life, whether you're monetizing it or it's like our show, you're promoting stuff and you're putting stuff out there. So, but I get that. Like social media is gnarly for your mental health.
People are crazy.
They're so mean.
People are
so mean. And like I put out like, obviously when you give an opinion, people are going to have opinions back, and that's a part of the game. And you know, that's what we're here for. But people are just angry.
And
they take it out on you. And that is gnarly.
The fact that they're losing money. Yeah.
There's so many times where like I don't respond to the hate because I'm just like, you're fueling the fire. But I respond in my head. And more often than not, I'm just like, I hope someone hugs you today.
Can I say what I used to do?
Yeah.
So if I had a bad play or a bad game and you would have a random fan saying, hey, go, you know what I would do is I would go to their profile and I would scroll back in their images and their photos. I'm talking like years. I would go like 4 to 6 years deep in their photos, and I would just like one of their selfies.
diabolical.
Because they don't know what that means.
Yeah,
what? They don't, it's like, are they? Is he calling me ugly? Is he flirting with me? Like,
yeah.
I love doing it, and whenever I would do that, I would never hear from them again. I would never hear from them again.
That's such a good deep creep.
And it only took 10 seconds. I would go to the media tab.
Yeah.
I would scroll like 10 times really quickly.
And then stop.
I would like a random selfie, and they would freak out. It's the perfect counterattack.
It's really funny when you actually click on the haters and you see like their life and their profile, and it's like, oh, it's mainly men. There are some very aggressive women. Yeah. But it's like, huh.
It's and
I'm just gonna I feel bad for you enough.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna let that be.
That's at the core of it. That's what I was getting across was. You would trade your life for mine in a heartbeat, and I just want to remind you of that by making you feel weird by liking a selfie that you're probably embarrassed of 6 years ago.
I hope someone hugged you today. That's where we're going to leave it with. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Let's get into some Dodgers baseball, you guys. Baseball coverage on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed Xfinity. Imagine that. Now, Dodgers are looking to bounce back tonight after a tough loss in Atlanta, which snapped their 6-game winning streak. Lineups are out, so let's start with that, okay? We got Roki Sasaki on the mound tonight. Shohei Ohtani leading things off. Freddie Freeman batting second at first base. Mookie Betts batting third at shortstop. Max Muncy batting cleanup at third base. Tommy Edman at second base batting fifth. Kyle Tucker back in the lineup in right field batting sixth. Alec Thomas in center field batting seventh. And Teoscar Hernandez in left field batting eighth. Hunter Fiducia behind the plate.
So,
yep.
Thank you for reading that off.
You're welcome.
Go Dodgers.
Mm-hmm. Go Blue.
I feel there is a sense of pressure on Teoscar Hernandez. Alex Call, who I will always admit I am extremely biased. I am a massive fan of his.
Yes, you are.
And yesterday he started in place of Teoscar Hernandez while it was a scheduled rest day for Teoscar. Let's be honest with ourselves. When you are this close to the playoffs, everything is where is your standing before playoff time? Because once we lock this roster and our rotation and who our starters are and who's rotating in.
Oh, who's getting hot right now?
Who's getting hot?
Yeah.
Alex Call went 2 for 3 with the RBI and a clutch walk in a high stakes situation. He made the most of his opportunity.
Yeah.
But it wasn't what he did at the plate necessarily that stood out. It was him showing two things that he can do that Teoscar Hernandez can't do. In the third inning, he had this beautifully athletic play where he gets a good jump on the ball, slides and catches the ball. He kind of pins it against the wall. It was a foul hit, so he's running toward the wall. Like he knows he's going to hit the wall, basically, is what I'm saying. And he makes the super athletic, sliding, twisted hand catch. And I sat there saying, Teoscar Hernandez can't do that.
Yeah.
In the fourth inning, he's standing on first base after getting on base. And there's a rip to right field. And it's not even deep into right field. But because Alex Call is so fast, he's able to reach third base. And I'm sitting there saying, that is something that Teoscar can't do. So Teoscar Hernandez has played in World Series. He is as fundamental a piece to this team as anyone. But I think right now, if you had to point out a weakness defensively for the Dodgers, it is the two corner outfielder spots. And you also are down Pages, who's out due to injury.
Who was kind of the MVP of the season so far.
Yes, and I feel right now Alex Call can make a claim for, hey, Dave, you're going to need to play me more than you thought you did come playoff time. So I think there is a sense of pressure on Teo to kind of get his act together a little bit.
Interesting. And I just want to correct myself. I think I said Kyle Tucker back in the lineup. I meant Teoscar Hernandez back in the lineup.
What's funny
when
is
I was
heard
going
you
through.
say Teo. Okay.
Yeah. So, but anyway, it's hard because Alex Call, as you mentioned, he's making the most of every opportunity he's had out there. But then you have Teo, who is kind of one of the heart and soul players of this team. So once you get to this point of the season, what's more important? Does just having Teo be in the lineup help, or does having the pop of Alex Call override that especially in a Brave series?
If the playoffs started tomorrow, I would say you start Teo in left field and you start Kyle Tucker in right field, because that has been the status quo, and because they not as much Kyle Tucker this season, but they have earned the right to show their best selves in the playoffs. However, I would expect Alex Call to enter every single game. I would expect from the 6th inning onward for him to sub in for one of them, unless both of them are having a great day offensively. Defensively, he hasn't had enough games being the swing guy, except for there was about a month where he was kind of really in the starting rotation when Teo was out with that hamstring. But he hasn't had enough reps to really have much of a sample size as of late. But the biggest thing about Alex Call is when you rely on him or when you give him a call, he responds. He always responds. So maybe by not starting him, he can be the ultimate 6th inning, 7th inning, whoever's looking worse between Tucker and Teo, he subs in for them, and maybe that is a better role than having him at a starting spot. But I think he has more than earned his way into the playoff rotation. I want to see him every single game in some aspect.
So that's going to be an interesting thing to watch, especially tonight with Teoscar Hernandez. And maybe it's a good little competition back and forth.
I think it makes everyone better, yeah.
Hey, look at what the young guy's doing. You got to keep up if you want to keep this spot. I mean, you can talk to it from a player's perspective. Is it good to kind of have that pressure like on your shoulder, knowing that like, okay, there's a younger guy that's playing better than me and he can take my spot at any moment?
Absolutely. Absolutely, especially down the home stretch of the regular season. Now, when you get to the playoffs, you want roles defined. You don't want Teo and Kyle Tucker going out there and all of a sudden in the 7th inning they get a tap on the shoulder from Dave saying call is going to get you.
Yeah.
And you're shocked and disappointed. You know, they need to know going in that would be a possibility, that call is going to be heavy in the outfield or corner rotation. But in these final 30 games, I feel competition is a good thing. Like the pressure of we are here to win a World Series.
Yeah.
And from the moment that the playoffs start, it is no longer about who's getting paid what. It is no longer about feelings. It is about, are we hoisting this trophy or not? And Alex Call, again, has earned the right to be in the rotation of left field and right field. When you ask him to deliver, that guy delivers.
Well, speaking of someone who has earned their right to be in the rotation right now, it's been kind of a incredible tale of two seasons turnaround, and that's Roki Sasaki. Yeah. Since they addressed him tipping pitches and gave him that beautiful giant, what looks like a cartoon size glove that he uses now on the mound, like he has been absolutely lights out in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 starts since the All-Star break. He has 2 wins, the rest are no decisions. So he has given this team every possible opportunity to win these games. He hasn't given up more than 2 earned runs in each of his outings. So as we know, with Tyler Glasnow back, I'm curious if he would kind of slot, and he probably will, in front of a Roki Sasaki come playoff time and come October, especially with the way that Blake Snell has just been absolutely lights out since coming off the IL, and with Yamamoto and Skubal and Snell being your main 1, 2, 3 punch once you get to the playoffs, where Roki kind of fits in to all of this with just how well he has adjusted and turned his season around.
I would see Roki's role as long relief with being on standby as a potential closer. If Diaz doesn't come back and look the part and Tanner Scott needs an alternate, then you know you can go to Roki. So that is where I think his role sits. If not, long relief. Either way, Roki, I feel, has pitched his way into some kind of role come playoff time.
Yeah, definitely. So now you have like what, an Eric Lauer and a Roki Sasaki as long relief?
Absolutely. That's a good place to be in. That's a good place to be. I would imagine Roki is higher on the pecking order, but the fact that you have reliable guys that can give you long relief, the fact that you have now 3 options as a closer. Roki held it down last year in some spots. Tanner Scott is looking like the Tanner Scott that they paid to be this guy last season.
Just a year late.
Yeah,
that's all right.
That's
all right. We figured it out.
Late to the party. And, you're holding out hope that Edwin Diaz gets his act together, but you now have comfort knowing if Diaz just cannot get right, we have 2 closers that we can count on, and that is a good role to have. Specifically for Roki, those 2 earned runs the last time we saw him against Milwaukee, bases were loaded, and he had back-to-back walks.
Yeah.
You can't have that.
No, that's a bad one. That's a bad way to do it.
But to Roki's credit, that has not been something that we've seen since pre-All-Star break. So I'm looking for him to keep those walks down. The Braves showed yesterday that they can have some undisciplined eyes that sometimes. Maybe he can take advantage of that, but we just can't see those walks creep back up again.
Undisciplined eyes.
Yes. Undisciplined eyes. You gotta have the disciplined eyes in the batter's box.
Well, it's good eye. Like I just anytime we have that, I just have my softball chants in my head. Good eye, good eye, good eye, good eye, good eye. Hey! From the dugout. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, we're heading back to some football and Rams. Is money holding up Aaron Donald's return? That's coming up next here on Brock and Alex.
You are on fumes. I don't care how hard you work out in the offseason, how much time you put in, what kind of recovery you're trying to do. 3 seasons in a row playing all the way to the end is exhausting. Your body is not what it used to be 2 years ago.
Not to mention the years before that, because, listen, this guy's played to the playoffs every year, both in Boston and here. He's won 4 World Series now, 3 in LA, 1 in Boston. I mean, this guy definitely has played like full seasons post the regular season.
Yeah, and some of it, it's not an age thing, or it's not because of, he's getting older or this, or like some of it is just, in particular when you've had such success in the past, like you have a standard for yourself. And sometimes when that standard isn't being met, like you can feel I'm not meeting my standard. Mm-hmm. That's the additional frustrating thing as well that can start to negatively impact your performance, because now you're pressing, you're trying harder, and you're trying to replicate what you used to do or what you normally do when the situation requires you to just be the present version of what you need to be. And so maybe your power isn't there, maybe your speed isn't there, maybe whatever, for whatever the reasons. But what adjustments can you make in real time to try to still be successful for the team? And that's kind of what everybody's going through in some form or fashion. Robleski, who's not the same age as Mookie, but he's not playing well right now. So, again, it's not automatically like we like to quickly just go to age or to some like easy thing that we can wrap our brains around.
Yeah.
But if a 24-year-old is struggling and a 34-year-old is struggling, that's not an age thing.
No.
Right? That's just part of sports and part of life. And you just have to figure out how to navigate these things. And to me, Mookie has world-class experience in navigating adversity and will ultimately do things that are going to help this team win.
Comedy store a little bit.
I've spent time with Mike Tyson. Does that count? I'm a boxer. I'm a fighter.
I don't do that.
I'm Mike Tyson. He was kind, and he was. I mean, I think he's sharp. But it was like being with a tiger. Like I was afraid. It was like being with a tiger. They tell you is docile. Spinal. Oh my God. My back. Spinal.
I love Mike Tyson.
Mr. Tyson, I have nothing to do with this on D-Mac and Ryder. I want you to know when you lay him out, I support you 1,000%. I celebrate whatever violence you must bring.
Bill, you're
to
friends
my
with
partner.
D-Mac. I'm going to hurt his back. Spinal.
Okay. Yeah, oh my God, Alex Curry thought I was mocking her snort earlier.
Really?
Yeah, I was like, no, I wasn't. I was mocking my snort.
I like your snort. It's cute.
Thanks, man. Can we move on to something else? But this is digressed.
That
good. Comment smacked me the way that Mike Tyson will smack you if you're ever in a room with him.
D-Mac.
Okay. You keep. Should we do it? What do you? They can see you on the stream when you do the let's stop. It's not a secret.
Oh no,
it's not a surprise. You're on camera. There's a thing right there, dude. At the Fan LA.
That's crazy, man. This Laker talk is
big secrets.
Oh man, hey.
Have you already been punched by Mike Tyson? What is wrong with your brain right now?
I'm just so obsessed with the radio element of this. You know what I'm saying?
Cut. Fly, bro.
How old would Kobe be? And I was like, well, he was born in '78, man, so he'd be 48 years old. It'd be fun to like see the almost 50-year-old version.
Oh man, he really would have been.
Because he was already like so wise and well thought out for such a young guy. So to like get to these stages in life where just your perspective on things and where he would be as a father and as a husband at this point would be pretty fun to see. It's a great day, even though it's not it's not an easy day to think about. But birthdays are to be celebrated, man, no matter what. So I mean, what comes to mind the most is just is Vanessa and the girls and and how
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, we appreciate you being here. We love when you are part of the show and part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-975-2326. Now, as we quickly approach week one of the NFL, I think we are 15 days away from the Rams' first game in Australia on the other side of the world, which still is absolutely insane to me. And I will continue to share my dislike for the fact that they are sending the Super Bowl favorites to the other side of the world. However, there are some other headlines that we continue to monitor around the Rams. And one of the big ones is Aaron Donald. And this conversation, obviously, came just absolutely blazing in once they signed Myles Garrett. And it kind of felt like, okay, maybe that's just like fun thinking that he'll come out of retirement. Then he had a couple workouts that were like official NFL workouts at the Rams facility. And it just kind of kept feeling more and more real. Like, when is this going to happen? And now we're kind of like, this was the week that we thought, okay, maybe this is when it will start getting more serious. I mean, we had a guess sheet of when we thought Aaron Donald was going to make the announcement. I picked August 31st, so next Monday, after their final preseason game, after the final roster cuts were made, and then that feels like the perfect Monday A block for any sports show across the country. Like, he's back. He's so back. But recently, Albert Breer shared why he thinks Aaron Donald hasn't made his decision yet. Do we have it? Oh, okay. Yes, Shay, we do not have it yet. So there have been, again, like once you see how closely he's been with the Rams organization and what he has been doing around the team and at the facility and doing workouts, you kind of have to question, like, okay, he's there. It feels like he's back. What else is going on? So this is what Albert Breer had to say about why he hasn't made his decision yet. So that was Albert Breer on the Rich Eisen show. And it was interesting because we talked to Cynthia Freeland about this. And Cynthia, along with all of her amazing on-air stuff that she does, she also gets hired out separately by different NFL teams to help them construct their contracts, see what they can afford, what they can't, how they can spread the money out. So she is very much the right person to ask about this situation. And her immediate reaction was, well, that's kind of an easy out. Like, just say it's a money thing. Because the Rams, if and when they want to, they will figure out how to make it work with Aaron Donald.
It's not a money issue because before Aaron Donald even seriously decided to come back, meaning the early days, he was thinking, man, maybe I should go back. This is fun. I don't mean those days. I mean the days where he officially called Sean McVay and Les Snead and say, hey, I'm going to start getting in shape. Would you guys have me if I wanted to come back? Like, from that moment, the agents and the powers that be figure out a number that makes sense. Now, do they have to have a specific number? No, because they still need to work out incentives and bonus structures and all these fine detailed things. But as far as a base number, that is figured out before Aaron Donald puts in the work. Like, he's not, what we know of how much he demands out of himself, he is not going to put himself through all of that without any knowledge of if they're even close on a number. And the even bigger point is, even if he demanded all $30 million, they could make it work still. So it is a factor, but it would not be the determining factor.
Okay, so when you hear Brock say $30 million, Donald is technically still under contract for $30 million from the deal he had when he retired. But the Rams only have around $15 million in cap space and already have big money, obviously, committed to Matthew Stafford, Myles Garrett, and Trent McDuffie. We've also we've kind of speculated a couple different reasons as to why Puka Nacua hasn't been paid yet. I definitely think the off-field stuff is the main factor there. However, the fact that they need to see if Aaron Donald is coming back and what that number is going to be and what they need to allot for Donald if he comes back, I think is also a factor.
Yeah, I just have a very difficult time believing that from Aaron Donald telling his agent, telling Les Snead, telling Sean McVay, I am going to seriously train with the intention of coming back, that immediately those conversations aren't happening regarding what is the number that you are willing to come back for. Because if the number is way off and the Rams say we're only going to give you $5 million, his agent is going to tell Aaron, hey, stop working out because this isn't going to be worth your time, right? Like that happened so long ago that maybe they're hung up on incentive stuff, but they had to at least be in the same ballpark before Aaron Donald really started taking this thing seriously.
Which is crazy because we were kind of having the same conversation with LeBron James. It was like, oh, that would be crazy if he took anything less than like 25 mil, because that's half of what he made last year. And he ends up signing for veteran league minimum, which was insane. So in the sense where it's not about the money, that's where I'm trying to make this connection. For Aaron Donald to decide he's going to come back, it was never about the money. It was about one last dance with a team and a roster and the reigning defensive player of the year, who we know Aaron Donald and Myles Garrett have such a strong mutual respect for one another. Let's see if I can be a part of this Avengers team that is a Super Bowl favorite. The Super Bowl is back here in LA at SoFi, the last time that Aaron won with the Rams. And let's try to make some magic. Like, that's what it feels like it's about. Not coming back to make a quick 30 mil.
No, it is a perfect storm of a scenario for the rest of the league. It is back in LA. It is a team that, even without him, is one of the most impressive teams on paper that the NFL has ever seen. It is a team that has pushed all their chips into this season. And it is a team that would not be asking much out of Aaron, meaning, which goes back to the previous point of, even without Aaron, they're locked and loaded and expecting to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So it was the perfect scenario. If any one of those pieces aren't part of this puzzle, his decision is easy and he's probably not coming back. But he is a fan of football history. He is he is aware of what his legacy is and how much legacy means to him, and he is excited about the prospect of joining football history, and that's why he is coming back. And maybe even if it takes longer than he or the Rams had hoped, his intention, I feel every indication is pointing, is still to come back and be part of the story. The story is what's driving him here.
Yeah. Okay, let me put the GM hat on you, Brock.
Okay.
Aaron Donald, 35 years old. He's been out of the league for a couple of seasons here. What are you willing to pay? If you didn't have to worry about the cap, what would you be willing to pay Aaron Donald to come back?
I would say $1 million a game is fair. So so if he comes ready for week 1, then maybe we can find a way to make $20 million work. Because Les Snead is the master. And I know right now on the books there's only 15, but there's with Aaron there's always a way to. I'm sorry, with Les Snead there's always a way to make it work. I think that is worth Aaron Donald's time, and that is justified. Now, if he comes back,
like per week or per game, so you give him like
per game, yeah. Okay. So assuming that the Super Bowl is imminent, that would make it a 20-week thing. Yeah.
Make it okay. Thank you. We're talking playoffs all the way to the Super Bowl. Got it.
Yes. That is how I would break it down for him.
Okay.
He is more than $1 million per week player when he retired, but with what we are asking out of him, and I would say that is where the negotiations would start for me.
And you know what? Like, it's $10 million less than what was remaining on his contract. However, when he decides to come back, the endorsement deals, the partnerships that are going to come flooding in for him, he's going to make that back in a second.
He'll make it back, and again, he will play much fewer snaps than he would have played when he was an every down guy making $30 million, because you are playing every single down. You've earned this $30 million and probably even more than that. So if he decided to come back week 4, then it would be $16 million. If he decided to come back week 2, then it's, I would judge it. I would let him know whatever week you come back, the rate is, assuming a Super Bowl, $1 million a week, and that's what we would give you. And I feel that would be completely fair.
It's crazy because I didn't even consider like maybe end of the first month come back until Cynthia, when we had Cynthia Freeland on, was talking about, was like, well, if he doesn't want to make that trip to Australia and how gnarly that is on your body after you play coming back, like maybe it's after the Australia game.
Maybe he just hates kangaroos, and he's like, when you guys get kangaroos and deadly spiders out of here, I'll come back.
Everything can kill you in Australia. Everything can kill you in Australia.
The crazy thing about Australia and why I will never go there, as big as that country / continent is, there's only 3 places you can live. Like there's Sydney, there's Queensland, and there's Melbourne, and they literally built a wall around the city so that all the evil creatures can't get in.
It's gnarly.
It's
literally everything can kill you.
I will never go there.
It's wild. Like, as someone who is terrified of spiders, I've gotten a lot better. I don't kill insects anymore, and I don't kill spiders. I safely get them in a cup, and I bring them outside. I watched this UFO thing, which was crazy. I forget what movie it was, and they talked about how aliens would treat us like insects, and they would just squash us because we were just like
That's how we did
a nuisance. And I was like, oh my God, I can't kill insects anymore.
Influence.
I don't want to. I got positively influenced.
You got influenced.
I did. I got to remember what movie that was. But like since that movie, I do not kill a single insect unless it's like a mosquito, because that one's ouchy and I don't want to get lit up. Okay. We're gonna take a quick break here. When we come back, could the Chargers Broncos decide the AFC West? Don't go anywhere. That's next here on Brock and Alex.
I'm sure challenging and enjoyable it is to still find ways to celebrate him while honoring his memory and, not being there to hug and celebrate and blow out the candles and sing happy birthday and all the things that we all get to do when we celebrate people's birthdays. And I'm sure the family still does find ways to enjoy those moments. But Yeah, it's still sometimes, hard to believe in some ways.
Surreal for sure.
But it also serves as a great reminder of how it's not necessarily how long you live, it's what you do with your life. And he did the most you could possibly think about doing for a guy that was barely into his 40s and had impacted the world so significantly the way he had.
You know, it's funny.
It still does, actually.
Oh, no question. Reports from Monday in Woodland Hills that Nacua was off on the sideline working out things with trainers. We haven't seen Myles Garrett now in close to 3 weeks. We are 16 days away from the Rams season opener against the San Francisco 49ers. Cody, is there any actual concern around these injuries just kind of nagging there for Myles Garrett and Puka Nacua?
In my opinion, absolutely not. These are two players that do not need to play in preseason games. We've seen this for years. We have debates in sports media literally as just tailor-made in every single August. Why do we even do this at this point? Well, we know the real reason. The real reason why we do preseason games, money. It's a way to make money. It's a way to get ticket sales and put games on TV and make money. Is it really a way to set up your team? I think you get more out of a joint practice with another team 10 out of 10 times over any preseason game where we're going to see fourth stringers that frankly are not going to make the team. We're going to get a good look in this game who's going to be on the practice squad. That is not meant to be an insult in any way, shape, or form. Everybody on that field is astonishing in my opinion. It's just not what we're going to see throughout the season. The only thing I think we're going to see is the conversation of, hey, does Ty Simpson look good if he's out there for a couple of plays? Is Stetson Bennett continuing his dominant play in this upcoming preseason? And it'll make everybody feel good if something bad happens to Matthew Stafford. But outside of that, I don't think you're going to see a single star want to get out there ever. Why would you? You're a car crash away from ending your career.
But just because the fact they haven't been at practice and getting ready during camp, that's also not a concern.
Oh, come on.
Okay.
Brett Favre didn't play his last 8 preseasons. I don't think he signed until day one.
I'm going to give you a movie line from nowhere, and I want you to tell me if you can tell me what movie it's from. Why would your buddy? Why would your dad?
Jeez.
Because you're good at this stuff. It's a somewhat deep cut. I'll do. Here we go. There are TV. There are. Why would your buddy? Why would your dad? It reminds me of me and you sometimes.
Is that Brokeback Mountain?
Close.
I can't quit you.
That's what reminds you. Of
I can't quit you.
We're gonna have to have an off-air conversation.
Okay, what?
Horrible Bosses 2.
There we go.
This is like Horrible Colleagues 1. It turns out.
Modric, the amount of games they've played, and they're all still competing at the highest level. It's incredible.
As far as I could tell, that was really cool. That reminds me of Brad Pitt from Snatch. You ever seen that where they just can't understand a thing he's saying?
Yeah, it's a good. I haven't seen it in a while, but yeah, I see it.
Left foot. Magic
Wayne Rooney.
Ronaldo sucks. No.
Sue,
don't do it. It's not a Ronaldo moment. What are you doing? This is like the Dodgers having a championship parade and a bunch of people showing up in Giants. Go away. Go to the loser bar. Hey, Ronaldo, I'm back. All right, it's Messi's birthday. We're celebrating Messi. I think it's funny when it is funny because I never pushed your buttons before, but it's an interesting have you do it to me.
Yeah, I mean, I feel
that
like
was sarcasm.
I see the sarcasm. It's a second language to me for sure. But look, there is no doubt about it. Messi is the GOAT. Ronaldo, not the GOAT, but still, he is better.
Pau Gasol arrives. Oh, yeah. Now we're on to something. I mean, Kobe may have knew. I didn't know. I remember saying to Kobe, I felt like we had enough. Even before Pau arrived, there's enough there. Was it a championship team? Probably not, but can't think that. You have to feel like every time you step on the court, you can win. And then when Pau came, it became easier to think that because of how great he was. So now Kobe's leadership in terms of Pau.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. What a fun little Wednesday we have had with all of you. Thank you for hanging out, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate all the questions you've sent in today, just being a part of the conversation. A lot of football talk today as we are getting closer and closer. We have preseason game 3 between Chargers and Rams.
Yes, we do.
Kicking off tomorrow. So we've talked a lot of Rams. Let's end the show with some Chargers because It feels like entering this season is kind of the first time in the Mahomes era that there are expectations that they could win the AFC West.
The entire motivation for the Chargers this season can be summed up in three things. One, Harbaugh, and while he's not on a hot seat by any means, he is on a you've typically turned things around by now and you haven't done it yet, so when is it going to happen seat. Whatever you want to call that seat, that's the seat he's on. There's also the Mike McDaniel aspect and the effect that he has on offenses and his level of creativity, and can he finally be the spark that leads to Justin Herbert's final ascension to the level of play that people have been expecting out of him that he has not quite reached yet. And then the third aspect, which piggybacks off what you said, of last year Patrick Mahomes got hurt, and the Chiefs were not very good for the first time in forever
in his
starting
era.
career, which started year 2. And you let the Denver Broncos and Bo Nix come in and steal food off of your table when you have been in the team and waiting for so long. So those are the three motivating factors and spite factors that are fueling the Charger season.
So yesterday we talked about kind of the matchups that could define the NFL season. We went through the 3 games that the Rams had that Pro Football Focus ranked, but Week 18 matchup between Chargers and Broncos have been ranked as one of the 10 games that could define the entire NFL season. And the reason being, this could be the game that decides wild card implication, who wins the division. And again, this is putting a lot of faith in Chargers and Broncos that they can have a similar, I guess, regular season to as they did last year. And also that Patrick Mahomes might not be to full strength.
Yeah.
Coming off his ACL injury. Obviously, Travis Kelce also on the back end of his career. They lose a lot of their guys. It's a different look Chiefs team on the offensive side of the ball and defensively, considering the Rams took 2 of their top guys.
Yeah.
So when you look at the AFC West, Chargers, Chiefs, Broncos, Raiders, this really is, and I know you said that Harbaugh isn't on the hot seat. I would argue that he is on the hot seat. Now, is he going to lose his job? No. However, there might be some real conversations that need to be had if they don't get to the playoffs and they don't win a playoff game this season.
Yes, I am not treating the Kansas City Chiefs as a serious threat this year until we see it on the field.
Yeah.
Even before Mahomes' injury last year, they were struggling and they were not going to make the playoffs no matter what. Now, the injury sealed that, but I don't want to rely on the crutch of Mahomes got hurt. That's why it didn't happen. No, they weren't really good. The magic is gone. And until we see that magic again from an entirely new secondary to a new look offense, because you have Rashee Rice, who spent most of his career injured or suspended. You have the aging Travis Kelce, and you have Kenneth Walker III, who's the new face. And yeah, you expect it to work because he's the Super Bowl MVP for a reason.
Yeah.
But it's a completely new system and a new offensive coordinator, and Eric Bieniemy, who was there and then he left for a couple years. Now he's back. There's a lot of things that can go wrong for the Chiefs. So until I see it, I see the AFC West as a 2-horse race between Denver and the Chargers, because the Raiders are a couple years away.
Mm-hmm.
So Week 18 will have playoff implication because the Chargers and the Broncos are expected to be playoff teams. That could determine who wins the division and gets a home game. But I would say the most important game on the Chargers schedule is Week 5, because Week 5, we will know who this Chargers team is. So Week 1, they face Arizona at home. Week 2, they face the Raiders at home. With respect to the Raiders and the Cardinals, neither of those teams are playoff ready. Those should be comfortable wins for the Chargers. Here are the next 3 weeks. At Buffalo, at Seattle, versus Denver. That Week 5 game against Denver, which is capping off that 3-week stretch of Josh Allen in Buffalo, reigning Super Bowl champ Seattle, and then the Denver Broncos, who you're competing with to win the AFC West. After that Week 5 game, we will know who this Chargers team is.
Yeah. How much blame and how much pressure goes on Justin Herbert versus Mike McDaniel as a new offensive coordinator for the Chargers?
If the offensive line is an issue, it goes to Mike McDaniel / Jim Harbaugh. If the wide receiver room is not able to step it up, then that blame goes to Herbert. That's not how it should be. That's how it's going to be received.
Yeah.
If there are issues running the ball, the blame goes to the coach. If there are issues throwing the ball, the blame always goes to the quarterback.
Yeah.
It's not fair, but that's what comes with the quarterback position.
So looking at the Chargers regular season, those first 4 games should be favorable to LA.
Yeah.
I'm going to run through. We've done this a couple times, but it always changes with injuries on, I think, both teams here. I want you to give me win or loss, okay? We're going to go down Chargers schedule here, okay? Week 1, New York Giants.
New York Giants. The Chargers play the New York Giants Week 1?
Am I on the right?
I believe it's the Cardinals.
Am I on a different schedule here?
It might be the Rams. You looking at the Rams?
No.
I believe Week 1, our LA Chargers are facing the Arizona Cardinals.
Do we have a different schedule? Okay, because I was looking at this, and I'm like, am I on a different schedule here?
Looking at different schedules?
Okay. We'll wait. We'll wait to do this. Send me the one you have right now so I can make sure we go down.
I'm on ESPN, and they very much could have it incorrect.
No, they definitely don't then.
Okay.
That's
Sorry,
weird.
ESPN. I'm not trying to bag you here. But yes, week 1 will be versus Arizona. And I see that as a comfortable win.
Mm-hmm.
Arizona is just trying to figure it out. We had the quote earlier from Mike LaFleur, first-time head coach, essentially saying, we look terrible in our preseason game against the Raiders. We look terrible in practice. We have a bunch of pre-snap issues. We have so many things to work on. And when a coach is saying that this close to week 1, I have to assume the Chargers win that game handily.
Okay, that is hilarious because what the list that I was looking at, and I was like, oh, those first 4 games should be favorable.
Yeah.
I take that back.
Yeah, it is.
Immediately. Okay? Now let's go down. Are you ready for it?
Let's do it.
Okay. Week 1 versus Cardinals.
Yes, that'll be a win.
Okay. Week 2 versus Vegas.
That should also be a comfortable win and their first division win.
Okay. Week 3 at Buffalo.
I talked about it yesterday. I'm not sold on Buffalo. I'm so over the Josh Allen discourse and treating them like they're a Super Bowl team. They're a playoff team. They're not a Super Bowl team. Maybe the Chargers can snag one there.
Whoa. Okay.
Also because they won't be cold.
Okay. Week 4 at Seattle.
That's a loss.
Okay. Week 5 versus Denver. First.
Whew.
Yeah.
I'll say win, but they're going to lose the other one.
Damn. Week 6 at Kansas City.
Same thing. I'll say they win the first one.
Okay. Week 8 at Rams.
That's a loss.
Mm-hmm. Week 9 versus Houston.
That's a loss.
Week 10 at Baltimore.
Boy, this is tricky. I want to say they do it for Harbaugh, so we'll say that's a win to hold down Jim's brother John.
Okay.
Do it for the Harbaugh name.
Okay. Week 11 versus New York Jets.
That's a win.
Okay. Week 12 versus Patriots.
That is a win. Patriots are not going to be good.
Damn. Okay. Week 13 at Tampa Bay.
They'll beat Tampa Bay. They have a quarterback that doesn't even want to be there. Baker Mayfield's trying out for the Rams this year.
Okay. Week 14 at Vegas.
That's a win.
Okay.
And maybe Fernando's debut. We'll see.
Whoa. Okay. Week 15 versus San Francisco.
That is a loss.
Week 16 at Miami.
That is a win. Do it for Mike McDaniel. That's his old team.
Week 17 versus the Chiefs.
I think I said they were going to win the first one, so they'll lose this one.
And then you said week 18 against Denver, also losing that. You said they're going to take the first one.
The first one, yeah. So some version of them splitting those two.
All right. So you have 11 wins.
There we go.
Was that
There
same
we
as
go.
yesterday? Did we go through Chargers yesterday?
We went through someone's schedule.
We went through someone's schedule
We're
yesterday.
we're just so excited for football. We have Chargers, we have Rams, we have USC playing in a couple days.
Dude,
Who knows what schedule we're
I
running
didn't realize.
through.
I'm like, okay, it's Wednesday, right? Today is Wednesday.
Yes.
So we got the preseason game between the Chargers and the Rams.
Mañana.
Kicking off tomorrow at SoFi. We are not going to see Rams starters. However, we are going to see Chargers starters do 2 series. Harbaugh let us know preseason game 2, they only did 1. And as we saw and we talked about, was not enough to have any sort of belief in this new Mike McDaniel, Justin Herbert system. We needed to see more. So is this 2 series against the Rams going to be enough?
It has to be, because the 1 series that they did get was abysmal. They got their butts whooped by the Niners, the starters and backups included. And I'm telling you right now, Harbaugh is pissed that the starters need to play this game. Most coaches want things tied up by this final preseason game. This is a level of disappointment putting them out there. And specifying 2 series is also painful, because you're saying, last time I said 1 series and we got 3 plays
Wasn't
and we got
enough.
kicked to the curb. So now I need to guarantee 2 series so that fans don't freak out if we get a 3 and out to start again.
Wild. Okay, so we just went through the Chargers' schedule. You gave them 11 wins. Is that enough to win the division? And would anything short of a division title feel disappointing for the Chargers this season?
Anything short of a division title is disappointing. The Broncos are going to have a slightly tougher schedule than the Chargers because they won the division last year. So I do feel that could be enough to win the division. Again, it will come down to week 18.
Which is
the
wild.
Chargers at Denver, but I do think the most important game is the first time they play Denver, week 5, because it caps off that trio of Buffalo, at Seattle versus Denver, regarding of, okay, this is what this team is. From that game forward, we will have enough of a sample size to know what we're working with the Chargers.
Is this the best Chargers roster that Herbert has ever had?
Yes.
What do you think? Yeah?
Because of the offensive line's potential, yeah.
That's the biggest reason.
Yeah.
Protection.
Yes.
Finally having protection. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. We're going to see him play at least 2 series flat tomorrow. Thank you for hanging out with us on this Wednesday. Don't go anywhere. D-Mac and Ryder coming up next.